The Rague's mansion. The man turned sternly to his son Thor and told him the great empire of Bulgaria had decided to send him to another country as a hostage. This deeply surprised the boy. Every word from his father shocked him. He could not bring himself to believe what he heard. Ignoring the boy's question, the man said the cart had already arrived and the sacrifice meant nothing to him, so he didn't care what his son thought. Turning around, he decided it was all for the glory of the great Rague's family. Toru realizes this is the first thing he's heard from his biological father in 3 years. He objected and suddenly demanded to know why he had to go to another country as a prisoner, because he didn't understand any of it. His father's gaze darkened, and the man said sharply that it would be better if his son died. Thor's eyes widened. It was hard to believe his father would say something like that about him, and he refused to accept it, thinking he had misheard and hoping that was true. I heard laughter coming from somewhere behind me. The boy could not understand why, since he had cut all ties with the Duke's family. At 13, he got a job and left home. Living as a commoner, he had no intention of returning to the Duke's house. 3 years later, while he was working, the Duke's soldiers burst in and dragged him home without explanation. Father snapped that he had already said that once. Their family had no use for anyone without fighting skills. Thor left his father's words unanswered and silently lowered his gaze, realizing no one needed him here. The man turned sharply to the Duke's captain of the guard, and the men stepped forward. He ordered someone to report the boy's misdeed. The captain put his hand over his heart and readied himself to carry out the order. The man began the story when Thor Regis was 10. Thor passed the temple's skill test, but no combat skill appeared. That was unacceptable for the Duke family's eldest son. Fists clenched, he felt anger boiling in his blood from resentment and disgust at the whole situation. The butler continued the story, saying that when Thor was 12, he took the second skill test and revealed a magical skill that had nothing to do with attack, which is unacceptable for an aristocrat. People behind them began whispering that this was unfit for a noble, that the man should be expelled from the country at once, and that he could not stay here. Thor's father shut his eyes and bowed his head, lost in thought. He said they had placed too much hope on the boy when he was born. Their family had passed down powerful fighting techniques since ancient times, and his son was expected to one day lead this empire. Abruptly turning to his son again, he saw Thor close his eyes and lower his head. He said loudly that despite everything he had no combat skills and could not use attack magic. The eldest son, whose grandfather was a holy sword, had ended up like this. He glared at the boy and asked if he understood what the child's parents were going through. Toru bowed his head, knowing this was the fate of someone with no fighting skills. Because of its military strength, the Bulgaria Empire greatly expanded its territory. At first, His Highness the First Emperor was an ordinary brave warrior who fought for the empire. Aristocrats usually had more powerful skills, so those without combat abilities were looked down on. Thor's gaze darkened. He admitted he had no fighting skills but was skilled in alchemy. That only made his father angrier. Pressing his hand to his chest, he said his alchemy skill let him repair and restore items, that he now managed items for a government agency, and that he would eventually be able to create items himself. The boy said he was saving money to open his own workshop, but his father only grew angrier. Yelling at the boy to be quiet, he said the whole thing was ridiculous. His excitement faded as he lowered his hands, widened his eyes, and looked at his father in shock. The man said that in their empire, a holy sword and a holy shield were made by heroes when those two items were the strongest. Then he sharply asked whether the guy was really going to make a new one and ordered the guy not to make him laugh. Slamming the table, he concluded Thor would be sent as a hostage and that none of this had been discussed. The guy knows no one here will listen to him. Wanting at least some information, he said he understands the decision is final, but still asked what his father meant by minor sacrifice. He tightened his jaw. He said the man had gone to very dangerous lands. At first, Thor didn't understand what his father meant. The man said their empire had sent hostages many times, but none ever came back alive. Eyes wide, the boy slowly realized he was in the Demon King's land. The man said the guy's only virtue was insight. Abruptly dropping the thought, he said that if the man had truly been insightful, he would have taken his own life long ago. Thor didn't care what the man thought. He knew this man planned to send him to the demons. The man said he didn't know the Empire was doing a cultural exchange with the demons and tensed up. He replied that demons are described as bloodthirsty creatures and that we must somehow learn to live alongside them. They have spent the last few years appeasing them. The captain of the royal guard said demons are real animals who enjoy killing people to prove their superiority. Toro realized his words weren't getting through because they truly wanted him dead. The man snapped that the conversation was over and ordered him to leave. Without warning, he stepped up to the man and hit him hard in the stomach with all his strength, lifting him off the ground. Toro began choking and coughed loudly. Clutching his stomach, the man ordered him taken away as Thor began to think. He snapped his head up and shouted that he hated Duke Barkarikas. Turning around with a dark expression, the man said Thor was already dead and dead people cannot talk. That led to his expulsion from his home country. A lone passenger rode in the carriage with his head bowed, occasionally glancing out the window. Long ago, the Demon Kingdom waged war against humanity. Several hundred years ago, demons and humans fought over territory, and the Demon King's powerful army invaded the southern lands. Back then, people summoned a hero from another world. Although the Demon King and his army were powerful and the hero could not match them, the people fought fiercely and eventually gained the upper hand, driving the Demon King out. From then on, a strict boundary separated the demons from the human world. To the south was the human world, and beyond the forest to the north was the Demon Kingdom. Once the border was set, no major conflicts followed. However, demons are said to hate humans because of their exile to the north. We know nothing about the Demon Kingdom yet. Thor wants to look out the window, but it's boarded up, so he can't see anything outside. Sighing heavily, the man rests his head in his hand. About 20 guards and several cavalrymen are on duty, and any escape attempt would be stopped immediately. Thor realizes this is exactly why he never wanted to get involved with the Duke's family. He nearly managed to cut all ties with him. He passed the state exams, signing with his mother's surname. They hired him to handle paperwork and service certain artifacts. In the Empire, a civil servant who couldn't become an adventurer earned a meager salary and was mocked by workers from other departments. Thor still felt pleased. After he struck the iron with his tool, a soft light formed around his hand, and he examined what he had created. In the end, a huge one lay on the table, because these were the alchemist's amazing abilities that the man could easily use. The maintenance on that magic sword isn't finished yet. He would restore it to perfect condition, but that is no longer possible. The words "he was already dead" buzzed in the boy's head again, and his jaw clenched with resentment and anger at his father. Suddenly, the man pulled out 3 silver spoons. Here are the spoons he stole while the soldiers were distracted. Thor activated his alchemy skill, and a soft light wrapped around him. Instantly, the spoons became soft and pliable, like plasticine but made of silver. Thor examined his hands and began carefully reshaping the 3 spoons into a completely different shape. A small silver knife appeared in his hands, made from spoons by the boy's skill. His skill is alchemy, which lets him transform materials like metal to create new items. He still has plenty of room to improve. Thor is determined to master alchemy. One day, open your own workshop and name it Alchemist Thor. He absolutely cannot die here. A soldier suddenly announced they were about to reach the border, so everyone had to stay alert. Thor nervously hid the knife he'd just made. The door swung open, and the soldiers turned toward the man. They confirmed they had arrived at the right place. Thor stepped out to meet a large group of 20 soldiers who had been watching him the whole way. By taking a few steps forward, the boy stepped out of the circle of soldiers and looked ahead. Before him lay the road to the Empire, ending here and marking the edge of the people's territory. In the Black Forest, the man believes this marks the border between the human world and the demon world. Thor turned to the soldiers and asked what their next plan was, if anyone would lead him to the demons, if they would find them on their own, or if the soldiers would stand rooted in place. A soldier suddenly ordered the signal arrow released, and another soldier obeyed by drawing the bowstring. An arrow shot deep into the forest and vanished in the dark foliage. Out of the forest darkness, a small woman stepped slowly into view. Soldiers shouted that demons were coming. Thor stared straight ahead, eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw. The bull-headed demon loomed right in front of the boy's face, revealing its huge, threatening form. A demon taking Garrow's form stood beside a pretty girl. Her appearance showed she was a demon too. Her smile was anything but kind. 3 massive demons and bulls stood beside her, ready to attack at any moment. His eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw, and the sight of several demons terrified him. Thor had never seen anything like this before, with minotaurs standing before him and one looking like an elf. The soldiers readied their weapons and moved to attack. After a moment's thought, he stepped forward sharply, and the men behind him tensed, trying to hold him back. To make a good impression, Thor placed a hand on the other's shoulder and introduced himself as a man from the Dulgaria Empire. Bowing slightly, the man introduced himself as Thor Regus, planning to wait a moment and then slip away while lowering the demon's guard. Mabel refrained, smiled, and curtsied, introducing herself as an elf sent by the demon lord to welcome the boy to the demon lord's realm and escort him. Behind her, the demons each placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and bowed in greeting. Thor was surprised by her politeness, and it didn't feel like she was treating him like a hostage or a victim. The soldiers behind him shouted that the man had lost his mind. Getting that close to the demons without a weapon was very dangerous. Thor said they had been greeted politely, and the soldiers should respond in kind, and the man swore that the other man understood nothing. He said their spells let elves burn 10 people in a single attack, and minotaurs are so strong they can easily pull out a person's brain. The other soldiers backed him up, warning it was very dangerous to approach them, saying Thor was not thinking straight if he believed they were harmless, and that everyone should always stay on guard. The man called their meeting, saying it had suited them all this time, and they led him on a leash like cattle without even trying to speak, while even the demons were more polite. Thor turned to the girl, said his escort had been very rude, and apologized for their behavior, which greatly shocked her. Introducing himself as Duke Regus's son, he said the emperor ordered him to enter these lands and disturb them, and he apologized for knowing almost nothing about the demon state. She falls silent, can't find the words, and her gaze darkens. The man tensed, worried he'd said something wrong. Mabel stepped forward a few paces to stand beside the man. Smiling suddenly, the girl said it was the first time she had heard such a polite greeting from someone from the Empire, hoped he would like it, and was very pleased to meet Mr. Messenger. Thor said he was also very glad to meet you, and decided to postpone the escape to do reconnaissance. The soldier behind asked to sign the papers for the messenger's transfer. Thor was surprised by the treatment and realized no one would call him a victim outright. He handed the papers to the girl to sign. Mabel smiled and said the messenger's transmission was completed successfully. She added that the road back from here goes through the forest and is very difficult in places. They brought helpers who could carry a soldier's weight if necessary. The men grew tense when they saw the minotaurs so close. Suddenly, the soldiers fled, shouting that they were violating the non-aggression pact. Panicked, they screamed that they had to run right away, while Thor watched these fearless heroes with disgust. Turning around, he let out a long, heavy sigh over the whole situation. Mabel pivots sharply to the messenger, making him look at her. She noticed the man showed no fear of them at all. It was the first time she had seen anyone so brave, not even afraid of the demons. Thor lowered his head and said he would not call it courage. His mind was full of thoughts known only to him. Smiling, he said a non-aggression pact had been made between humans and demons, so showing fear without a clear reason would be at least impolite. That's how it happened. Walking through the forest now, he is accompanied by minotaurs. A demon reached out to the young master to help him up. They help him when it's hard to go alone, the minotaur smiling affectionately as he helps the man up. Mabel said that if the man suddenly feels tired, he should report it immediately. It was night and day compared to the Imperial soldiers. Thor smiled and said he was fine and there was no need to worry about him. Moving around here is hard, yet he shows no sign of fatigue. As soon as they entered the demon territory, his health improved immediately and noticeably. A strange magical energy surrounds him for some reason. Nowhere in the Empire had he ever felt anything like this, and the energy overwhelmed him. A voice in Thor's head began listing numerous achievements. The alchemy skill was replaced by the high alchemy skill, and the new skills are now fully awakened. The man touched his head and wondered what it was all about. He issued the command to display his skills, and a small screen appeared before him. A glance at his abilities showed he now had the high alchemy skill. Almost all his stats were near their maximum, and the following skills were available to him. Prepare materials, create them with your own magic, synthesize, and produce new materials. Thor can add attributes to any material he creates, and the number he can add varies with the material. Evaluate an object's attributes, material, and properties, and record the findings in the skill. New alchemy has evolved, so a man can now create materials using only his mana. She wondered if such a skill really exists. If the description says it, he accepts it as true, and since it feels almost too convenient, he assumes that, because he lacks combat skills, all his talent went into alchemy. Mabel tensed, turned to him, asked if he was all right, and reminded him to tell her if he felt unwell. She warned that the magic in human and demon lands was very different, so his health could decline quickly. Frowning, Toru emphasized the words about magical energy. He asked the girl if he had understood correctly that darkness was the main element in the lands of demons. Mabel replied that it was. She made clear that light prevails throughout the Empire's lands. Thor explained that in the Empire's lands, it works the same but with earth and fire, with fire as the power to fight invaders and earth representing destructibility. Suddenly, the man came to. He realized his skill had awakened after it was infused with the element of darkness in the demon lands. In human lands, light prevails over darkness, but here darkness prevails over light. Earlier, while in the imperial capital, Thor could not gather enough of the element of darkness. To awaken the highest alchemy, he had to swallow all 6 basic elements when he stepped onto the land of demons, taking in a massive amount of dark energy. The couple were told the road ahead was getting tense and asked to be careful. She thanked them for their work, then her legs suddenly twisted. Seeing this, Thor panicked and lunged to catch the girl before she hit the ground face first. A pendant suddenly flew off her neck, and fear filled the girl's face. The thought of losing something dear terrified her. The pendant fell to the ground. Fear filled the girl's eyes as she looked at him. Toru, afraid of losing her, met her gaze the same way, unsure what to do. A minotaur carefully held the pendant in his palms and offered it to her. Mabel said she probably snagged it on a branch and nearly lost it. She picked up the pendant and said it was okay because it was quite old, while the minotaur tried to apologize and said they should have been more careful. Relieved she had not lost the pendant, she held it in her hands. Mabel smiled and said she was fine, telling the guys not to worry as she looked at her pendant. Thor noticed the sadness on the girl's face. He offered to fix it, saying he'd done this for years and could at least give it a try. Surprised by his proposal, the girl asked whether he was really a craftsman. In the Empire, he wasn't even considered an alchemist. He only repaired items using his skill. Without a chemical workshop of his own, he could not take orders. Thor stopped daydreaming and said no, adding that he was an alchemist who had always wanted to introduce himself that way, and now a great opportunity had come up. Calling himself the alchemist Thor Regis, he asked Mabel for something to fix her chain. Joined by the girl, the Minotaurs stared at the guy in shock. The girl wondered whether she could really trust a guest with this. Despite her doubts, she chose to trust him. Mabel carefully handed him the pendant and explained it had been in her family for generations as a keepsake from her mother, and she would be very happy if it could be repaired. Toru clenched the pendant in his fist and vowed to do his best. You sat on a nearby rock and tried to fix it. He opens his eyes and activates his new high alchemy skill. He applied a new assessment skill. He realized the pendant was blessed by water spirits and made from a water magic stone. Thor realized the chain was worn out, which was why it broke, with some parts missing and not enough links, so he thought adding the water attribute and using the activation skill would be enough. All metals come from the earth element, and with the right materials, one can use magic to create metal. Imagine mana pouring out, then act as if you are mixing it. Once the repairs are finished, the cattle chain will be like new. Wide-eyed, the Minotaurs asked Mr. Smeebel if this was even possible. They still couldn't figure out how it had happened. She was surprised by the man's abilities when she realized he could make metal out of nothing. The Minotaurs are very surprised, and the man realizes he is also very surprised because he didn't expect preparing materials would create them using only mana. He asked himself whether this was the ultimate alchemy. With his head down, he walked to Mabel, handed her the newly repaired pendant, and warned that because this was the first service there could be flaws and he would check it again later. Hesitantly, the girl took back her item, amazed by the man's skill and at a loss for words. Thor grew annoyed by the silence and carefully called the girl by name to get her attention. Mabel replied, calling him Mr. Messenger at first, then changed her mind and used his name. Pressing the pendant to her chest, she smiled brightly and thanked him, saying her mother's pendant was now as good as new. Thor wondered how new it was. After fixing a broken link in the chain, he said without thinking there was no need to thank him. Mabel babbled that the man was probably a very famous alchemist, and the Minotaurs said they were very grateful to him because he fixed it so easily, something even the gnomes could not do. They realize a very unusual person has come to them, and even Thor still has no answer. Never before has he received this kind of gratitude for using his skill. In the Empire, others dismissed his skill as useless and mocked him. Even his own father saw him as worthless and wanted him dead. Now he understood how alchemists feel in the world outside the Empire, fixing something someone holds dear while causing harm with a happy smile. Thor is happy about this too. That may be why the alchemist he read about in the history books kept honing his craft. Before the Age of Heroes, alchemists often made items like magic swords and shields. Alchemists likely created more and more objects to correct the mistakes of previous ones. Mabel politely asked the boy to call her by her first name. Smiling, Thor said he was looking forward to the girl, showing him everything here. Mabel winked in response and called the guy an alchemist. That marked the start of his new life as the alchemist Thor. The carriage carrying the passenger moved forward slowly. Thor peered out the window, amazed by how the demon lands actually looked. Outside the window, endless plains stretched away, and a wide river flowed in the distance with ships sailing along it. Newts were on the ships, each doing their own thing, trying to help the ship sail further. At the window, the man watched the new monsters. Each one was unique, and Thor studied them all with intense curiosity. He noted that many ordinary people live here. In the Empire, these lands are known as the domains of chaos. People say the moment you set foot on these lands, monsters will devour you and demons will kidnap people, but in reality things are different. Life here is completely normal, and the atmosphere is far more peaceful than in the Empire. Mabel explained that because the demon lord's lands are sparsely populated, every resident does their best to make up for the labor shortage. Thor said this was a very commendable zeal. The girl added that the guy would soon be able to work here too, and asked if he had figured out what he would do. Thor was surprised and asked if he would really have to work too, and the girl quickly said yes. This is odd for him because he was meant to be sent here as a hostage. The man spoke abruptly, saying he'd heard people were sent here and asking Mabel where they all went. The girl thought carefully before giving the correct answer. She replied that as far as she could remember the last time they sent someone was 50 years ago before she was born, and she had only heard rumors that the previous visitor left almost immediately. People were surprised when he suddenly went home. Mabel explained he simply hadn't found anything to do there. She warned it was dangerous to go through this forest alone, so they wanted to see him off, but in the end he went home secretly. Thor lowered his head, taking in the whole situation. Now everything clicked for him. In the lands of the demon lords, guests and messengers are expected and treated with respect. In the Empire, everything is different. They send people away as hostages and victims, and many try to escape. Having fled and ignored the order, they never returned to the Empire and were listed as missing. Mabel suddenly grew sad and asked the man if he could stay here. Thor didn't understand the question at first and asked again. Holding his hand, she said that in the demon lord's lands, there were no alchemists as talented as he was. She implored him for help and promised to do everything she could to make his life here as comfortable as possible. Thor was taken aback by the request, but after a few seconds, a gentle smile crossed his face. After a pause, he said he had come here as a sign of friendship between their countries. Originally, he planned to escape too, intending to come up with a plan as soon as he reached the castle, but now there was no point since no one here was restricting his freedom. Besides, Mabel, the elf who gave him the chance to be called an alchemist, finally made him feel appreciated, and he does not want to disappoint the hopes she has in him. Thor said firmly that while he remained in the city, he would do everything he could to ensure the country's prosperity. She instantly brightened and smiled. She started thanking the man profusely. Mabel told him they would reach the castle in about an hour, that on arrival he would have an audience with the demon lord, and she politely asked him to prepare. Thor considered the demon lord. A powerful demon rules these lands, and to live here the man must win the demon's favor. Back then, Mabel and the Minotaurs were close to Thor. He wants to know what this demon king is like. Reaching the vast Gothic castle, they entered the throne room to find the lord of all demons and knelt before his massive throne. Fear gripped the boy, and Mabel tried to support him with a smile. Thor tried to breathe deeply to steady his heart. One of the demons watched them oddly. One monster loudly announced the Lord of Evergard's arrival. Thor snapped his head up, eyes wide with intense interest, and stared at him. A majestic figure entered the hall. Deep bass filled the room as a voice asked if this was the same guest from the Empire. Sitting on the throne, he introduced himself as the demon lord Rukim Everhard. He looked at the man and asked whether this was the same Thorgus from the Dulgaria Empire. Thor lifted his head and said yes loudly. The lord chose to speak directly and asked what the boy could do. If the Empire chose him, he assumed the man had some skills or knowledge. They held each other's gaze. Only in Thor's eyes could you see fear of the ruler himself. Thor did not know what to expect from the ruler. Hesitantly, the boy said he had some alchemy skills before coming here and had always thought, if he is treated as a guest rather than a hostage, we should try to come to terms and find mutual understanding. Maybe then he could finally take up alchemy if the demon lord approved. The lord considered it, recognizing it was a rare and intriguing ability that would be useful to them. Chancellor Kelv stepped forward sharply and said they had no such craft, adding that the Empire was a frightening country because it had so many alchemists. Thor knows it's not really like that, since alchemists are seen as the most useless in the Empire, and the Lord spoke up to the man. He promised to set up a personal workspace for the man that he could use freely from then on. Thor could hardly believe it and asked again whether they would really allow him to practice alchemy. The bishop replied yes and asked whether the boy had any plans for the future. Thor's eyes widened and he could hardly believe what he heard. After his father's childish treatment, the ruler's kindness warmed his soul so much that he did not immediately believe he had heard correctly. Bowing his head, he said it would be much more convenient if his workplace was as close to the workshop as possible. The bishop agreed and asked if there was anything else. Thor realized that alchemy required some schooling, and he could hardly believe it. Because someone accepted him so easily, the Lord agreed to the request and asked the man to list the things needed so they could prepare everything. The Demon King said Thor could use his alchemical abilities to their fullest and create whatever he wanted. If something interested them, they could buy it and ask. Bowing his head, Thor said he agreed, but had one question. Growing interested, the Lord said the boy could safely ask. The man said he appreciated his kindness, but did not understand why they were willing to do so much for him. Knowing he is a stranger in their land and one who left the Empire, he wonders why they are so kind to him, and after long thought, he still cannot understand why they would treat an alchemist that way. The Lord fell silent for a moment as he thought about his answer. He said all of this was to learn something new from people. This phrasing surprised Thor. The Lord began his tale and said long ago the demons of Yuli were defeated by people who had the greatest knowledge, and heroes summoned from many worlds fought on their side, which the man already knows. Several hundred years ago, during the wars between humans and demons, long ago people summoned heroes from another world to confront the demons. Those heroes had powerful skills and fought bravely to protect humanity. Aiming to be the strongest on the battlefield, they willingly fought demons alone to raise their levels. As a result, their hunger for power was handed down to the people of this world. The idea of power alone became the Empire's heroic legacy. At the final battle, the heroes defeated the Demon Lord, banished the demons to the northern lands, and shaped the world we know today. After completing their duty, the heroes returned to their homeworld and are no longer needed. Their possessions and knowledge remain to this day. Thor said it was about 200 years ago. The Lord said that no matter how many years pass, humans defeated the demons, so the demons must learn from this and now want to learn from humans. He said demons no longer want to fight humans, but they must keep learning from them. The man covered his face with his hand and said they had suffered too many losses in the war and could not let the victims' deaths be in vain. It sounds exactly like a demon lord's policy. The Lord said they were inviting people from the Empire for that very reason. They want their country to someday stand shoulder to shoulder with the Empire, so they need help from someone like Thor. Realizing the Demon Lord was the country's king and that Thor was a skilled alchemist, he felt fired up because here he could freely create anything he wanted. That means he just has to try. With the highest alchemy, he can create many wonderful things for the people, and he said he would first demonstrate his skills, accepting this as a tribute to honor their warm hospitality. With no choice left, the Lord agreed. Kelv cut in, saying the boy was probably exhausted after a long journey, but the Lord agreed, acknowledging the butler was right. Noting the long journey, the Lord suggests the boy have a good rest first, and Thor bows politely in gratitude. Those words ended their audience. The monsters remained in the room as the Overlord loomed over them. Abruptly, he said that just now. Seated on the throne, the Lord announced that the demons had gathered for the arrival of a new guest, Thor Regaz. Standing before him were 3 leaders from each race, the commander of the Minotaurs, the commander of the assault squad, the leader of the lizards, and the commander of the magical squad of the elves. The Lord knows most people probably already understand, but repeats it just in case. Touching Thor or allowing any harm to him is absolutely forbidden. Every demon knelt, showing they would carry out the order. Continuing his speech, the king said no one should forget the people's pride, ordered them to respect Thorgus, and asked them to learn as much as they could from talking with him. The elven squad leader bowed lower, lowered his eyes, and apologized for making their master doubt. Pressing a hand to his chest, he softened his expression and said no one meant to hurt the man and asked what they could learn from the guest from the capital. The lizard commander seemed to see what the man was about to do and suddenly moved to stop him, telling him not to say or do anything like that. The leader watched in silence, unable to understand what was happening or what would happen next, until the elf smiled sarcastically. The man looked up and said they should remind the guest about the powerful demon lords, offering to show the Efreet's army first, so the guest would understand how terrible demons can be. The lord did not answer this. A sudden scare made the elf open his eyes wide. The lord again asked for a demonstration of how terrible the demons are, saying they should use the opportunity to show the imperial guest their full power, and calling it an excellent idea. The elf suddenly brightened and believed him. Then she began to say he was very glad that the lord approved of him. The lord fixed him with a stern stare, as if waiting for the right moment to kill, then cut him off and said everything was fine but just. Standing up abruptly, he said in a loud, stern voice that he heard contempt for the empire in the man's words, and that he believed the elf had forgotten that their country only began to prosper because their ancestors were afraid of people. The Lord reminded them that many more people exist, that others possess weapons far more powerful than theirs, and he asked them to take a close look at the current empire. The Lord's voice grew louder as he asked the elf why, and despite knowing all this, he still wondered what more could be learned from the empire. Suddenly the man dropped his head to the floor, panicked, and apologized loudly. The Lord raised his hand and began to speak the words Thor Regues. Their guest, an alchemist who chose to work for the good of their country, allowed Kelf and the others to evaluate and distribute his products so they can learn more about the empire's culture. Kelv closed his eyes and said the order had surely reached everyone in the country, so there was no need to worry. He reminded them that despite everything, Thor is still part of the empire and they should stay vigilant. The Lord said it would be as Kelv wished and then turned to Mabel. He instructed the girl to watch over Thor Regis and help him. She bowed and said she would do so with pleasure. Kelv snapped at the girls, asking whether Thor had actually fixed her pendant. Smiling softly, she looked at the decoration on her neck and answered yes. The Lord watches the conversation in silence. He asked the girl whether her pendant was made of magic silver. Mabel said His Highness was completely right. The man asked if Thorgus had really fixed it without the necessary materials. The girl replied that it had all happened exactly that way and that she had seen it herself. Kelv said the only way to find out was to see what the man would do. He rested his hand on her pendant and activated the appraisal skill. He closed his eyes and thought deeply. Kelv opened his eyes abruptly. Something had startled and greatly frightened him. He also spoke to the girl abruptly, which frightened her. It was unexpected for her to be addressed so abruptly. The man clarified that the pendant belonged to her mother, and Mabel said it had been handed down in their family for generations, but its power had already been used up. Kelv said the clone stone had broken, but Thor was able to fix it. The girl's eyes widened at the news. She hadn't expected it, and the nearby demons were just as stunned, unable to believe what they had heard. Kelv raised his hand into the air, and it glowed with a soft magical light, admitting that Thor Regues could repair the pendant with the water spirit stone, and adding that none of the demon lord's craftsmen could do it. Mabel's eyes widened, and she could not believe what he had just said. The man replied that it was entirely true, and that he could draw two conclusions from it. First, there are alchemists who can repair a magical item in the blink of an eye. Second, the Empire has many alchemists at this level because they are willing to send one to another country. Clenching his jaw, the ruler said it was obvious because her empire would simply make people happy if there weren't enough of them in the empire. Kelv suggested the empire used those actions to show its strength, because if the country was full of alchemists like Thor, the demon's resistance would be pointless. All the high-ranking members' eyes widened when they realized the humans might be too strong for anyone to defeat. Kelv thought hard. He wondered whether the Empire had been too foolish to appreciate Thor's abilities. The Lord cut him off, saying this could not be happening because the Empire would surely know about the man's abilities. Cav pressed a hand to his chest and apologized for his foolish thoughts. He added that, as always, they would be vigilant toward the man, and the gentleman replied that he relied on him in this matter. He insisted sharply that they prepare a comfortable room for Thor and a workshop for his work. Mabel walked slowly down the corridor, absorbed in her own thoughts. She realizes she stayed too long at the meeting and worries Toru is very uncomfortable in his new place. Entering the room, the girl apologized to him for being late and said she would show him the new team he'd be living with. Thor smiled, holding a vase of some kind, and thanked the girl for her kindness. Mabel asked him if he was interested in something because his face gave it away. Smiling more, he said he was interested in everything and wanted to see and touch it all. A man began shaking his head, pointing at nearly everything in the room, and said he was very interested in how and by whom it was all done and eager to study everything here. Mabel realized she had been worrying for nothing, told Thor they would have plenty of time to discuss it, and now offered to show him his new room. Someone suddenly entered their room, and the couple turned toward the sound of footsteps. Lizards entered the room, said they were acting on His Excellency's orders, and escorted the couple inside. Mabel grew very tense. Even unarmed, the lizards can easily kill Thor with their claws. The girl knows they should not do that, even if they are afraid of the man. The man stepped closer, smiled, and thanked the demons for agreeing to see them off. Watching him, the girl realized again that she'd been worrying for nothing. Thor suddenly realized something terrifying. He turned sharply to the girl, said he didn't really know much, and Mabel asked what had happened. Thor said it was his first encounter with these monsters, and he was a bit surprised. She was very surprised because it was the first time anyone had called the lizards correctly for her. Many people call them two-legged lizards or nasty reptiles. The girl said lizards are strong and well protected, so it is not surprising they look unusual to people. Thor said he wasn't talking about that at all, because it must be very difficult for the lizards to change clothes since fabric sticks to their scales, and Mabel was surprised. The boy knows that, as an alchemist, he must design clothes for them that are very comfortable. The girl and the lizards were very surprised by the guy's zeal. Meeple stepped closer and asked if the boy really thought about things like that too. Thor smiled and said he was, of course, thinking about it. Smiling brightly, he said he wanted to learn as much as possible about people from different races. Mabel grew increasingly amazed by the boy and his eagerness to help everyone he met. The Demon Lord's lands are home to many inhabitants, from demons to humans, each facing their own daily problems. Thor clenched his fist and said that by solving all these problems, he would gain incredible experience and sharpen his skills, and he promised that one day he would create something to make the world better. She opened her eyes wide. For the first time, someone stood before her ready to help everyone. Thor said he was very grateful to His Highness for allowing the boy to stay and work as an alchemist, and he wanted to explore everything and thank the Lord. Mabel met his burning gaze and knew he was telling the truth. You can see it in his bright eyes. Race and nationality don't matter to him, and he truly loves alchemy and is determined to help others. She realizes Thor is an amazing person. She agreed, realizing it was pointless to stop him. Bowing, the girl answered yes, and promised that in Mabel's name refrain would help him in every way she could. Thor returned the bow and said he felt the same and hoped they could become friends. Mabel is unsure whether this can work. She will help the man who will change the course of history. A crowd swarmed the girl, demanding what kind of elf she could be if she could not use magic, and someone said it was because of human blood and argued she could not be called an elf. Young Mabel kept looking down as people insulted her and called her disgusting. They shouted louder, telling the girl to leave and calling her useless, and young Mabel begged them not to throw her out. The girls sprang out of bed, pleading with them not to touch her or to throw her out. Breathing heavily, Mabel realizes it was only a dream about long-forgotten times that still won't let her go. Tears ran down her face as painful memories filled her heart, and it was hard for her then. She wonders if she'll ever get past this. The memories still hurt a lot, though they were less painful when it was happening. Slowly getting out of bed, she noticed something and gently ran her hands over her legs. Sadness hit her as she realized her feet were cold again, like two pieces of ice. Lifting her tear-streaked gaze, the girl dreamed that her childhood trauma and her sensitivity to cold would both disappear. It was all very hard for her. Facing the warm leggings, she felt embarrassed to wear them in front of Thor, but had little choice since wearing them would be better for her. 2 pairs of warm gaiters lie neatly on the nearby nightstand. Thor stepped into the room he needed and was stunned by the treasures inside. Countless chests and valuable items filled the space and gave him great delight. His eyes lit up as he looked around the room and realized it was all magnificent. Inside the Demon Lord's castle warehouse, the entire floor is packed with countless curious items. Before he could step closer to inspect the items, his eye immediately landed on a dented armored shield. Throwing his hands up, the man celebrated like a child and shouted that the Demon Lord's castle was the best because it held a whole mountain of treasure. Letting his hands drop, he stared at them and slapped his cheeks as hard as he could. The Demon Lord didn't give him this room out of kindness. The Lord expects the boy to create something useful. If the boy can't meet those expectations, the Empire can take him back. To prevent this, he will create things that please the Demon Lord and are very useful to the people. Clenching his fists, he thought about the future. Then his face lit up with a strange happiness that filled him from within. Thor paced, unsure what to do next. thinking about doing something for the house and already itching to curse and create something unusual. The warehouse holds all sorts of things, many of them useful as materials, and the guy found a book. Both the lettering and the images are crafted with remarkable precision. No technology in this world can match this. Thor thought the book most likely came from another world and could have been left here by the heroes. He swallowed hard, never imagining the castle could hold such strange things. A book is useless to someone who cannot understand it. Then the man suddenly understood the words and read the cover. Thor was surprised when he read the product catalog title and could hardly believe he was able to read it at all. After thinking, he wondered whether it all came down to the evaluation skill. This skill can calculate an object's properties, which likely allowed the man to read what was written here. This catalog lets you buy unique goods shipped from all over Japan, and Japan can be the hero's native home. Slowly he turned the page and froze in shock, eyes wide as he stared at the book. This health device feels like a restorative item from the world of heroes and relieves eye fatigue, eases shoulder pain, and improves my sleep. Thor was stunned by what he saw and could hardly believe his eyes. He wondered whether the heroes had really used it. Vision-enhancing glasses boost vision 20 times in just 2 minutes. A rapid recovery oxygen capsule restores you in 2 hours, like getting 10 hours of sleep. Thor was no longer surprised by the strength of heroes who used such gear. Curious, the boy decided to try his high alchemy skill to create something similar. Mabel appeared behind him and spoke to Thor while holding a tray of tea. The girl quickly apologized for scaring the guy, saying she only meant to bring tea, but Thor did not respond. Noting the man was very focused, she asked whether Thor had found anything interesting. Thor showed the book to the girl and asked if she could read from it. Mabel paused, then looked at the book. She apologized, saying she was very sorry but couldn't understand a single word from there. He said he thought so. Mabel said the Lord had ordered those things taken to the warehouse because they might be useful someday and were worth keeping. The girl's gaze darkened as she called it the logic of someone who did not want to clean up. Mabel smiled quickly and decided to leave those thoughts behind, then asked if the man wanted a cup of tea, and Thor did not refuse. His gaze landed on the girl's fluffy leggings. Noticing his gaze, the girl lifted her leg and asked whether he wanted to know what it was and why. The girl said it was because of her sensitivity to cold, but the doctor said it was a problem with her magical internal flow. Surprised he'd never heard of a magical flow, Thor asked the girl again. Mabel said that although elves are skilled at magic, she can't cast spells because the flow of magic in her body is disrupted. One day the elves threw her out. Smiling, the girl said she was good at housekeeping and cooking, so the Lord noticed her and took her in. Thor felt sad holding a handkerchief to his face and was sorry for the girl because he thought she had spilled a lot of information, and Mabel was frightened and admitted she had spoken too much. Stepping closer, the girl said it was fine because she no longer cared about the missing magic and was especially glad her grandmother was human. Thor gave Mabel a sharp look and asked if that was why she had come to see him. The girl answered yes, saying she really wanted to know what people were like. She is glad the first person she met here was Thor, and happy that her grandmother belonged to such a wonderful race. Blushing slightly, Thor thanked the girl for her kindness. It turns out the demon lands are amazing, and they used to welcome people from other countries just as easily. Mabel even got a job at the castle as their stream. A smile crossed his face as he remembered something. He asked if the girl wouldn't mind helping the guy with alchemy. 2 shields lay before Thor, nearly shattered. Inside the book he found a device to help people with poor circulation, shaped like a small, partly closed container. The device is called a foot bath in its description and in its operating principle. Vibration combined with a strong flow of warm water around your feet helps relieve cold feet and improve blood circulation throughout the body. Thor thought it over and realized this was expected. In the world of heroes it made sense, and he knew he would need the magical stones of fire and wind. Take the old shields in this warehouse and use them as materials. Fire shield absorbs enemy attacks and then releases a pillar of flame and cannot be used when its internal magic mechanism is completely out of order. The wind shield that should reflect enemy arrows with a powerful air blast can't be used because its internal magic mechanism is completely out of order. Thor reached out, his hand glowing with magic, and the man wondered if he could remove the magical mechanisms from them by softening the shields with his skill. With his hands above his shields, he activated the high alchemy skill, activation. The shield softened into plasticine, and Thor easily extracted a small magical mechanism. He planned to build the mechanism's body, using the shield's base. Mabel burst into the room and shouted to him that she had found a beautiful bowl. She stared in shock when she saw the shield had become completely soft, making it useless as cover from enemies, and she asked aloud what had happened to it. Smiling, the man said it was the result of his alchemy skill and thanked the girl for the cup she brought. When Mabel touched the shield, it went very soft, and she admired the man's ability to make that happen. With everything he needs, Thor decides to try to recreate an item from another world. He activated the high alchemy skill to restore an item from the hero world foot bath, then used the creation skill. Using the image shown, he begins gathering the necessary materials. He pictures power flowing from the magic stones and dissolving smoothly into the water. He cannot create an item exactly like the one in the hero world because the description is too short, but by using the stone's magic, he can make an item with similar properties. A powerful stream of water that warms your feet, boosts blood circulation, stimulates acupuncture points, enhances energy flow, and supports overall body health. Windstone will create a stream, and Firestone will heat the water. The system confirmed the image, making item creation possible. The item was created successfully, and a tiny foot bath appeared that could warm the feet and improve blood circulation. Thor smiled, knowing he had succeeded. Having made it himself, he inspected every feature to test the bathtub's functionality. Statistics confirmed everything he said. The Windstone creates streams of water and bubbles, and the Firestone heats the water, and the stones are consumables that must be replaced after a 25-year service life. A man with bright eyes ran up to Mabel, proudly saying the item could cure her sensitivity to cold and that it was called a foot bath, and Mabel was surprised. Thor replied that everything was ready, and Mabel was very surprised because she had been there less than 10 minutes and had just asked whether all alchemy was really that amazing. Remembering he was a burden to the Regue's family, the boy knew he would never get to visit the alchemy workshop. He told the girl he had never met any other alchemists or his father. Thor recalled his father warning him not to get cocky because plenty of people had the same skill. The man thought briefly and said that most likely many people could do this. Mabel was very surprised by the word many. Realizing many alchemists in the Empire shared those extraordinary abilities left her reeling, and she no longer believed what she had been told about the Empire. Toru said it was not surprising because he had copied it from the hero world, but the girl was still shocked that he had created it in less than 10 minutes. Toru said nothing, took the tub, and handed it to the girl, saying he had done it himself for her. Mabel's eyes widened as she asked again if she was really going to get an item from the hero world. He replied happily that he would teach her how to use it and asked her to show him where their bathhouse was, and the girl hesitated but said she would do everything now. Stepping closer to the water, Thor said cheerfully that he would now explain how the new foot bath worked. Kelv, his face stern, asked the boy to do it. The man looked confused and asked why the Chancellor was here too, and the demon said he wanted to see the item the man had made in action. Thor considered it and decided to gather his thoughts, since he had made the item for many to use and extra spectators would not interfere. The man explained how the bath works, saying you first need to fill the tank with water, which he did successfully. Wait a while for the water to absorb the Firestone's energy. He explained that when steam appears, everything is ready. Thor asked Mabel to place her feet in the warm bath, and she hesitantly agreed. Carefully taking off her leggings, she freed her cold feet. She stepped closer to the tub and studied the water, unsure it would work but still hoping it could help her. Bracing herself, she eased her feet into the hot water. Two men watched to see how the girl would react and what she would say about her feelings. Surprised by how warm she felt, Mabel listened as Thor asked her to try activating the air stone in front of her. The man said this was needed to activate the mechanism, and the girl nodded as magical light gathered around her hand. Bubbles poured from the mechanism in a huge stream. Her NRGR fully heated up, and she began to sweat heavily. A sudden loud squeal came from the girl, as an inexplicable feeling made something in this foot bath frighten her deeply. Mabel bent over and said the water was hitting her sensitive areas. She said it felt like countless sparks racing through her body. When Kelv tried to ask the man what it was, Thor said it was caused by the airstone. Sweat began to form on Mabel as she explained. She felt an amazing warmth spreading through her body and bringing pleasant sensations. She closed her eyes against the feelings inside her. Clenching her fists sharply, she repeated that. Unable to take it anymore, she placed her hands behind her back and felt a pleasant sensation. Mabel felt like she was in heaven, leaning her head back and enjoying the warmth in her feet. Mabel's body is going through big changes right now. A hot spring in the middle of bitter cold, a spring in the middle of the desert, just as the book said, the foot bath drove away all the cold. Kelv grew worried for the girl and moved closer to ask if she was all right. Mabel replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry, adding that the magic in her body was beginning to move. Kelv was surprised by the statement and asked again about magic, not expecting the girl to sense it. Turning to the man from the hero world, he said he understood what object he'd created. Thor nodded and asked if something was wrong. Kelv replied that he also knew something about the world of heroes. His information shows no records of the heroes using magical healing items, and the magic appears to come from everyday relaxation items. Thor said nothing could be done because it was an object from the world of heroes. Kelv looked surprised and asked again if there really was nothing to be done, and the man told him to think it over. He said he doubted that in the world they came from these were just objects to relieve fatigue. Kelv was surprised and asked if the man really believed it, and the man said he probably did. Falling to the floor, the man said he was baffled because no doctor in the country could cure Mabel, yet Thor healed her in the blink of an eye with this healing item. Thor can understand his movements because they just saw for themselves the result of an object from the world of heroes and wondered how advanced the technology was in their world. Thor was unsure, realizing he was still far from the world of heroes, while Mabel was enjoying the foot bath. Mabel said she couldn't stand the bath's pleasant feeling anymore. Kelv stepped closer and asked how she felt. Stepping out of the bath, the girl felt much lighter and sensed magic flowing through her. Thor suggested she try a spell, thinking she might manage at least a little. Her eyes widened when she realized there was no guarantee she could manage or even cast a single spell. From then on, she gave up before she even tried. She looked at Thor, clenched her fists, lost in thought. His face was confident, and Mabel caught his resolve, stepped forward, raised her hands, spoke in the name of darkness and wind, and tried to summon the coal-black wind. Several black currents of air appeared out of nowhere and rushed toward Kelv to attack him. Rushing streams wrecked everything in their path, leaving only debris. Mabel looked ahead in silence. It surprised her that magic appeared so easily and that she could use her power with such ease. Both men stared at the girl in shock, not fully understanding what had just happened. Mabel stared at her hands, wondering if she could use magic. A faint magical aura slowly appeared around her. Thor stepped closer, visibly shaken, and asked if the girl was okay, clearly very worried for her. Tears began to fall from the girl's eyes as she said everyone told her she was useless because she couldn't use magic. Mabel rushed forward, hugged him tightly, and shouted her thanks, tears streaming down her cheeks as she became the happiest person on earth. She said she had always feared not being able to use magic, because in her village, everyone called her the most useless elf if she couldn't. Now she can be very useful, using her magic to help people, and she called Thor her benefactor. Thor tried to mumble a reply, feeling the girl hold him too tightly, and Kelv asked whether she had accidentally strangled him. Mabel quickly apologized and let the man go. Thor said it was okay and thanked her. Mabel looked surprised and asked why. He told her not to worry and said it wasn't just magical circulation, but also involved other factors. He told the girl they should also treat her sensitivity to cold, and she replied that her feet were warm now and she did not feel cold, which surprised her. No one expected anything different from the world of heroes, yet he was very happy to have created something that pleased others. Thor decided the girl could bathe herself, but Kelv interrupted and said the bath would be entirely under His Highness's control. Surprised, the man turned to the demon, taken aback by the statement. He said he was trying to cure Mabel's illness for her sake, and Kelv agreed. He explained that Mabel could use it whenever she needed, but they could not leave an item that restores magical power unattended with someone who had never used it, because if it fell into the wrong hands, it could upset the balance of power in the demon lord's land. Thor realized he couldn't change anything and would have to agree, because arguing with the chancellor could put Mabel in trouble, and he understood that perfectly. The man said they would set a fair price for the item and asked if payment in gold coins would be acceptable, explaining that gold coins were the currency in the demon lands. Surprised, he did not immediately understand what they were talking about, and the chancellor also did not understand the man's reaction. The man suddenly recognized the word payment. He yelled that he'd only made the item for himself and couldn't believe I would pay him for it. The man opened his eyes and couldn't understand the other's reaction because paying for such inventions was normal to him. Clearing his throat, Thor apologized for his behavior. The Empire paid him when he used his skills, but it was only a pittance. Also, he had no choice in how to use the skill, and most of the time, he only maintained the items brought to him for work. Here, everything is different. he can make what he wants and receive not only gratitude, but also a reward. With his hand on his chest, Thor asked to be paid with magic stones instead of gold coins. The Chancellor was surprised by that statement from the man. With his arms folded across his chest, the man warned that depending on a stone's abilities, magical stones could become very dangerous weapons, and Thor said he would submit a request for the stones he needed for his work. Thor said he would craft items for the demon land, asked the Overlord to supply magical stones for his expenses, and requested the Chancellor's opinion. No one responded to the man's explanation. Slowly, he turned to face the man in front of him. His eye lit up with an evil light. He asked whether he really didn't mind his items being used by non-humans. Surprised, he asked why he should oppose it. Any object has no meaning if no one uses it. He said he wanted everyone who could to use his inventions so they could express their opinions and he could improve, and then. He said he could surpass the hero world's technology, his eyes determined and his voice confident. Mabel sighed. I felt happy for the man, and the man next to me was silent. After a minute, he said that I would talk to the Lord about this. A loud cry of confusion about the whole situation echoed through the vast throne room. The Lord shouted, asking if the item made with Thor Regis's magic could have cured Mabel's illness. Kelv bowed and said it was true because he had seen it all himself. Seated on his throne, the demon lord could not believe his ears. Doctors from across the demon lands tried to cure her, but the alchemist did it in under a day. Kel said the device's effects were probably caused by its 2 magic stones, and it used 2 different kinds of magic. Gritting his teeth at the invention's name, the Lord said again, if he was not mistaken, that the firestone heats the water and the airstone makes bubbles that pass through all the necessary points. Kelth confirmed this, saying the 2 elements mix in water. The Lord shouted that it was all nonsense and impossible, unable to believe his ears. Kelv said he had no other guesses. Since Mabel's main skill is water, he thinks she would be the last to learn water magic. This allowed the heat from the fire element to spread through the body via the air element, curing sensitivity to cold and improving the circulation of the magical flow. When the Lord realized Thor could think through every detail, all the demons were terrified. Kelv said he suspected the man was one of the Empire's top 5 alchemists. Lord noticed that on the other hand, he was simply copying an item from the world of heroes. The boy nodded to his master and agreed, but no legend from the world of heroes mentioned any invention that could cure such diseases. It states that the heroes used restoration magic and enhancement magic for these purposes. Kelv ducked behind a column, afraid of his master's anger. He added that there is no information about any object that can perfectly establish the circulation of magic while looking like an ordinary container of water and bubbles. The bishop agreed, admitting he too no longer understood anything. Suddenly, the man pushed those thoughts aside and ordered the invention be given to Mabel. Kelv asked if his master was sure, and the Overlord said he valued Mabel as a subordinate and saw no reason to change that. The man noticed the girl had grown very close to Thor. It was rare for her to open her heart to anyone, he noted. The Lord was taken aback by the phrase and deeply shocked. Kelv said that after she was exiled because Mabel couldn't use magic, she struggled to connect with people, but Thor was a big exception. The bishop stays silent after the explanation. The man went on to say that given all this, he had one guess. He wondered why Mabel hadn't married him, since she probably would have, and that would give him a reason to stay in the demon lands. With the king silent, Kelv said that if it still did not work out, they could offer her a political marriage. The Lord suddenly shouted that this definitely would not happen. Kelva felt tense and feared his master's reaction after acting too aggressively. The Lord kept insisting that Mabel was his dear subordinate, saying he had known her since she was a small child, but even in the so-called world demons would never bow to people. Kelv tried to calm the gentleman, but the man was too angry and said it was too late. Rising from his throne, he cut a menacing figure. Shouting, he said he would personally see what the alchemist Thor Regis was like. Duke Rigger's mansion. The man says he is very glad he managed to get rid of Thor Regis. The butler poured a drink into the glass, agreed with his master, and said the man was probably already torn apart by demons. Picking up the glass, he laughed softly. He raised his glass, gave a sinister smile, and said this was a most fitting end for a man like Thor. The soldier burst into the room and told the butler that the royal court had requested the sword they had left for repairs, and the butler was surprised, unable to understand how they would accept such an order. The soldier reminded them they needed to repair the magic sword from the time of the heroes so Her Highness could use it. Aware that such a request had been made and that he had asked for repairs, the butler said he would check. People around town kept asking loudly whether they could fix it. Holding out the sword, the man confirmed his story and said they had sent it to the Alchemist Association but were refused. Waving a piece of paper, the butler told the man behind the counter it had been reported as 80% complete, and the man hesitated before answering. It turned out their employee was repairing the sword, which greatly surprised Dvoretsky. The clerk behind the counter said their budget is cut every year, so they try to handle orders themselves whenever they can. The butler sighed and asked them to call the employee. The man smiled and said the employee had already been fired. Dvoretsky was very surprised and asked how it was possible that such an employee could have been hired and then fired. Behind the counter, the man waved his hands, saying they didn't mean to fire him, and Dvoretsky sent him away and asked what kind of man he was anyway. Someone told him this man was Thor Kanan. He said it was his mother's surname, and that after returning to the Duke's house he should have a different surname, Regus, adding that he was a very valuable employee. Continuing his story, he said Thor inspected each order one by one and used alchemy to repair anything that needed it, which surprised the butler. From behind the counter, the man apologized and said the Duke himself had requested it. They were ordered to keep this quiet, to conceal Thor Regaz's name and field so rumors would not spread and no record of his work could be kept. The butler clenched his jaw, angry and fully aware of the whole situation. Surprised, the man behind the counter asked why, if he had come home, the Duke had not asked him for help, and the butler replied loudly that he must not presume to tell the nobility what to do. He kept shouting that the sword would be repaired at the best alchemy workshop, and ordered the man behind the counter to forget about it and never mention the name Thorigus again. The next day a cry rang out in the alchemy workshop, asking why they could not fix it. The man placed the sword in front of him, apologized, and said it was beyond their expertise, which only made the butler angrier, insisting this was the largest workshop and they could not repair just any sword. Repairing a magic sword, the craftsman said, would be very difficult. The man moved his finger to the right spot and saw the old cracks, yet the blade remained damaged, and since it was a magic sword, they could not simply take it to a blacksmith. He said repairing metal required adding the elements of fire and earth, and the butler nodded uncertainly. The craftsman continued, saying they needed alchemy to make the metal match the original, and the butler asked why he did not fix it if he understood all this. Behind the counter, the man said there were no such alchemists in the empire, which greatly surprised the butler. The craftsman said they had lived in the age of heroes, but over time alchemists lost their status and their numbers dwindled. When they were young, he and his comrades often warned that if they stopped practicing their craft, the techniques they had preserved would be lost to future generations. The man stopped abruptly, thinking that if someone had practically fixed it, they should have asked him to finish the job. The butler left the question unanswered, unsure what to do next. According to the craftsman, a sword repaired at the highest level would have been split down the middle, but he finds no trace because the cracks were filled to blend with the main material. Leaning forward sharply, the man begged to be introduced to the master who worked on the sword, saying he wanted to learn a great deal from him, which only made the butler indignant. He can't introduce the craftsman to him because the craftsman disappeared in the demon lord's lands. Indignant, the butler ordered it fixed, saying it was only a sword and needed to be made to look like new. The craftsman hesitated and asked if a complete overhaul was unnecessary, and he was told no. The man tried to save the sword by warning that using the wrong materials would greatly weaken it. The butler slammed the table as hard as he could. That had no bearing on the sword, which would be used only ceremonially, and he asked sharply if he had really decided to refuse the Duke himself. The man could only sigh heavily. Agreeing to take the order, he asked that the man state on the application that they would only handle the sword's appearance, not its repair. The butler asked again if he needed to sign the request. Smiling, the craftsman agreed and said it was meant to remove responsibility for the repair's quality. The butler had no choice but to agree. The demon lord's castle. Holding out a spoonful, Mabel asked Thor to open his mouth so he could take a bite. Taken aback by the attention, the man blushed a little. After the man fixed her pendant and restored her magic, she wanted to find a way to thank him. Thor relented and ate from her hand. His cheeks were red, but he calmly chewed the food Mabel gave him. The man looked at the woman seriously and asked if she thought he could ask the Lord to give him another room. Mabel hesitated, then said it would probably work, but would take time because they had no free rooms at the moment. The demon lord probably planned to turn this warehouse into his workshop, but it holds many valuable items. Alchemy often needs fire and strong chemicals, so the books from another world could be damaged. The man thinks it would be better to have a separate room for his workshop. Thor gave a sharp smile and asked the girl to show him around the castle, saying they would discuss the room later, and Mabel stood up and agreed happily. Bowing, the girl said she would not give up her life to grant any of the guy's wishes. The guy tensed and asked her to stop. The plate that Thor ate had used was already empty. Smiling, Mabel grabbed the plate and said it was time for her to clean up the place and that she would bring tea. She ran off quickly, humming something under her breath. Thor looked down, his thoughts on the workshop. He dreamed of a device that could set up a workshop anywhere. After opening the book, the man checked the storage section. Thor suddenly remembered that the heroes had a skill to store items in another dimension. He tried to recall its name but couldn't. Store as many items as you want and remove them whenever you need, and sort them however is most convenient, for example 99 potions. Thor recognized this as the hero's lost technology. If he can build a storage box like this, they might figure out how the hero's skill works. He knows what to try. Leafing through the book, he hopes it definitely contains what he needs. He appeared to have completed his task and skimmed the text. Small on the outside and spacious inside, it holds anything, sorts items instantly, and retrieves them with a thought. Here is the compact White Rabbit storage room. Thor was surprised to find it had exactly the same capabilities as the hero skill called compact storage. A metal unit measuring 2 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters deep has a large sliding door, but the man did not like that only the exterior view is shown here. Turning the page, he discovered more details about the magical closet. A note said the storage room could hold up to 1,000 rabbits and would be bigger than anyone expected, almost like another dimension. Thor took talk of another dimension literally and wondered whether it could be true and if other dimensions existed. While heroes used bags or sacks, this storage room is a next-generation item that pulls items directly from another dimension. Thor was intrigued by talk of rabbits, thinking they meant the horned ones, which were the first creatures the heroes tamed when they arrived in this world. Stunned that the storage room could hold as many as 1,000 rabbits, he begins to doubt he will be able to create something so powerful. His fist glowed with a soft magical light as he realized he had to at least try. After activating the supreme alchemy, he prepared to make an attempt, unsure but convinced it was worth it. As he checked the items needed to build the storage room, the system said he lacked the element of darkness and could not build it until he gathered enough materials. Clutching his head, Thor realized he didn't have the dark energy, but he could still create the object. He can still use only a small amount of darkness, because until recently he lived in an empire where there was almost no dark energy and light prevailed. Thor folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, bracing himself because he knew this would be hard for him. The demon lord's foot appeared in the room and advanced threateningly toward the man. Thor scanned ahead, wondering where he could find someone with enough dark energy. Behind him, a person with a powerful aura was approaching slowly, while dark energy oozed from them. The system told him the absorption was complete and the necessary item could be made, and he was surprised because he had not expected to suddenly possess dark energy. A deep voice behind me asked for forgiveness. The demon lord approached and asked Thor Regues whether he was interrupting, since he was in the middle of a very serious conversation with the man. Kneeling on one knee, the protagonist hears the demon lord say he does not need to bow because he was not on an official visit, and he felt it even during the audience. The demon lord always holds himself with dignity. His mask and Roma are magical items. The alchemist's instinct tells the hero these are very powerful artifacts. The lord begins to speak. The man thanks the protagonist because Mabel can now use magic. He has known her since she was a little girl, and she is very dear to him, and the lord is grateful to the hero for easing her worries. Thor is happy and says there is nothing wrong with that. He thinks Mabel has always been there helping him, so if he managed to use alchemy to make something useful for her, he is already happy. The man says he is strange after all. The guy doesn't understand what he means, and the lord says the empire's previous emissaries were so scared they couldn't even speak and immediately ran back while he stays completely calm. He always wondered if he was doing something suspicious. The man is surprised he noticed it. The lord is surprised to be right, and suddenly Thor shows him a book. The man shouts that he is actually thinking of creating it. Wanting a storage room that can hold the weight of 1,000 rabbits, he asks the lord for permission to build it because he needs more space to work. Surprised, the lord says it is indeed strange, then asks permission to pose a question, and Thor agrees. The man asks whether Thor can create an object that will surpass the hero world's technology. Thor answers yes. The man wonders if he is in his right mind. The heroes come from a world far more advanced than theirs. The hero says they have a catalog of items from the hero's world. The catalog lists many magical items. The Lord is surprised. The man says he knows the heroes are far more knowledgeable, and that is why he intends to keep making items from their world, so they might eventually understand all the technologies. Thor says this will definitely happen, and he will get better at alchemy. Then he opens his own workshop, puts up an alchemy shop sign, and gathers every material he can to make amazing, practical items. He can also hear their opinions and improve alchemy further. The Lord calls him out. The man realizes he lost control and said too much. The moment alchemy is mentioned, he loses his cool. The Lord grins. Laughing loudly, he says he likes it. The men hear for the first time that an imperial messenger is trying to help the demons. He calls the hero interesting. The demon lord grants Thor permission. He is surprised. The man says that, seeing his passion and zeal, he has only one choice. The Lord believes his wish should be granted. The protagonist cries with joy. Remembering Thor's mention of a compact storage room, the man lets him build it. The guy asks if he can use it. The man agrees. A man sets the object on the table and says he has already prepared the materials. The Lord is surprised that he is going to do it right away. Thor is indignant because the Lord personally granted him permission. He had already prepared the materials for this item, softening and crumpling several metal shields into lumps, make it of metal. The catalog lists the dimensions as 2 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 4 meters deep, but he does not need such a large storage room. Enough dark elements for creation have gathered, and the protagonist folds his hands into tin and says we can begin. The demon lord calls Mabel to confirm he really intends to make an item now, and Mabel says he is the kind of person who, once excited, cannot be stopped. The man says he can't understand what's going on in this alchemist's head at all. She says she is the one who can understand them. The girl remembers that recently, when she showed him the room, he said he would make comfortable clothes for the lizards. The Lord is surprised that a human can help them. The girl believes he can see the true nature of things without bias. He thinks about the hardships facing the inhabitants of the demon land. Mabel puts her hand on her chest and in her usual solemn way says that the Lord must believe in Thor. The Lord raises an eyebrow in mild surprise and tries to understand exactly what she meant and what she intended by her words. Finding the size too big, the main character decides to make each side 2 meters, so he must imagine it while putting his hands in front of him. Using the prepared iron scrolls, he makes the storage room's body, pours in the element of darkness to form the storage space, uses the wind element to fill it with air, confirms the materials, and begins creating. Lost in thought, the protagonist imagines the object's weight, texture, color, smell, and hardness, trying to feel every detail and noticing how they all interact. Activating his unique higher chemistry skill, the protagonist uses his gift to create a compact storage room, picturing how it will ease his daily tasks. In the end, he acquires a compact storage room styled like another world, with a rarity rating of 5 out of 6 stars and a service life of 100 years. The protagonist believes the creation is finished, but only as far as the object from the hero's world, and it clearly falls short. The pantry from the catalog is much roomier and even has a keyhole for the rainwater drain. He had not thought the object through well enough. Thor admits he is still far from their level, but he values mistakes because they help him try to surpass the world of heroes. The man says the creation is complete. The girl calls him a good boy. The Lord cannot believe he just created an object here. He says there is not enough space to store materials. Thor tells his friends that everything is planned, and they ask the demon lord whether he has heard of the bag the heroes used. Anything can fit into this infinite space. The Lord answers yes to his question and says the object had infinite volume. A man explains this thing works on the same principle, but since it's his first attempt, it came out a bit worse than expected, and the Lord asks if he's joking. The man asks the protagonist whether alchemists commonly create subspace, and the protagonist pauses to consider. The man says he is unsure and thinks the Empire had little darkness, so the answer to the Lord's question should be no. This item couldn't have been made with only his magic. The man tells them to stop talking about the Empire and first ask if he can check the item's space. Confidently, the protagonist says they are setting off on an unforgettable journey, and the girl smiles at the demon lord, adding with a playful glint in her eye that they will soon return home. They are surprised by how roomy it is inside, and the girl is amazed that such a small box can be so spacious. They move forward, and Mabel shouts to the hero that running won't bring the edge any closer, adding that even the castle's treasury has nothing like it. The man explains it's a copy of an item from the world of heroes. Their technology is truly amazing. The girl watches the miracle around her in awe. He calls to her. The girl asks whether he has decided to learn their technique so he can someday surpass them. He replies that it's still a long way off. The storage box has unlimited capacity. The compact storage room has a capacity limit, so his space is limited. His technique is still far inferior to the world of heroes. By improving the technique, they might later make a bag or backpack with spatial storage, and he asks the girl to test it if they succeed. Tam flushes instantly, clearly surprised. Mabel says she's only a servant and cannot accept such a legendary item. The man refuses, saying the girl has always helped him. The Lord asks if everything is all right. The girl blushes deeply when the main character praises her and says Thor could never imagine how he surprises her, and she is incredibly happy. Alarmed, the demon lord shouts at them, demanding to know why they are not responding and whether they are all right, and the girl and boy tell him they are fine. The ruler asks to enter the storage room, and the others are surprised. He also wants to inspect how the object works, so he explains that as ruler he needs to make sure the object is safe. Entering, he is surprised by how large it is, had not expected so much space, and is clearly amazed, with praise of the Lord playing a major role for him, and he says it feels very light here. The system notifies him that a rare SS rank item has been found and automatically saved, leaving both the protagonist and the Lord very surprised. A cloak of concealment increases protection against all elements, and a mask of concealment increases damage from all elements. The demon lord's clothes suddenly appear nearby, and the protagonist stares at the figure in amazement. At the center, instead of an adult man, stands a young, beautiful girl with horns. The protagonist recognizes the demon lord's true form. Shock pins him in place. This is not what he expected to see. The demon lord screams loudly, then unexpectedly blushes as he surrenders before his subordinates, leaving her amazed. Embarrassed, the girl folds her arms across her chest and quietly says she understands the situation as a whole, then with a slight look of irritation, adds that the main character has been forgiven. Kneeling, the man looks guilty, because their masks were removed when he forgot the item automatically collects objects. The storage room automatically detects and gathers rare items. When the demon lord Rukia appeared, her mask and robe were automatically removed. The girl revealed her true nature and appearance to the protagonist. A real commotion followed. In the corner, Rukia sat with both hands over her face as if hiding from everyone. Her cheeks burned bright red with embarrassment and shame, and she looked like she could sink into the floor from the awkwardness. Mabel rushed around her in a panic, barely holding back her emotions, darting from corner to corner unsure how to help her friend. Her words slurred as she hurried, revealing her anxiety. The protagonist kept apologizing as they walked, explaining what had happened until they both calmed down. Thor bowed deeply and said he was very sorry. In the end, the demon lord Rukia forgave him, saying she understood it was not on purpose and could forgive him, while the girls in the forest were still blushing with embarrassment. Mabel knew the Lord's true form, and the Kelv, Rookie's personal maids, and her family knew it too, but no one else did. The girl said the Lord of Demons could not rule the country with that appearance. Acting on the Kelva's advice, she used magical items to adopt a more fitting appearance. The maid says the Lord is worthy of her title, that her height is no hindrance, and that she might grow taller in time. The girl tells her she does not need consoling and closes her eyes with some irritation. Rukia says she wants the opinion of an outsider and points at the protagonist. Placing her hand on his chest, she asks what he thinks of the demon lord's true form. The protagonist stares at his mistress, tense. Mabel watches the scene, tense, and looks at her mistress. The man begins to speak. With excitement in his eyes, the main character tells her it seems as if he is seeing a divine image. Amazed, Rukia watches him. Thor says that seeing Her Majesty, the demon lord, has changed his mind about many things. He had always thought magic was the most beautiful thing. She says he doesn't respond well and asks whether that description fits someone who wears a mask and pretends to be someone he is not. Shocked, the protagonist looks at her and apologizes. Kneeling again, he admits he left out many things. The girl is stunned. Thor tells them he is not a guest or an emissary of the Empire, but was sent here as a hostage, which was the condition for sparing his life. Rukia and Mabel stare at him, stunned, as the boy explains that in his father's eyes he is a disgrace and a burden to the whole duchy, and that his father told him to go and die rather than tarnish the family's name with his existence. The protagonist remembers his past. The Imperials control the main forces, and if he is not a fighter and lacks destructive magic, he is useless. Alchemy is child's play for the Imperials and is not respected everywhere. Rukia is stunned and tries to speak, unable to understand how this is possible. The man says he considers himself lucky to have fallen into the demon lord's domain. Now he can finally work as an alchemist with his shoulders straightened, feeling the joy of creating objects and able to make whatever he likes. Mabel asks whether the rumors that he was sent to the Mad King's land as both a hostage and a living Donnie are true. He confirms it. Mabel takes his hand and says she cannot understand. The mate suggests it would be better to make everyone believe he is an envoy from the Empire, so he can use the Empire's name to impose his terms here as an imperial. The evil protagonist smiles and says they can keep it secret. The girl stares at him in amazement and awkwardly opens her eyes. He insists that if it becomes known he was sent to the Demon Lord's land as a harvest, people here will treat him differently, and relations with the Empire could worsen. In return, he will keep the Demon Lord's secret. Both girls are stunned by what he said. Thinking they understand everything, he will keep the secret to His Highness and quietly asks them to keep it, assuming that under equal circumstances they will trust him. An insecure girl hides her true self behind a mask and robe, while he ponders the Demon Lord's true nature. She remembers how he was when he served in the Empire. He thought they were similar, and suddenly the girl starts laughing. Rukia calls him stupid, accuses him of revealing both their secrets, and demands they both stay silent. Laughing until she cries and unable to contain her joy, she asks him with genuine interest what he is actually doing in that funny moment, her smile bright and her laughter infectious. He says she enjoys laughing. She thinks it's bad he found out her secret, but she's glad she'll have dirt on him now too, since he suggested it himself. The Demon Lord must believe the protagonist. In shock, he asks whether she believes him. She hesitates about doing it and says she believes him because he believed her and they shared secrets, and if she turns out to be wrong about him, it proves she is unworthy of being a Demon Lord. Blushing, he thinks she is a great ruler. Rukia asks him to stop and blushes a little. The girl believes comments like that should not be said. She tells him he is an honored guest from the Empire and her personal alchemist, and asks everyone in the castle to ensure he is treated gently. Mabel sets the phone on her chest and says she will carry out her mistress's order. The protagonist blushes at the Demon Lord's hospitality. Turning around, the girl repeats that her identity is their secret, and only they should know about it, smiling at him with a playful expression. Thor agrees. In that small closet, they can reveal who they are to each other. It feels like his private sanctuary from the outside world and a great place to relax. The maid suddenly claps her hands, the sound filling the room, and she says everything is fine as a bright smile lights her face, showing genuine happiness. The girl suggests a tea party and reminds them they can talk here without fear of being overheard. They could use this place again in the future. The Lord says it sounds fun. He agrees and thanks them for their kindness. The girl asks what he means and says he just wants to have fun, and Mabel says she only wants everyone to relax over some delicious tea. When he realizes they can use this place for tea, the girls thank him and their palms touch. The tea party has arrived. It is part of a story not yet told, but already affecting the Demon Lord, and it came to be called the greatest tea party in the Demon Lord's castle. In a vast shadowed hall, the Lord of Demons sat majestically on the throne, his figure wrapped in mystery and his eyes glowing with an ominous fire, while a subordinate stood before him, listening to his words, full of power and might. The Lord apologizes for the late visit and says he has something urgent to tell his subordinate. A man asks whether this concerns Thor, and the Lord confirms it, saying he watched Thor make new objects but knows little about them and asks them not to interrupt so they can hear more. His expression changes, and he says the Demon Lord's Chancellor still gets excited over the smallest things, then asks whether Tora's latest healing item helped this time. Continuing to guess, the man says he made jewelry for Mabel. The Overlord replies that he built a storage space for the items. This surprises the man. He says heroes use things like this to store many items inside. Surprise fills his eyes when the main character creates the same object with infinite space inside as if he had performed a miracle, and he cannot contain his emotions. Noticing his strong reaction, Rukia asks him politely not to shout so he does not disturb the mood, and the man presses his hand to his heart, saying with delight that this is amazing as he realizes he has witnessed a real miracle. He is growing more worried, and the man says only heroes used to have one like this, so Rukia is surprised he also knows about these storage bags. The man describes a skill that lets you store items in another space. That skill also explains why heroes were so powerful and could retrieve items from small bags. It posed a terrible threat to the demons of that era. They spotted a man with a small bag and attacked him as an easy target. A moment later, a huge sword took out the cake. People in the Demon Lord's lands often say that heroes have only one bag. The assistant says that at first only heroes from another world had this ability. The girl says she knows, and that if everyone had it, they would have been destroyed. Pressing his hands together, he thinks about the storage box Thor came up with. The man shouts that this is very serious and that we must stop Thor from monopolizing the topic. The demon lord promises everything will be fine. Kelv asks her why she believes that. The girl explains he promised to make another one for her and Mabel. Amazed, the man asks her again what the protagonist will do and adds that the storage box holds rare items and will be broken in the world. The Lord asks him to be calmer. Apologizing, he says he is completely confused by all this. The girl tells him he should not have been so shocked. Thor asked her to tell him something. The girl tells her assistant that he told her something and that he wants to be helpful. As the demon lord's personal alchemist, he wants to be useful, and because the man promised to support them, he will work to create every favorable condition for him. A man asks the Lord whether he trusts him. The Lord replies that he does. Kelv says he deserves trust too because he just gave them a foot bath. The Lord agrees with them and says he is like this, which is why he has no equal. She asks him to ensure he doesn't need anything and stays out of trouble. Kelver agrees and Rukia asks him if something is wrong. The man asks the Lord if anything else happened today because she is in an unusually good mood. She says everything is fine and they just had a pleasant conversation. Someone asks Kelv if there was anything more. She answers him yes. They just talked and learned a lot about each other's positions, she explains. She recalls how they held hands when she was in her girl form. After a while, the main character and his assistant move the table. Mabel suddenly giggles. He asks calmly what happened. She says she thought about what happened and felt it was very exciting because she was raised from childhood to be the successor. The demon lord before the current one was very powerful and strict. Able to fight dozens at once, he made her want to be his equal. The man says it looks like his home, and his dad forced him to train so he could learn to fight. His father was ruthless. The protagonist thought he could even kill him, so he left the Duke's house. He asks if the demon lord is strong, and she answers with total confidence. Mabel insists no man can beat her in a magical duel. The guy asks whether hiding his face is worth it then. The girl explains some people judge by appearance and will see her as weak, but there are also many strong comrades in the Lord's castle. They remember Mr. Racing, the Flame General, who belongs to a martial arts sect in the demon castle that feeds on the fire giant's blood and stands just under 2 meters tall with hair that turns red like flames when he breathes fire. The boy worries about what he wants to see because he's afraid, and asks whether the Demon King's long ago act of entrusting the flame giant with the hair of the Flame Mountain happened during the war with the heroes. A 7-day battle raged, and Raisinga, the fire giant who defended the castle, held the line. That is why his powers are respected. Embarrassed, Thora says it's best not to approach him. Mabel explains that times have changed, and he's actually very kind. The girl smiles, confident that everything will be fine. She suggests they walk around the castles tomorrow. The main character likes it and tells her she is very good. She brushes him off out of embarrassment. Night falls, the protagonist thanks the assistant for everything, and the girl suddenly grows serious and calls him by name. Mabel asks him to drop the formalities when he speaks to her. The protagonist says he is very grateful and does not want to disrespect her. The girl touches the yurt with her finger and says she needs signs of respect. Only a servant, she has been assigned to care for their new guest. His status makes him far more important than she is. She asks him to call her by her first name, and Thor agrees, promising to do so from now on. I knelt before him and asked him to stay here forever. She is holding his hand. A faint blush warms the girl's cheeks as she says she wants to stay with him forever. Blushing deeply, the protagonist cries out in surprise. The girl steps back abruptly and wishes him good night. Thor stands alone in the hallway. Pressing a hand to his heart, he thinks the day was hard and he still can't get over it, yet the main character smiles. A few days after his arrival, everything has gone smoothly. He discovered a book from another world and used it to craft magical items. Looking out the window at the huge moon, the protagonist feels glad he came to the Demon Lord's land and hopes he can fulfill his wishes and live a long life here. A sudden sadness crosses his face as he realizes they will return to the Empire, and he wants to turn this place into a true alchemist's paradise. Thor will try for the sake of the Demon Lord, for Mabel, and for everyone who accepted him, as a huge moon looks down on him from the sky. Thor's visit to the Demon King's territory in the Bulgarian Empire ran into trouble. The action moves to the mansion. Actually, it was a huge banquet hall, beautifully decorated with a bromine chandelier and spotless. In the Imperial Hall, the Blaine clan was enjoying a party. Many nobles relaxed in a vast, elegant hall, chatting and exchanging greetings, when one of them suddenly turned around. All eyes turned to Duke Rigaz of Barca, who looks magnificent as befits a noble of the highest rank. One woman says she is sure his life is hard now. he is silent. The nobles say the duke did everything for the empire's prosperity, but his son let him down. A noble says the son handed the duke over as a prisoner to the mad king. All the aristocrats are impressed by his devotion to the empire and look at him with admiration. Aristocrats like him are the honor of their empire. Everyone applauds him. Lowering his head, the man thinks to himself that this is exactly what he wanted and that everything is just as he imagined. A creepy smile spreads as he takes it as praise for the duke, looking at them like dirty bugs. The man asks him whether it is easy for him to be the center of attention. Now that the shameful vacation is over, the duke's fame will grow. Suddenly they turn to him and speak to his son, but the duke cuts off the aristocrat and turns toward him irritably. The duke snaps at him, telling him not to mention him, and saying he went to the demon lord's land and died there serving the empire. The other man yells that he spoiled his fun and orders him to go get a drink. A herald announces His Highness's arrival. A noble in the crowd notes her eyes are the blue of the sky. Another agrees and says the princess is here, bearer of the sacred sword of heroes and a member of the dynasty's chamber. Her Imperial Highness Princess Lyanna, the third princess of the empire, appears before the public as a beautiful girl in a smart dress with a stern expression. One woman points out she is not only strong but also beautiful, and others say the light magic she wields is so powerful it is almost divine. The duke looks up and, grinning, says this is the majestic Lyanna. He lifts his head and says the princess is as beautiful as ever. Suddenly the girl turns to the servants, sternly says some people here do not belong, and demands they remove him. Amazed, the duke stares at the empire's princess and parts his lips. The guards grab him by the arms at once. He is completely confused and asks why the princess is doing this. They tell him he must leave the hall. He cannot understand why they refuse to listen to him. They ask that he be released, and he breaks away. The duke turns to His Highness, asking why she is driving him away and pointing out that he did nothing wrong. Lyanna, Empire's third princess, says he put her and her people at risk and still dares to show outrage. Confused, the duke asks what risk he could expose the empire to, and the girl reminds him she instructed him to restore the magic sword, which makes him remember receiving that request. The girl explains she was told the restoration was complete and given a magic sword, but when she used it, the blade could not withstand her magic and shattered, and the man opens his mouth in shock. Leona tells him not to speak to her because the blade's magic leaked out and almost killed her, and she owes her life to the comrades who shielded her. Stunned and speechless, the man listens to her story while the other aristocrats stand frozen. Later, she discovered the magic sword had shattered because, during repairs, a scrap of ordinary metal was fused into the chip, and that inert piece interrupted the flow of magic, so the blade could not hold together. The duke stares at his princess, amazed, and falls silent. She asks him whether he still wants to stay. She says she knows how hard it is to restore a magical item and wonders why he didn't simply admit they could do it. The duke stays silent. The girl tells him he should know how dangerous a broken weapon is to its owner in battle, and that honor earned by deceiving people will bring the duke a very bad kind of fame. The man shouts that this can't be and accuses the restorers of doing a lousy job, saying he should be punished. The girl looks at him and says she checked with the restoration workshop and they gave her these documents. Unable to fully restore the magic sword, Duke Regis instructs the workshop to return it to its original appearance and takes full responsibility, certified by his seal and signature. Regaz gapes in disbelief at what is happening, and everyone else is equally stunned, unable to regain their composure. The Empire's third princess says the master noted the magic sword was only half repaired, leaving a small defect that likely caused it to split. The girl says the only undamaged part of the sword was the half-repaired section. It alone withstood her light magic, and that is why she did not die. The Duke says he never expected her to use it in battle. According to the girl, light magic has grown so strong recently that after the ceremony they were assigned to defeat the Hexenvist. Her life was saved by the man who perfectly restored the remaining part of the sword, and she wants to hire him, so Liana asks the Duke his name and where to find him. The Duke says it seems one of the wandering masters worked on the ball, that the master was not connected with the others, and that the Duke does not know where he is now, and the girl, surprised, says she does not want to see him in front of her. The door slams shut in the Duke's face. The Duke stares at the door in utter despair. The butler approaches from behind and addresses the Duke by his title. The man suddenly shouts at him, demanding to know what he did, spitting as he speaks. The man yells that the butler left such clear evidence against him and ruined his reputation. The butler says he had no choice. The man yells that he does not want to see him and fires him. The Duke's honor has been damaged, but it can be restored, so the man climbs into the carriage and tells the servant to drive. The Duke decides he must prove his value to the Empire by performing a service, and he has a plan that will benefit it. Smiling, he thinks that if he uses these stupid demons wisely and stops caring about people, he can regain his glory and reach even greater heights than before. The scene shifts to the demon lord's land. The protagonist steps up to his assistant and asks her to show him the castle. She smiles and says cheerfully that he can count on her. Thor immediately notices her new hairstyle and looks at the inspired girl, and the guy assumes she likes it. She tells him his room is on the third floor of the West Wing. The servants' quarters are on the second floor, also in the West Wing, so let him call if he needs them. Thor and Mabel take a delightful tour through the castle, visit the kitchen with its cooks, meet the lovely maids, see the antiques Mabel shows him, and enjoy themselves. A huge, beautiful main hall of the palace suddenly appears before them, flooded with bright light. The girl says it connects all parts of the castle and asks the main character not to fall behind, and he agrees. Suddenly, he spots a large, beautiful statue off to the side, and Thor asks his guide whose statue it is. The guide tells him this is a statue of the first king, and the protagonist realizes the first king was a woman and looks up at the towering statue, inspired. I told him the first demon king wields a sword made from a stone that fell from the sky. People say she used it to fight heroes from another world, and that it is a very rare demon sword. The protagonist quietly asks his girlfriend whether this sword is a replica of the legendary original. She says she expected him to notice her at first sight. The hero says he knows this because he senses no magic from him. He credits his alchemy abilities for that. Mabel says the sword was broken in a battle with a brave warrior from another world, and she doesn't know where it is. The hero apologizes. The maid says it is the treasure of the demon tribe and offers to show it to him. Smiling, the protagonist says that if he were in the castle, he would try to restore it. They suddenly look at each other in amazement. According to the girl, this is the first demon king's sword, and restoring it might do more than bring it back. It could help. The protagonist says they can't do anything while he's missing. The girl says she's sure he's out somewhere and that the king would be glad to find him. The guy agrees with her. Imagining sweet Rukia happily admiring the new sword, he plans to seek it out when he gets the chance, or better yet, forge a blade that surpasses the first demon lord's sword. Listing options to carry out his plan and please the demon lord, he agrees when Mabel asks him to make a demon sword for his majesty. Saying her father has a wonderful idea, the girl asks him to let her know if there is anything she can do, and then moves too close to him. Thor blushes, embarrassed because Mabel is standing too close, and he suddenly notices two guards whispering, one saying Mabel is always near Master Thor, and the other noting she looks very happy beside him. She pulls him along and says she will continue the tour. He agrees and they walk on, both blushing. Then someone calls to them from behind. The man says the protagonist looks very weak. The other man instantly recognizes who stands before him. Towering over 2 meters, he has red hair flaring like flame. The protagonist cannot believe his eyes. Amazed, he drops his jaw, and his eyes widen as he realizes the man before him is the Flame General, Mr. Risinga. Surprised that someone knows his name, the man hears the newcomer say he is the General of Flame, one of the Dark Lord's generals from the Empire, and the newcomer looks threatening. Bowing his head, the boy says it is a great honor to see him, introduces himself as Thor Regues, and adds that she is with a chemist from Bulgaria who is looking forward to working with him. The man says he is here mainly for his daughter and that she will be upset if she doesn't meet him. The protagonist doesn't understand what he means and is surprised. The Flame General introduces him to his daughter Agnes. The armored girl says it's a pleasure to meet you and believes he is worthy of his empire despite his frail appearance. The maid keeps her eyes on the floor. The man shouts that he will be useful in a fight. The girl tries to stop him, but says he is not fit for a fight and still agrees with the man's words. The disappointed man says that if he were an Empire warrior, he would give him a chance to fight his daughter. The Flame General is deeply disappointed that the protagonist is so weak. The general's daughter thinks it is impolite. He hits her on the helmet and tells her to calm down. Because there is fire in his veins, she grabs the sore spot. He suddenly grows serious and asks for the name of the Empire's most powerful man, since that man often goes to the capital and holds land near the border, and he wants to meet him. Suddenly, the others call him by name, and Mabel tells him that Thor is their guest, an alchemist under the Demon Lord's command, and that it is rude to address him that way. Determined, the girl tells him to stop snooping around here for rumors about the Empire. Remembering he is their honored guest, the man says he admires the king's desire to learn from people. He insists strength and combat skill must be learned, since only battle lets him and Agnes prove themselves. Mabel says the king wants peace in the world. The Flame General says that is why the king cannot fight at full strength. He raises the tension and cloaks the protagonist in his shadow. The Flame General asks what he can do and urges him on. Fury twists his face as he demands that the protagonist explain how to confront them in the Demon Lord's lands without knowing how to fight. The guards watch in surprise as Mabel trembles with fear, and the protagonist steps in front of her and asks her to move back. Tur knows the person in front of him is very strong and could defeat him with a single blow. Without an answer, he does not know what to do with me. He may try to avoid replying, but his decision is already made. When he left the Empire, he swore an oath before the Demon Lord and is sure he will spend his whole life here with dignity. Thor will remain an alchemist until his last breath. He places his hand on his chest and says confidently that with his skills, he can improve his daughter's armor. The man asks what he can learn about them, and the guy suggests the girl add the earth attribute. Water that is too strong evaporates into steam, while water that is too weak is defeated by fire and disappears, and earth attributes like stone and iron resist heat. To withstand the Flame Titan's power, the armor needs one earth attribute for heat resistance and a second earth attribute for durability, making it very rare. The protagonist notes the armor is weak at the joints, as if it cannot withstand the heat. With finely tuned skills, he can craft a new enchantment that balances the elements precisely. Fear grips the maid and the guards as they watch. The general's daughter remains silent. He angrily tells him not to interfere in other people's business. He refuses to let a weakling touch his daughter's armor. The man turns and says they're leaving. The girl shouts at her father that he cannot talk to her like that. Bowing to the main character, the girl runs after him as everyone watches, amazed. The guards approach the hero, surprised he has not made a move. One says he is completely frozen in place. The girl admires him and says it is amazing. We must admit that Mr. Risinga is one of the castle's 5 strongest men, and he openly opposed him despite the pressure. The protagonist says he doesn't believe it was bravery. The work was what caught his attention. The girl remembers the armor and realizes it sparked scientific interest. Thor also wanted the general to see his power as a magician. Turning to the girl, he offers to continue the tour and she agrees. Interested in General Rising and his daughter Agnes, he will ask Mabel about them after the tour. The protagonist never imagined he would enrage Generals Rising and Flame. They continue the tour. When the tour ends, the girl says the Demon King's castle tour is over and they did a great job, and the man thanks her, saying it helped him a lot. The girl replies politely that she was glad to help and thinks he will now use the bathhouse often, and the hero agrees, saying she is right and he enjoys relaxing in warm water, so he will definitely go more than once. She says they can use it without any problems and raises a finger to emphasize her point. She asks him to be careful when she hangs a sign while the bathhouse is occupied. Later, the main character walks down the corridors. Going straight to take a bath, he followed the assistant's advice and checked for a sign. Seeing none, he assumed the room was free and went inside. Relieved, the protagonist says the recreation area is empty and he can wash in peace. From the back of the room, he spots Agnes's folded armor. Noticing a very loud noise, he assumes it is steam hissing. The man suggests it might be the salamanders heating the water, something he learned on the excursion. The protagonist remembers that when we talk about salamanders, they obey the Ifrits. It is not surprising that Agnes looks in here. Knowing he'll be using the bathhouse, the man decides to at least say hello to her. Suddenly, a girl's voice comes from the side. Turning around, he sees a naked woman with her back to him. One of the animals is biting her curls. She asks her scaled pets to behave and looks kind. The girl smiles at her pet and agrees with them, tells him to play with them after they boil the water, and the daughter of the Flame General points her finger and heat comes from it. A very sweet young girl looks much more beautiful without armor and asks the little dragon for forgiveness, admitting she has problems with control. Seeing Agnes, the protagonist opens his eyes in amazement, since he had never seen her without armor before and is surprised by her appearance. Flames cover her body, and the man immediately sees she is naked. Thor knows no clothing could survive the descendant of the Ephraite and the salamander's flames. When Agnes removes her armor, she is of course naked. The protagonist realizes it's not too late to leave. One of the animals growls and sees something behind the door. The girl turns to him and stares in amazement. One of the dragons suddenly slams the door into my head, forcing the main character to retreat. He screams in surprise and prepares to repel the attack. A pocket pantry materializes in his hands, and he activates it to contain the raging flames. He succeeds as the flame is pulled in, relieved it worked, and grateful he had the foresight to make one, since a small storage room is enough to absorb the flame. Shocked, Agnes covers her face with her hands and is very embarrassed by what is happening, then shouts and curses at her pet for throwing a flame at His Majesty's guests. Realizing she must call a doctor right away, she worries about how to tell her father. Then a man's voice comes through the crack and says he is fine, and she is surprised by what is happening. Thor says he had something on hand for that, so he is unharmed and the girl is glad. The main character asks to wait until she gets dressed before talking, shyly covers her curves with her hands and blushes in front of him, and the girl agrees. Agnes bows to him. Now in armor, the girl says this is their second meeting and introduces herself again. Returning her feelings, he introduces himself and says they want her to forgive him for the recent incident. The main character bows sincerely and apologizes. Thor says he heard the salamanders heat the bath, so he checked out of curiosity and assumed she had gone to them. He saw her armor in the rest area and assumed she had something under it. The man apologizes again. She denies it, explaining that few people come here at that hour, and she sometimes helps the salamanders warm up, and tells him it's not his fault because she didn't expect anyone to come. Agnes remembers she didn't put up a sign that Anya was busy, so he ended up seeing something unpleasant. The protagonist objects and says it was not unpleasant at all. He blurts that she's so beautiful that when he looked at her, he thought a painted portrait would be divinely attractive. Then he blushes, realizes what he said, apologizes to her, and she turns bright red. Seeing she's reliving what happened, he knows deceiving her with apologies would be a dangerous joke, so they need to change the subject, and he says those with Efreet blood are very cool. His point is that even first-class armor cannot withstand her flames. Even if only at the joints, the armor begins to weaken. I think it is very cool that she has such powerful blue magic. She says she can't control the flames, and when she's nervous or excited the fire spreads from her body, so she practices flame control when helping the salamanders. She explains that they have been friends with them since childhood, that she gets nervous around both them and the girls and has a hard time, and Agnes agrees with him, saying that because of this she doesn't like her mana very much. Before her fire magic manifested, she could wear the clothes she liked, but now everything she puts on turns to ash, and sometimes the flames are so intense they burn people nearby. Nodding, the protagonist says he'll think about how to solve her problem. Agnes is surprised he'd use her fire magic. He promises to do his best, and she doesn't understand why he's trying so hard. The protagonist explains he is an alchemist hired by His Majesty, the Demon Lord. Agnes is unsure whether she will be able to wear clothes again. Taurus sincerely promises she will. Remembering her father, the girl says he might take it badly, so it is better for him to forget. The guy says that at their first meeting, the general asked him if he could do it without knowing how to fight. The man says it means explaining what benefit you can bring to the demon domain, and thinks solving her problem will meet the Flame General's requirements. The protagonist is determined and looks ahead. He smiles, the girl finally agrees, and a man gets up to ask for Agnes. He asks her to trust him to fix her flame problem. Beneath the armor, the girl cries with hope for the future. Her biggest wish is to wear clothes again and make friends like a normal teenager. Agnes bows and asks him sincerely to solve her problem. The protagonist is very happy and smiles at his new friend. He says he'll start developing a magical item now, but first he wants her to use a mini version of the hero's storage bag to feed the flame to it. The protagonist says she handled it, and he will be able to create another, so share your impressions after you use it, and she should hold it in her hands while mentally saying the word assembly. As the protagonist leaves, the girl thanks him. Inside the room, something with the Ifrit's blood ages and gradually masters control of the flame. Before Agnes, others face the same problem. Generally, they seem to fully master the flame by age 20. For a girl, this will at best be me in 5. She will not be able to wear what she wants and will have to be friends only with salamanders. The protagonist looks down at the floor and bites his lower lip, clearly very sad. You cannot be just a temporary measure. We need a more radical solution. From the world of heroes, he takes the treasure book. Cake would not be surprised to find an object that calms the flame. Mabel appears. She says the door was wide open and asks why he was in such a hurry, and he explains he had a chance to speak with Agnes and will make something for her to hold the flame. She turns to him and sincerely asks him to do this for her, and he remembers every time she mentioned family. The protagonist assumes the girl is friends with Agnes, and Mabel confirms she served in the Demon Lord's castle from childhood, so they often saw each other, and she remembers those times. You haven't played for a long time, and she stops to say there's a skilled healer in the castle who even removed the burn mark completely. The man suggests that Agnes burned her a long time ago. The woman falls silent, then says that after that they drifted apart and she became friends with Her Majesty. For some time she has been avoiding people and stopped going out, tormented by guilt and afraid of hurting anyone else. Finally, the protagonist sees the situation clearly. The image of a crying girl flashes into his mind, and he realizes he must begin alchemy immediately. He will make a magical item that suppresses fire mana. If he succeeds, he thinks Mabel and Agnes can be friends again. A sudden idea strikes him, and he suggests using something. Health Fastening Pendant improves the flow of vital energy in the body and supports overall health. The download shows an energy imbalance, makes using the pendant necessary. A man says the health-improving pendant that introduced the so-called Feng Shui suggests that in a similar world of heroes, the general idea of mana differs from theirs. Over there, mana is split into light, darkness, earth, and wind, while in your world, apparently mana is split into 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. She says it's not like that at all. He realizes another difference is that in the hero world, mana attributes can transform into one another. This pendant likely cycles 5 types of mana. Wood burns and fuels the fire, and the remaining ashes turn into earth that, as it changes, forms metal. That's what the guy assumes. The book only provides general information, which is to be expected. The magical community from another world can't openly post important data, and he believes mana conversion is a secret even in the hero world, so their lack of knowledge won't be a big problem. According to him, the pattern of divine animals on the pendant makes mana transformation pleasant for the owner, and this helps the little inside the body come into balance. Embarrassed, the girl says the object looks very suspicious and blushes a little. Agreeing with her, the protagonist says he thinks he can contain the fire mana. Thor will start creating it now. Using high alchemy, the protagonist crafts a relief item. A clone about the size of a water droplet should hang on a smooth chain to avoid damaging the skin, and the hardest part is carving the figures of sacred animals from it. Sirio has to be an azure dragon, Bayako. Here too, everything is clear, and the main character understands that this tiger exists both there and in another world. Suzaku is the most dangerous image of a scarlet bird. Draw Genbu and Kira exactly as they appear in the book, and everything will work. The appearance is fully understood. Smelt a health-fortifying pendant from a piece of metal, and add an internal monotype conversion mechanism. The protagonist opens his eyes and wonders if it worked. Fire, water, and earth are probably fine, but wood and metal do not exist in their world. After learning about otherworldly mana, they could control earth, metal, and wood as well as fire and water. That alchemy also works with wood, earth, and metal from otherworldly mana. The hero decides to stop overthinking and act. Add fire, earth, metal, and water to create the health-strengthening pendant. The object's image must be as precise as possible, as the protagonist forms an exact mental picture of the clone he saw in the book and now plans to create for his new girlfriend. He calls the girl to confirm the pendant's sacred animals match the book exactly. Mabel says the dragon and tiger match, and the turtle and bird are fine too. The girl shouts that the shaggy beast is fine and looks exactly like it does in the book. Then the protagonist performs the highest alchemy and ensures the mana transforms exactly. At last he crafts a pendant that boosts health, so the 2 small, strong fire Agnes will be replaced with other mana types, and I will never have to cry again. At last the main character receives a 6-star pendant of improved health with a lifespan of more than 100 years and containing the elements wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. The protagonist reports success and hopes this will help contain the fire mana. The pendant shows 5 divine beings, and when you focus your mana on it, the energy flows in a circle and promotes healing. The boy agrees with her, and she wonders what would happen if statues of these divine animals were built and placed around the demon lord's territory. The protagonist considers it. The energy that flows through these pendants makes people healthier. He imagines what would happen if he applied it to the whole kingdom. Thor says we can try it, but we need permission from all the dignitaries and the king, and the man thinks this sounds very complicated. With the pendant completed, it must be tested to confirm it reliably converts mana. Anyone can use it, and it could become standard equipment. A knight in armor with his visor down stomps into the palace hall, and another, bareheaded with a long fringe, rushes over and anxiously asks Agnes, who has just arrived where she has been. He tells her they will return to their territory the day after tomorrow and asks her to prepare, and she stammers, calls him father, and asks for forgiveness. The girl says she was just looking around. Her father says there is nothing to worry about. The knight asks again for forgiveness for causing worry. He says he does not blame her and apologizes for what the girl must endure, explaining she cannot control her flames because their ancestors were Efreets, fire giants. Explaining that releasing strong emotions as fire is instinctive for their kind, the man says he cannot teach her to control it. She humbly says she understands. He then tells her the report for the demon lord is ready. Father says they will return to their territory now to start developing the mine, and they have received permission for joint operations with the Empire. The girl says their land is close to the border, so they have to stay on good terms with the Empire. The man confirms it with a mocking smile and says he met their guest from the Empire, who turned out to be a white-handed nobleman. The girl hesitantly calls her father. Ignoring his daughter, he keeps saying the boy clearly has no fighting skills, wonders how a nobleman can be so frail when he thought the family's aristocrat would be strong enough to compete, and calls him pathetic. The father says it's disappointing, and the girl dislikes the way he talks about the guy. She asks her father to stop saying those things. Startled, the man turns around while the girl defends Thor Regis, saying he is a good man. When the father asks whether she has spoken to him, Agnes says yes. She says the guy was worried she couldn't control her flame and gave her a valuable item, so the girl asks the man to stop talking badly about him. Agnes is determined. Her father's expression turns grave as he recalls Thor offering to enhance Agnes's armor with his skills and asking to add the earth attribute. Turning away, he says they don't need anything from this man. Agnes starts to object, but he remembers the magic item. The man says sadly that even with it she can only wear this armor. She tries to speak, but her father interrupts, resting his hand on her metal shoulder and telling her she must understand. He says he thinks of her above all else, and that even his intellectual growth is for her benefit. She knows this, and that her father contacted the Empire's border counts on her behalf. He says that if talks with the Empire succeed it will benefit her, because they'll need to destroy the beast hiding in the mine, and she can help by showing her strength and usefulness. Agnes turns to her father, doubtful. He insists the girl's flame will defeat the magical beasts and amaze the people of the Empire. Smiling, the man says they will admire her and mentions she is his daughter. Agnes humbly agrees. At heart, the girl believes she could live a much kinder life, but she doesn't know how. When the fire mana awakened, it spiraled out of control, and Agnes accidentally injured her dear friend, and after that she feared hurting others and pulled away from the people around her. Despite that, the girl believes Thor spoke to her. She realizes the guy not only wasn't afraid of her fire but even offered to help. Thor seems amazing to her, and she understands why Mabel supports him, because good people get along, but she cannot be with them. As long as that flame burns in her, she cannot be near them, and she tells her father she understands her place as a daughter of the Ephraim family and would never do anything to tarnish his name. Hesitating, the man agrees and says the departure is the day after tomorrow, leaving her free until then, and the girl agrees. As night falls, the moon lights the castle. Alone in her room, she takes off her armor and thinks that the day after tomorrow she will no longer be in the demon lord's castle. Flames engulfed the girl's body. Moving to the window, she remembered the man saying he'd find a way to suppress the magic, but there wasn't enough time. Convinced Thor's words are enough, Agnes remembers the remarkable object and opens it, confident nothing more is needed. Determined, she planned to speak to the man the next day and thank him for his concern. The flames around her body eased a little. A masked man on the throne in the hall tells the man before him, Kelv, that the search for a suitable place for Thor is not going well. The horned man says it's not easy to set up an alchemical workshop because you need a place where you can easily find alchemical materials. The masked man does not answer. The man explains that living inside the castle makes it hard to go out and collect materials and stones, adding that the palace and the cities are full of people who may not accept Thor right away. The masked man agrees, saying it is too early to introduce Thor to the general public. He adds that although the boy has no prejudice against demons or non-humans, the demon folk are not used to humans. The man says a quiet, natural setting with few people would suit Thor better than a city. The horned man sighs that Thor has no one to defend him. The figure on the throne hopes the subordinate will keep searching despite the difficulties. The subordinate agrees. The Lord begins a conversation about Reincarnation. She thinks that although the general knew Thor was a guest, he behaved rudely toward him, and since Rosanga did not harm Thor, if Thor is punished for his rudeness, people will treat the boy with caution. She concludes that in this case, Thor will not be able to do what he wants, consult the demon lord, or create magical items, and they cannot allow it. She interrupts her unstarted order out loud. The Lord tells Kelv to take over the workshop, and he bows in agreement, calling her Your Majesty. The next day, Agnes meets Thor. Bowing in her armor, the girl greets the man, who thanks her for coming. Agnes spots Mabel, the blonde, peeking from behind Thor. Mabel apologizes and says she asked Thor to take her along because she wants to help him as his maid. Agnes hesitates. His face darkens when he realizes the girl is still upset about Mabel's burn, and Agnes says she came to say goodbye, which surprises him. The girl says she must return to the estate with her father the next day, and although Thor said he would make something to help, he probably won't have time before he leaves. Agnes apologizes for what happened, and the man says the item is already ready. Smiling, he holds up the pendant, saying it can put out fires, and she watches it in amazement. Thor says he is converting her fire mana into other elements to weaken her power and assures that she will become flexible like wood, durable like earth, strong like metal, with her skin likely turning shiny like water. Agnes is surprised by how quickly the item was made. The boy asks her to try the health-boosting pendant and says Mabel will help. The maid holds up the clothes they prepared for Agnes. Mabel approaches Agnes and asks her to remove her armor. Agnes refuses and backs away, afraid Mabel will burn her dress and hurt her again. Mabel says calmly that Thor made the piece for this purpose and cannot be wrong. The girl admits she is afraid, and the man promises to adjust the pendant if anything goes wrong. Thor promises to make the item as many times as she needs and truly means it. The girl is embarrassed. Agnes remembers the boy calming her when she felt nervous and unsure. Hesitating, the girl says firmly that if she walks away without trying, she'll surely regret it, and that thought scares her most. Reaching out, she asks to use the pendant he made for her. Even though she happily gives her the pendant, the heroes are transported to the castle. Thor sits in the room waiting as little dragons frolic around him. Hesitantly, Agnes steps out of the room wearing a dress and thanks the man for his patience. Embarrassed, the girl in the maid dress says it's been a long time since she wore anything but armor and asks if she looks strange, and the guy says it suits her very well. The girl blushes, growing more embarrassed as she tries to deny it. The pendant channels fire magic at 100% energy, splits it into 5 attributes, and converts each into a distinct type of mana. Thor studies the object and sees its glow, which shows it transforms fire mana into wood, metal, water, and other kinds of mana. The girl feels energized and her skin glows. The hero thinks the transformed mana of each attribute gives its own special effect to the wearer, and the pendant also strengthens the wearer's health, body, and mind. Agnes notices her body feels very light. Smiling, the girl watches as a small dragon flies up to her, then she lifts off the ground. The girl is greatly surprised when she flies into the air. Mabel and Thor watch Agnes floating as Thor explains her mana is now reinforcing her body, and that, although it will take some getting used to, the flames won't burn her clothes or cause her discomfort. Clutching her skirt, the girl falls to the ground in embarrassment. He feels very embarrassed that her skirt lifted as she came down and apologizes for seeing it, while she insists everything is fine. The pendant shows how her stats change and improve, and Agnes says it feels a little disconcerting when it activates, which Thor calls a side effect. He is very happy that the experiment succeeded and the health-boosting pendant works. Smiling, Mabel thanks Thor and says she can finally fulfill a long-held wish, but Thor does not understand what she means. Approaching Agnes with her arms outstretched, the girl apologizes in advance. Agnes does not understand what she intends to do. Mabel hugs her and smiles. The girl tries to pull away and warns that unstable emotions can trigger a fire. She says not to worry about it. Still hugging Agnes, the maid says she has always been afraid of hurting others, assumes she passed that fear on, and apologizes. Agnes says that is not true. The girl cries to Mabel, saying it is her fault, that as a child she couldn't control the awakened mana and burned her, and that she must apologize now. Tenderly, the maid looks at the girl and says that Agnes kept apologizing back then, and if she had not cried and run away, she would have accepted her abilities more calmly. Agnes keeps denying it and sticks to her own view, while Mabel reassures her that everything is fine now and the fever will not affect anyone else. Laughing, the maid holds the crying girl and says she can now be like everyone else. Agnes finally agrees and thanks Mabel. Despite her mana spiraling out of control from overwhelming emotion, the pendant did its job and nothing harmful happened, only the area around her began to glow. Surprised by the glow, the girls look around and laugh, and Thor watches the pleasant scene with equal happiness. Mabel invites him and says it's his turn now. Thor looks puzzled and stares at the girl. She tells him to hug Agnes too. Trying to object, Agnes blushes, clearly embarrassed. Mabel urges her to use every chance to talk to people, but the girl objects, saying Thor might oppose it and it would upset him. Mabel turns to the boy and asks if he likes the idea of hugging Agnes. He replies sheepishly that he does not, feeling the question is unfair. An embarrassed boy and girl walk toward each other with their arms at their sides. He thinks he shouldn't hug her tightly, and then a voice calls for Agnes. Her father walks down the hallway, wondering where the girl has gone, then enters the room and says aloud that she must be there. Seeing a girl walk into his arms, he smiles at first, happy to have found her. Seeing the position he and Thor are in, his eyes widen in shock. The man's face changes, and he asks the boy in a serious tone what he's doing. Thor turns and says uncertainly that it's hard to explain. Instantly fired up, the man angrily demands to know what the guy is doing with his daughter and takes a fighting stance. Mabel stands in front of him with her arms outstretched, trying to stop him and shouting for him to wait. Risinga shouts at Mabel to move aside, but Mabel refuses, saying Thor is her benefactor and the one who helped his daughter, and Agnes calls out to her father, worried. Ignoring the maid's protests, the man grabs the boy and threatens to take him to his estate to make him pay for the crimes he committed against Agnes. Thor tries to reason with the enraged general, but the general refuses to listen. The man deftly jumps away from Mabel and aims directly at the boy. Reincarnation is already rushing to attack, and Thor realizes he is so fast the maid will have no time to react. The boy remembers asking Mabel what the general is like. She said he is very protective of his daughter and a fierce warrior, and there is a legend that he pierced 100 people with his fiery spear. Thor now faces the full power of this great warrior, and Risinga is already raising his hand to strike. Agnes steps in front of him, parries her father's blow and grabs his hand, causing a shockwave. With a frown, the girl tells her father to listen to her. Amazed, Thor watches Agnes stop the blow with one hand. Angus shouts the girl's name in shock while she stares at him with complete seriousness. Gleaming, the pendant on her neck works correctly, changes the indicators, and performs its task perfectly. Amazed, the father asks whether she has mastered her mana. Flames cover the girl, but her body is now balanced. The medallion glows and floats in the air. The man wonders what has become of her. Her eyes shine, and she looks confident in her abilities, thanks to the item Thor made. Still standing behind, the hero listens, as Agnes tells him the man did everything he could for her. At first, the father doesn't understand what she's talking about. The girl says that because of the man she can now wear normal clothes. He finally notices with relief that she is no longer wearing armor. Thor claims to be an alchemist, so when he heard what happened to Agnes, he set out to find a solution. He's glad he could explain himself, but her father refuses to accept his arguments and says the boy tricked her into dressing that way. One man is shocked while another keeps claiming Thor told Agnes the dress can withstand fire and undressed her, calling the hero a pervert and saying his patience has run out. Reincarnation enters battle mode again, shouting that he will leave Toru no chance to escape with the fire general's flames. The boy reacts and opens a small box, calling it a storage. All his flames are drawn into the small object, and Reincarnation stares in amazement, asking the man who he is. Thor says he is an alchemist serving His Majesty, the Demon Lord. The speaker says his goal is to solve the residents' problems and make it a better place to live, so he came up with a solution for Agnes's problem. The other man is furious. Thor knows the other man does not believe the speaker, but asks him to at least listen. Mabel tries to get the general's attention, but he does not hear her. Reincarnation dismisses all the man's arguments and shouts that she will still get him and make him talk. Refusing to back down, he reaches for Thor again, but his daughter grabs his hands and holds him back. She pins his legs to the ground, using her strength. Agnes asks her father to stop and squeezes his wrists hard. He screams at her to let him go, saying he's doing it for her own good. The girl holds her father in place with her powers, her energy surging to counter his flames. Mabel, Thor, and Reincarnation watch in amazement. The man cannot make sense of what is happening. He asks how she gained the power to resist him. Flames replace the girl's hair. She says her anger is the source of her power. The father can't figure out where the fire is because the girl should burst into flames when she's angry. The girl says thanks to Thor she has tamed her mana. The man watches and realizes the health improvement pendant is transforming all her magic, and she draws from it strength many times greater than her own, along with vital energy and flexibility. He sees she has the strength to stop Reincarnation's movements. Agnes insisted her fire could only hurt others, but now she can use it to protect the people she loves. Her father cannot believe it. Lifting her father above her, she says Thor helped her gain the power of the primordial flame, and that because of him she understood everything, and her father is still in shock from the revelation. Still holding the man in her arms, she demands he apologize to the boy, and the boy watching turns to Mabel standing nearby. Thor asks if she knows a legend about a hero who lifted a dragon, and the maid says she knows one where the hero crawled under the dragon's belly and hoisted its massive body. Watching Agnes hold her father, the boy admits he once thought a dragon was too much for a hero, but now he thinks it might be true. Reincarnation declares he will do as his daughter says and asks to be lowered to the ground. Kneeling before the heroes, the dejected general listens as Agnes repeats the whole story, saying Thor made a flame-suppressing device for her and completely misunderstood it. Unable to accept the truth, the man shifts his gaze to her pendant. Holding it, Agnes explains that this health-enhancing pendant suppresses fire mana and converts it into other types of mana. The man absorbed the information, and the girl says the regular clothes Mabel gave her no longer burn when she wears them. The general asks if Agnes was telling the truth, and Thor confirms it. Excited, she says that thanks to the item she can now wear dresses she once only dreamed of, and is outraged that her father attacked Thor instead of showing gratitude. Ryzenka starts to speak, but already looks guilty. Bending so low to the floor, he hits his head and cries out that he's sorry. Speaking aloud about how he treated Agnes' benefactor, he says he is very ashamed. The man hadn't expected an outsider to be so kind to her and calls Thor a good man. The boy notices tears in his eyes. Ryzenka cries, calls himself stupid compared to Thor, and points out the boy's kindness and that he was willing to defy him for Agnes. The boy is amazed by the strength of his father's love. The man blames himself for failing to see people's true nature, despite being called the Flame General. Thor says he should have listened from the start. Ryzenka says firmly that if he's that blind, he'll gouge out his own eyes. A man rushes up to him, holds his hands back, and shouts that blinding himself is unnecessary. Thor admits he plans to stay here a long time, so seeing his wounds will hurt him each time, and he will blame himself. The man agrees. The boy tells Ryzenka not to blame himself too much, because he did not know his daughter had held back her powers. Thor realizes he noticed the strange clothes, but could not have known about the flame. The boy believes the general truly loves and cares for his daughter, does not treat her like an instrument, and is a far better father than many. The man feels a little jealous, offers to start their relationship over, and Ryzenka agrees, saying he will follow the advice but will report his mistake to His Majesty. The general says he will tell Thor what they owe and that it's the best he can do, while the other man assures him all is well and says he wants to repay Thor for his help, asks how to do it, and Thor thinks it over. Thor knows what he wants. It is getting dark outside. Ryzenka kneels and bows before the Lord and his subordinate. The Lord notes it is unusual for the general to request an audience with her. The girl knows the man prizes physical strength and so underestimated her because of her youth. She wants to secure his loyalty. He addresses her by her title. Ryzenka swears solemnly to the Lord, calls her his Lord and Master, pledges his loyalty forever, and vows to give his life and soul if he breaks this oath in any way. This, he adds, is in the name of the primordial flame. The Lord and his subordinate fail to grasp what the general means. The man with horns asks him again about the flame. The man asks the general if he understands what he's saying. The Lord asks Calva to explain what he means. Kelv says this oath is unbreakable for those with flame titan blood and was spoken only once, before the first demon lord, and the Lord asks Ryzenka why he would do such a thing. The man admits he was stupid and disrespectful to his alchemist subordinate and says he should apologize to him too. The Lord realizes the general is referring to Thor and asks what happened between them. The man says the boy cured Agnes of her uncontrollable burning, and Kelf and the Overlord are amazed this could happen since only her armor and Thor could withstand those flames. Ryzenka says in tears that at first he thought the boy had deceived the girl and foolishly tried to threaten him and lock him up in his domain, admitting anger had blinded him, but Agnes corrected his mistake. The Lord asks whether Agnes could really stop him. The man confirms it and says Thor's item converted the fire mana into physical power. Ryzenka says her daughter stopped him with one hand and with both hands lifted him above her head. Kelvin and the Lord are amazed by this information, and the Lord knew that Thor would surprise her, is glad it happened in time, and he taught his daughter the general she needed. She smiles and silently praises the alchemist. He admits he once doubted the need to learn from others, but after meeting Thor he changed his mind, swore allegiance to His Majesty, and placed himself at his mercy. Bowing again, he asks to be punished for his mistake. The Lord looks at the general, shocked. Kelv runs around in amazement, saying the descendant of the fiery titan's fire has turned into physical force strong enough to block the Chancellor. The man bangs his head against the wall, and Lord thinks that senior officials have often been doing the same since Thor arrived. Next, she considers what punishment to give Ryzenka. This time, unlike before, she believes the general not only threatened but also tried to harm the alchemist, and as Overlord, even knowing it was a misunderstanding, she should not forgive him, so she asks what kind of punishment Thor wanted for him. The man says the boy did not want to be punished. The Lord admits this is typical of the boy and asks for the man's answer. Ryzenka begged Thor to punish him, but Thor suggested something else. The Shining Man said he needed alchemical materials, and the general's mountainous lands yielded rare ores, so the task would be punishment for him and a reward for Thor. The hero requested permission to visit the lands of Rai Zeng to gather materials and be introduced to the locals, because he plans to open an alchemical workshop. The Lord believes this strongly resembles Thor. It was clear to her that the man had been thinking about her and Agnes' situation when he said all that. Seeing that if he pushed for punishment Agnes would also fall out of favor, the girl figured Thor likely opposed punishing Raisenga for that reason, so she chose a punishment for him as Ruki would have. Rising from his throne, the Lord tells the man his punishment, saying that because the man planned to take Thor away, the Lord will take part of the man's lands. Raisenga, his expression dark, agrees to the punishment. The Lord adds it must be a place where materials can be mined and gathered quickly. The man understands the Lord's point, and the Lord says they should build Torah a large, comfortable house and workshop on this land. The general, tears in his eyes, says he will gladly accept this punishment. The Lord is very pleased, and she is surprised that Thor's home will be on what seems like the most unlikely land to begin with. She notes the lands of Raisenga are rich in natural resources and sparsely populated, so the alchemist will not be disturbed there and will be under the general's protection. Still amazed, Kelv struggles to answer when the Lord asks what he can say in his defense and is told to stop banging his forehead. Turning, the man says it also benefits them, because Raisenga is negotiating with the Empire, and a harsh punishment would let them exploit the discord among their lords. The Lord believes a mine is being developed on the general's land, and as a first step, they are preparing to defeat the demonic creatures living in those mountains. She knows the army will gather on the Empire's border and does not want the Empire to mistake it for an invasion, so the general is negotiating with the border county. The Lord knows that if it succeeds, the Empire and the demons will join forces. She thinks that if they join forces, they will defeat all the monsters with righteous anger, then remembers that it was the Empire that banished Thor. Because of that, she doubts whether those people can be trusted. The next day after the general announced, he would prepare a residence and workshop for Thor on their lands as an apology and promised everything would be fine. Raisenga and Agnes returned to their lands. Agnes said she was looking forward to it and appeared embarrassed that she had not been seen in public in ordinary clothes for a long time. After seeing them off, the boy returned to his room to continue his alchemy research, and Agnes gave Thor a heat-resistant stone she had kept as a talisman but no longer needed. Knowing he wanted the material, she gave it to him gladly. The man examined the stone with interest, thinking it might be meteoric iron, which would make it a very rare ore. Studying the stone found near the mine that remained unchanged by high temperatures, he uses the assessment to consider possible uses. The first thing he thinks of is a weapon to defeat monsters. The Demon Lord's mining area has caves filled with giant spider-like monsters. They trap animals and wrap them in webs to form cocoons. A group of fit, muscular warriors gathered in the forest. The boss tells his group these lands are full of treasures, so they need to show their skills. A subordinate warns him that monsters live here and mentions the fiery general, but the boss interrupts him. The boss says he doesn't know the general, but if the general shows up, he'll deal with him by his actions. His team shouts encouragement as the monsters close in, and the main monster is suddenly tangled in webs, so he turns around, confused. The attackers grab the man and pull him toward them while he screams in terror. The creatures start eating him right there. The spider-like monster finishes eating the man as his comrades watch in fear. The subordinate yells to everyone that all is lost and they must run. A heavy object hurtles straight at them. They find it is the paw of a giant monster, several times larger than the ones that attacked them earlier. The spider-like creature plants its claw on the humans, and the small monsters rush in to feed. Thor walks up to the castle, carrying the stone Agnes gave him. He's amazed to learn it is a meteorite that fell from deep space. Since arriving in the Demon Lord's lands, Thor is glad that new attributes are becoming more accessible, because in addition to the 5 Earth attributes, the space attribute is now available to him, and he quietly thanks the Lord for the opportunity. Entering the castle, he explains that His Majesty wanted to show him something, but with time before the meeting, he decides to tidy the pantry, which holds many different items. Seeing so many boxes, he says admiringly that they are all his treasures now, then he notices something. Spotting the demon's sword like the first Demon Lords, he starts to examine it just as his name is announced and invites His Majesty to come to him. Not wearing the Lord's robe, the girl stands before him in a black outfit and shoes, saying she plans to wear it to the next tea party. Wearing a black, semi-transparent dress with a full skirt, she looks great, and the man says it suits her very well. She asks to be called Rukia and admits she dislikes being called Your Majesty because it sounds distant, and he says he didn't mean it that way. Contentedly, the girl says that in that case she orders them to call her Rukia. She notes that in their land, the Demon Lord is regarded as a tyrant and can be quite selfish. He agrees to call her by a more familiar name. He asks if she wants to keep her outfit hidden until tea. Rukia pouts, flushes, and says she thought he would like it. Thor blushes too and is moved by her gesture. She asks what he was up to. He says he was clearing out a warehouse when he found a sword. He shows her the sword and asks if she knows anything about it. Thor says it looks like a demon's sword, but is shorter than the one the statue holds, and Rukia asks him what he thinks about it. The man thinks it's a replica because the metal is iron and the only impurity is an additive, and he says someone likely tried to recreate the lost sword, but the result was poor, so they abandon the idea. Thor says the blade is broken, doesn't cut anymore, and is therefore defective. Rukia confirms. In her grandfather's time, they planned to restore the demon's sword, and elves and dwarves worked together to forge a replica, but it only reached a fraction of the original power. Thor asks whether he can take the sword. Rukia does not understand why he is asking if the warehouse would allow it. Wanting it official, he accepts the sword and thanks her. Thor asks whether he can turn this replica into a magical sword worthy of Rukia, and the girl does not understand what he means. The boy admits his dream is to forge a sword that surpasses the Empire's sacred blade, but he has no fighting skills, and even if he did, they would be useless to him. Rukia understands, and the boy says he wants to make a sword just for her because the general told him she will soon go to fight magical beasts and could take it. She thanks him for thinking of it but says they won't need the sword this time. He is surprised but guesses why. She says they need a way to attack from a distance that anyone can use, an item to help in combat, and Rukia says they should have no problem with that. Thor replies that he understands her point and repeats the qualities she listed. With enthusiasm, he says he'll try to come up with something similar. After a quick goodbye, he rushes off and she smiles warmly, saying he's a busy man. Thor sits reading about hexen beasts, creatures that cannot engage in intelligent dialogue and that attack both humans and demons, and can be animals, giant insects, or lizards. Thinking about what Rukia needs, he wonders which item to make. A sword would be really cool, and he is eager to see how it turns out. Mabel stands behind him, excited about what they will create today. Rising, he says he'll try to create it, and opens the book in front of Mabel, who looks at the pages. Unable to read the words, she sees a black, shiny cylinder with a transparent stone at the end. The man points out it's a tool heroes use to win. Mabel says it sounds great and they could use one. Thor offers to build it right away, asks the girl to help, and Mabel agrees. Thor believes they first need a magic stone of light. To make light travel in a straight line, they only need to surround it with darkness. For that, they need a dark magic stone. He uses higher alchemy. He adds a wind attribute, meaning it circulates and carries over long distances, so he will be responsible for the range of the light beam. Turning the light into darkness, he sends it straight because its simple design focuses the beam so it reaches any point in a straight line from the shooter. He concentrates harder to avoid losing the image in his head. Unfazed, he assumes it will be a bit larger than the one in the magazine and activates the higher alchemy again. Floor creates a laser pointer that uses light mana to guide dark mana, so the beam goes straight and can be compressed or stretched, and uses wind mana to send the strike's force to the aimed location. It cannot be aimed at sentient beings. Holding the object from the hero world with a smile, he says it's ready, and Mabel, unsure what it is, asks about its properties. A man hands her a magazine and asks if she has checked the catalog and the translation guide. The cover says the laser pointer is an essential tool for presentations, so you won't need an assistant. He admits he does not know what presentation means, but still thinks the item is excellent because the description speaks for itself. Mabel points to the headline, saying the course is recommended for anyone working as a teacher, and asks how to interpret the slogan, "Your instructions will be passed on." Thor says the squad captain can point out the enemy to attack. Mabel repeats that the orders will be passed on, and the area will go quiet. A man confirms this refers to the enemy, who will soon be silenced. The man explains that the warning about not aiming it at people shows it only destroys magical beasts, and since it's used in competitions, killing monsters was treated like a game. Thor says he heard the local heroes also held contests to see who could defeat the most magical beasts. Mabel points out that if so, the laser pointer might indicate a monster hunting contest. Smiling, the man says Mabel has already settled in. Mabel replies shyly that she is just an assistant. Thor says it was made only for hunting monsters, so there are no records of its use against intelligent beings. He believes the heroes made it to defeat magical beasts. He explains there are legends of heroes who attacked monsters from a great distance and defeated them quickly, so if the object can reach the mountain, the beast cannot get close to the shooter, and asks Mabel to look at something. They examine the drawn bird as an example of the creature and find it genuinely terrifying. Thorm says the pointer will extend Rukia's magic range, and that such a powerful item from the world of formidable heroes could change warfare in their world. He refers to this strategy as the terrifying presentation. A man says the item is perfect for killing monsters and offers to try it out. Mabel eagerly agrees. Stepping outside, they find two people arguing, and one insists they must lead the troops into battle immediately, while the other protests that this would expose the rear to attack. Gripping a staff, the magician shouts that if they move forward they will not be able to cover them. The bullman replies they will fight until they are surrounded. The elf says that then they will have no defense left, and the minotaur assures they will destroy everyone. The mage warns them it is not in their interest to get too close to their enemies. The minotaur replies they cannot attack unless they get close, and they are only good at close combat. The man believes the large monsters are gargaras with smaller ones following, and that unless their numbers are controlled, they will gather larger hordes around them. Minotaurs and other vanguard troops want to charge the line and destroy the main monster in a single blow, and magic troops usually fight from a distance, but if the vanguard attacks, they will have to fight too. He sees that if the front lines engage too far ahead of the rear, the enemy will be out of range of their spells, which is why their discussion has reached a stalemate. Mabel says they have arrived. On a training field with a stone target at the far end, the girl says the distance from the line to the target is a comfortable range for mages, so from where they stand the target is just inside the kill zone. The boy asks whether he should aim closer to the center circle. The girl agrees. The boy readies the pointer at his belt for the attack. Thor is eager to see if the laser pointer will work. Mabel notices a red dot on the target, and the man explains it comes from a laser pointer and asks the girl to aim the spell at the light. At the operator's command, the maid aims a magic arrow that strikes the target precisely. The boy admires the shot and calls it wonderful, and Mabel is puzzled because she thought the distance was too far, while Thor praises the shot and suggests moving farther back. Moving 5 times farther, the attack still hits the target, and then they double the distance. The centaur and the magician continue arguing over which approach is more convenient for attacking and defending. The centaur points out someone at the mage's shooting range, but the elf says the person is too far away on another building to hit the target. At that moment, everyone is surprised when Mabel's arrow flies past and hits the bullseye. Thor calls to the girl, noting the confirmed range is 3 times normal, but they cannot test farther because they are standing at the edge of the training area. Later, they approach the target, and the man says every attack hit it, so the experiment can be considered a success. The woman cannot understand how that is possible because the target is outside the magic's range. All her arrows hit their mark, she notes, and Thor suggests the magic was drawn to the laser pointer's flow of magical force, like a stream of mana pointing the way. The pointer sends light mana toward the target, and dark mana surrounds and supports it on all sides, forming a beam of light mana between the item and the marked target. Mabel explains that if the projectile passes close enough to the pointer's light, this will happen. The man confirms her interpretation. They conclude that in this case, the magic attack will hit any target. Mabel calls it an incredible ability. The man sees the pointer as a terrifying object from the world of heroes. He considers how terrifying the hero's world must be to have such a clever weapon. When his arguing comrades approach, he offers to take the item to Rukia, says the training ground needs tidying, thanks them for using it, and promises to clean everything up. They look away oddly, and the man says he doesn't need to clean up. His comrades just nod. Deciding they came to train, the boy finds it best not to disturb them, and he and Mabel bow and leave as the magician and the minotaur watch. The minotaur resumes the problem they were discussing. The mage agrees mid-sentence, surprised that the magic's maximum range is no longer an issue, and his eyes light up. They know this can be done if they have an item made by Thor. Minutes later they arrive at the palace, looking serious. Kelv greets them as team leaders when they meet him, and when they press him, he says he doesn't know what they mean and notes that Thor and Mabel have gone to see the Overlord. When they ask to use the item, the man grows nervous and says he doesn't understand their request. Kelv demands an explanation from Thor after receiving a message from his subordinates because he is intrigued by the new invention. At the castle, Rasinga tells his daughter he has a meeting with an emissary from the Empire and asks her to guard them outside, and she agrees. Agnes asks her father not to be rude to the Imperial if he makes a mistake or misunderstands the situation. She looks at her father seriously and asks him to do his best. He thinks she is more and more like her late mother and says he knows the Overlord's ingrained respect for the Imperials. Aware that the war against monsters is critical to both the Empire and their lands, he will not risk a mistake that could ruin everything because he swore an oath of eternal loyalty to the Lord. Ryzenka understands the flame giant's oath can be taken in two different ways. When someone begins an oath by invoking the Lord and Master, it becomes an oath of fidelity. If you break it, you must accept any punishment. It is made to someone you have strong feelings for. The man says that although the vows meant different things, it was no coincidence they were made on the same day, since he is Agnes's father and she is his daughter. The memory of the day he tried to intimidate Thor makes him shudder, and he clenches his fists. Confidently, the general goes into the meeting, remembering to try to be a worthy adult and not feel ashamed of himself. The maid ushers him into the room and tells him the emissary is waiting there. Count Garyua, a blonde emissary of the Empire with a goatee, greets Raishinga and says it is a great honor to meet him. Raishinga returns the greeting respectfully and introduces himself. The emissary says he has heard of the general and how he single-handedly defeated the demonic beasts that appeared in the east of the demon lord's land. The man replies that it happened a long time ago and that he feels embarrassed. Gower says there is no reason for that. The general suggests negotiating with the demonic beasts first, and Garyua is surprised because the man had a reputation for bloodthirst and tyranny, so he had been preparing for the worst. Noting the conversation is peaceful, the emissary asks if they will provide 100 to 200 warriors to fight the demonic beasts. Ryzenga agrees, and Garyua, pleased, begins to discuss the reward. He asks to extend the silver mining contract and says he would be glad to have the mines for 2 or 4 years if possible. The general says seriously that he has already told the Lord they have been here exactly a year. Garyua says it can be worked around, and Raisinga misses the hint while the emissary smiles slyly. Garyua offers to supply silver to the Empire and gives his generous thanks in return. The general believes the emissary wants him to deceive the Lord, but Garyua denies this and says he only meant to propose a profitable deal, since mistakes can happen even when counting silver. The man says all he has to do is send a small sum to the Empire and he will gain a powerful ally. The general grows angry. Raisinga admits he is starting to doubt whether he can be trusted, and Garyua says he understands those doubts because behind-the-scenes deals are always handled with care. The general begins to speak, but the emissary interrupts with a new idea and asks Raisinga if he knows Thor, and Raisinga, now calmer, says he does, so Garyua continues. The man suggests blaming the other man if anyone discovers their secret affairs and getting rid of him. The general is shocked by this proposal. Garyua says they can make it look like Thor forced Rezing to steal the silver and use it in backroom deals to get back into the Empire, assuring them there will be no problems. The emissary declares that Thor is a ward of the Empire and therefore will not drag the general along, and asks whether that is a good idea. A man shouts that Thor will finally be of use, hurling insults and insisting the general will be completely innocent. Raisinga stares at the Imperial in amazement and remembers how kindly the boy treated him. He slams his fist loudly on the table. Gurula looks frightened, and the general requests permission to ask a question, then angrily asks whether the emissary was the only one who thought it was right to set Thor up that way. Hesitating, the man says this is also Duke Regis's decision. Speaking to Maher, the general asks whether the emperor is involved, and Garyua replies smugly that the nobility's duty is to serve the empire, and this is not something he should disclose. Raisinga says in a harsh voice that the emissary has removed all his doubts and stands up, and Garyua, realizing something is wrong, asks in horror for the general's reply to his proposal. The general growls at him, orders him to shut up and not say another word, and the emissary goes pale with fear. The general erupts, saying that deceiving His Majesty is a grave crime, and accusing Thor's benefactor of being the mastermind, since he has already chosen him as a friend and potential son-in-law for his daughter. He shouts he won't tolerate this, and Garyua begins to back away. Hesitantly, the emissary repeats his words. Seeing that talking is pointless, the general says he will write to their emperor about everything. Garyua tries to dissuade him, but Rising's fist is already swinging. With one powerful strike, the man smashes the table to pieces and forces the emissary to flee. Garyua shuts his eyes as the impact sends dust into his face. Angry and contemptuous, the general says he does not want to see Garyua and insults him. The emissary bolts out of the hall and the palace, shouting that this is not the man he was told about. Worried, Agnes asks what happened. The general replies gloomily that the negotiations failed. A few days later, Raising sent a report to the Demon Lord's lands, detailing everything Garyua had done instead. Kelv read aloud about being offered to secretly transport the silver, the cooperation promised for it, and what they planned to do with Thor. Shaking with anger, Lord notes that she never expected things to take such a turn. Kelv shows a reply from the Dulgaria Empire, and the Lord reads that Count Garua acted on his own, not on behalf of the Empire. The man with the horn says it's all about using Thor, and the Lord is furious because they sent him here as a sacrifice, and now they're doing this. She feels deeply offended on Thor's behalf. Keloff says if only His Majesty and Garua know about this, he must tell Thor. The Lord says she will do it herself. The Lord insists the boy is her alchemist and must know what happened. Kelv asks if she is certain. She accepts responsibility, saying she arranged the negotiations with the Empire and must now answer for them. The Lord assumes she must tell him and says she was just about to visit him. Kelver agrees, but as the Lord is about to leave, he turns to her. The man says he's grateful to Thor because, thanks to the Flame Giant's oath, they can now be sure the general is telling the truth. Confident the general hid nothing, he says that if he did not trust him, he would not believe a word, and if the general had hidden even one fact, a rift would have opened between them. Kelv says with enthusiasm that Thor inspired the general to take the oath, and as the country's chancellor, he feels indebted to Thor and will do everything he can to help if Thor asks. The Lord asks what would happen if Thor brought several magical items with him. Kelv looks embarrassed, and the Lord thanks him and promises to pass the word along. Later, Thor, the girl not wearing the demon lord's robe, and Mabel sit together at a table with tea and desserts. Mabel and the guy are laughing, and the girl understands nothing. Mabel smiled, sure Ms. Rukia would like the laser pointer. The protagonist smiled and confirmed the device from the hero world greatly extends the range of magic. The boy added that Mr. Kelev had asked him about it many times. The demon lord looked confused, stuffing sweets into her mouth as she watched Thor's soft smile and thought, trembling, that she should tell him what happened during the negotiations with the Empire. She had to reveal the secret deal made by his own father and the plan to keep the man in the dark, then accuse him of every sin. At first, however, Her Majesty decided to eat the cookies and drink the tea, and although it was hard, she still forced the food down. Rukia decided it would be easier to talk about the Empire in the throne room. As a masked ruler, she could speak to her subjects and pass judgment, but here at a tea table with friends, it was too hard to mention what the alchemist's father had done. Still unsure, the demon lord remembered that Thor had once casually told her about his life in the Empire, and she thought that if she did the same it would be fine. She cleared her throat and put her cup down. Her Majesty then began talking excitedly about the negotiations with the Empire at General Rissinga's. The protagonist immediately grew serious. Rukia pulled herself together and smiled confidently. The demon lord slowly told him that a small mishap had occurred during these negotiations. The boy looked at her with worry. The queen tried to reassure her friend that it was just a small inconvenience and that the imperial border count had made a strange offer, while the alchemist, puzzled, asked again. She clenched her fist and pressed on under the maid's worried gaze, calling the nobleman the worst of men and accusing Ricehenge of planning to smuggle silver into the Empire and make a criminal deal. Trembling and speaking slowly, the demon lord said the Earl's secret partnership with the fiery general bought the Empire's favor and served as insurance against being exposed, but Rakia did not finish. Thor and Mabel sat up, anxious for their mistress. Before her eyes, the silhouettes of her friends blurred, and Her Majesty wondered why they looked so surprised. Then drops began to fall on the table. She suddenly realized she was crying. At the end, she revealed that, of all people, the main character had been the target. The demon lord hoped it wasn't true. The boy looked at his friend with concern. Speaking quickly, Rukia finished by saying this oddity was the guy. The maid and the alchemist tried to calm the mistress. The mistress fell silent, groaning and trembling. Soon Her Majesty began to cry again, even more intensely. After finally clarifying the situation, Thor noted what had happened. Holding his hands, the demon lord said sadly that this was just like his father. She squeezed his hand, tears in her eyes, and said she did not believe him because he was the boy's father. He had sent the main character to the demon lands as a sacrifice and had used him for his own purposes. Gripping the alchemist's hand with excitement, the woman said she was afraid to tell him because she didn't want to upset him and was sorry she couldn't hold back. The young man smiled at Rukia's kindness when she cried because of him. Embarrassed, Rukia told him to be quiet. Her Majesty could not see why Thor's father would do that, since he had already banished the boy. Mabel did not understand why he had made those false accusations or why he was involving the alchemist in his plans, and she listened to her mistress with concern. The young man looked sad and said he had an idea why his father had taken those steps. The protagonist said it was all about the Empire's politics. The demon lord looked at him in confusion. Thor then reminded the lady he had already said the Empire valued fighting skill above all else, and the alchemist added that his father, Duke Regus, was a strong warrior while his grandfather had been a master swordsman called the Saint Swordsman, but the grandfather drank heavily and when old and drunk, was stabbed to death by bandits. Mabel felt surprised. The protagonist said he had been too young to remember it or to understand it. The young man warned that no matter how strong you become, if you fall in with the wrong company you will be killed, and the stronger you get the more you will face people who want you dead or who hope to make a name by killing you. So the protagonist decided it was pointless to try to be the strongest, and instead would use his alchemy to improve the lives of those around him. Emboldened, the demon lord said that was his style. Mabel could see sincerity in Thor's eyes. The alchemist added that his father probably still could not forgive him for those thoughts. The protagonist reflected on how people in the Empire tried to copy the heroes who founded it, using whatever they could find as tools, but his dad was anything but brave, so his actions grew increasingly extreme. Tears in her eyes, Rukia said she still could not accept the Duke's reason. The boy sighed, making it clear he didn't accept it either, and was fed up with all these dukes, so Tora decided to change his name. Mabel felt surprised. Even Her Majesty was astonished. The protagonist announced he would take his mother's surname, and from then on be called Thor Kanan, and the girls looked at the alchemist with admiration. Smiling, the demon lord said his new name again. The maid said this sounded quite nice. Nothing changed for him, because he had used that name in the imperial town hall. Still a hostage of the empire in the demon lord's lands, the young man officially had to keep the surname Regus, but privately the alchemist asked them to use his new surname, and the girls happily agreed. Thor suddenly turned to the woman, who smiled and asked what was happening. When the protagonist asked the girl to release his hand, Rukia apologized with excitement and let go to comply with his request. Her Majesty made it clear that when she learned how he had been treated, she was deeply upset. The demon lord, sorry that Her Majesty could not be there at that moment, took the young man's hand to show her sympathy. Smiling, the alchemist thanked the lady and asked to hold hands at least until they fell asleep tonight. The unexpected proposal left Thor confused, and the girl blushed and insisted she would not do anything like that. Awkwardly, Rukia said she only wanted to fall asleep, holding the protagonist's hand. The man was amazed. The confused young man suddenly realized how sweet Her Majesty was. Mabel said sheepishly that the demon lord couldn't stay in her master's room and that the floor with Rukia's room wasn't for men. She turned away and stammered that she knew. Thor studied the situation and concluded the girl understood the request was impossible. After thinking, Thor decided there might be a way. Examining the book, the protagonist, like the lady's alchemist, decided to see what could be done. Flipping through the textbook, he suggested they sleep in their own rooms holding hands. Then something caught his eye. The young man then turned to Her Highness to show her what he'd found. Curious, the girls looked inside. It looks like they liked the idea. The alchemist asked the demon lord for permission to craft the item and prepare the materials. The maid prepared everything needed. The master decided to make an item from the hero's world. This required white sheets, an empty magic stone, and lots of bean shells. Thor suggested they start with the sheets that held the empty magic stone. The audience was visibly worried about the outcome. Then the main character began advanced alchemy and prepared the materials. Suddenly, the stone began to melt and seep into the sheet. The girls were surprised by this. Surprised, Rukia looked at the fabric and realized the magic stone had melted like ice, spread into a puddle, and soaked into the fabric. The boy asked the lady, the demon lord, to press the fabric so it would straighten, and she did it with a smile. The fabric grew many times longer, while Her Highness cried in bewilderment, and the smiling alchemist announced that the fabric that responded to mana and could freely expand and contract was complete. Next came the bean husks. A wave of her hand made the pile grow taller. The master said only the final touches remained. The image still needed expanding, so he activated his mana. Thor then adjusted it so the fabric faced outward and the filling remained inside. The protagonist also added water to create a softer effect. The man needed wind to make the fabric air permeable, so the fabric merged with the empty magic stone to accumulate mana. Finally, the young man waved his hands and performed high alchemy. It turned out to be a rare hug pillow and a matching pillowcase. The description said it could be shaped into any form for 3 hours. Rukia said it was amazing, and the maid was also impressed, recognizing the pillow as a dakimakura from the world of heroes. Here the girl turned to her alchemist. Staring at the shapeless pillow, she wondered how it could replace sleeping hand in hand. Thor handed the demon lord a note describing the item, and she read it thoughtfully. This modern hug pillow is made of a material that makes it feel like hugging a loved one, with a skin-like texture, stretchable fabric, and granules that let you reshape it, and the owner can choose how the pillow looks. The queen wondered if this was foolish, and Mabel brought her back to reality. The maid suggested the mistress might be underrating the hug pillows from the hero world as just pillows, which made Rukia start to doubt. Mabel explained that every item in the hero world has depth, a backstory, or even an item code because there are so many, and she added that since these items are so powerful, they must be sold to the right person. The demon lord admitted it made sense, as befits an alchemist's assistant. Mabel accepted the compliment with an awkward smile. Then Her Majesty turned to the item's creator for his opinion. The young man loudly insisted the object could become human. The girls were amazed by this. The master asked Rukia if she knew that one of the summoned heroes could change his appearance at will, and Rukia replied that she knew about their shape-shifting magic. She said the hero changed his form to infiltrate the demon lord's army and became a dragon when his true identity was revealed. The heroes used molecular magic, and the protagonist confirmed her words. Her Majesty saw that both the Empire and the demon lord's lands agreed, and that molecular magic lets anyone assume any form, any shape or color, basically anything. Records show the heroes used this technique to create a false body, and the Zetas wore it as armor. For example, a sorceress could become a muscular dragon. She then realized the pillow had the same effect. If Thor is right, these special pellets are mana-filled particles that should let the pillow change shape at will, like the legends of heroes. The master admired the hero's world and wondered how they developed such imagination and technical skill. Next, the protagonist suggested testing it and called his assistant. The man asked her to channel the mana into this pillowcase, and Mabel agreed obediently. The maid hugged her and used magic to fulfill the request. The fabric began to change. Then the pillowcase focused its magic into a circle of light. The alchemist told the surprised woman that a magic stone was fused into the fabric and was reacting to mana. The boy said mana carried part of its owner's personality. He suggested wrapping the pillow in a shell that had absorbed Mabel's mana to see what would happen. Stunned, the rookie had finished for him. The pillow would take the form of a maid. In that moment, the girl let her magic fade. Then she handed the cloth to Thor. The protagonist pulled the pillowcase over the pillow and hoped it would be enough. Mana gushed from the pillow. The Dakimakura glowed as the bean husk-shaped memory, and the enchanted fabric's matching elasticity activated. Pain twisted the young man's face as he looked at the light. He tried to make the shape tangible. The objects and the magic stone filled with mana of different attributes began to move and take shape. It turned out the pillow had become Mabel. Everyone stared in surprise at the girl's copy. Then the amazed maid ran up and stared at the identical face on the Dakimakura. Rukia was amazed, and the assistant studied the result with curiosity. Looking at the Mabel clone, Her Majesty noted how interesting the world was. She was most amazed that he could reproduce it. The pillow waved its hand. The maid smiled, pleased that the Dakimakura moved as she wanted. The young man studied it thoughtfully. Both Mabels were pleased with the master's excellent result. Staring into the copy's empty eyes, the alchemist thought that giving it his form could fulfill his mistress's wish, but he still doubted it. Suddenly, the master said he had failed and took the Dakimakura from Mabel, surprising the girls. The maid believed Toru did not like her as a Dakimakura. The demon lord shared her friend's bewilderment. Thor said that although the pillow was a replica of Mabel, it didn't have half of her cuteness. The assistant kept asking questions, so the protagonist explained that Mabel's charm wasn't just her looks, but the kindness she showed caring for him when he knew nothing about the demon lord's lands, and her strength of character and bravery. Remembering that the maid always supported him and joined him in every experiment, the pillow no longer held the same appeal. The speech left the girl confused. Smiling, the alchemist kept apologizing for his harsh words, but the apology didn't work despite other feelings, and he noted that Mabel was as cute as a Dakimakura. Blushing, the assistant collapsed onto the table. Thor looked horrified and unsure what was wrong. Rukia said the protagonist should forgive her because she was on edge. The boy handed the pillow to Her Majesty and poured his mana into it. The demon lord gratefully accepted her and invited Mabel to sleep with her that day. The maid agreed at once. Rukia took a moment to think. The girl then turned to the main character and confirmed his point that he and the pillow were very different. Embarrassed, she told him not to forget that he was real and far more important to her. Blushing, the young man agreed and finally understood Mabel's embarrassment. With the boy's permission, they left. Realizing he had little time before sleep and only a couple of sheets left, the alchemist considered what other fabrics he could make from the melted magic stone. The master remained worried about the upcoming fight with the demonic beasts. Although Rukia said a magic sword was unnecessary, Thor still decided to make one. Meanwhile, the queen turned to the maid. Excited, Mabel replied. With concern, the demon lord said she had underestimated how similar the Dakimakura was to the original. Rukia realized it felt like she was sleeping while holding Thor's hand, and both girls felt embarrassed. Both embarrassed, they realized this was why they couldn't sleep. The pillow kept Her Majesty and Mabel awake all night in agony. Right now in the mines and the mountains, many cocoons hung from the trees, bound together by webs. A bear was passing by. Giant spiders suddenly attacked the beast. A spider far larger than the monsters loomed over them as they ate, watching the feast. The observer recognized it as a new kind of demonic beast. The scout found they reproduce far faster than expected. The main body emerges from the hole and spins many cocoons in the surrounding forests, from which the spiders hatch. The lizard had no idea how many people it would take to sort this out, so it hurried back to tell the overlord. The commander remembered how the monsters treated the bear and decided that even a single such spider was already a problem. From horseback, the scout counted at least several hundred. Since they were expanding their territory, their true numbers were impossible to gauge. The lizardmen feared they might be facing thousands upon thousands. The scout feared that both the imperial and demonic armies would suffer heavy losses. Only days remained before the battle with the demonic beasts, and Thor prepared under cover of night while his father sipped wine with a sinister grin. The demon lord also had to face the girl with the smirk. At the castle, the main character told Mabel the time had come. Holding colorful sheets, the maid answered yes. The maid hoped everything would go well. The inspired alchemist said he would be very happy if they approved his creation, and the assistant smiled and agreed they would be too. A few hours earlier, Mabel reported that the master had been ordered to stay at home in the castle. He agreed because he lacked fighting skills and could not help in the fight against the monsters. All he had to do was set up the magic item they were presenting today, and he saw that as an important part of the job. Those were Mabel's words, and the Empire's minions posed no threat to them. The young man hesitated to return to the palace. Thinking of his mistress's tears, Thor feared something might happen to her. The servant noticed the master's mood shift and asked him what was happening on the Imperial side in the fight to defeat the monsters. The main character woke up and called out loudly. Then he resolved to focus on getting approval, since only that would allow the order to be revised. His plan was to follow Rukia. The hall door creaked open. The remaining demons were already there. Seated on the throne, the demon lord said they were waiting for him. The bishop thanked everyone for coming. The people responded with a smile. The king announced he had summoned everyone to inspect the alchemist's new device. The master said he had brought a new material this time. The masked Rukia was surprised by this. Thor said the new material came from work on another project, and the woman replied, clearly confused. The protagonist wanted to show everyone whether this item was practical enough to use. When the lord asked, the boy said it was a magical cloth that had absorbed the magic stones. The chancellor had never heard of this, and as the fabrics were passed around for inspection, the alchemist explained the 4 samples on the table were imbued with the attributes of earth, water, fire, and wind, and would react to mana to produce an effect. The minotaur roared and stretched the strip of cloth, surprised it did not tear even as he pulled it, all thanks to the earth attribute. The lizard liked it because the water attribute made the fabric smooth and kept it from sticking to its scales. The dwarf said the wind's coolness would help when cooking in hot weather, and the fire attribute's heat insulation was perfect for working in winter cold. It was already clear the item could be used in hundreds of ways. An alchemist smiled as he watched everyone enjoying themselves. For him, the best part of alchemy was making useful objects people liked using. The demon lord then interrupted the merriment and ordered them to calm down. The lord praised Thor's magical fabric as wonderful, but said it was naive to expect everyone to use it right away, since people often find it hard to accept something new, and Kelver agreed and decided to give the inhabitants a chance to see and try the material in action. The demon lord asked the alchemist if he had any ideas about how to do it. A smile crossed his face. Excited, the main character said he wanted to try to defeat the demonic beasts with her help. The boy said he had heard there was a volcano near the monster's nest. The young man suggested sewing clothes with the wind element so everyone would feel cooler. Both the chancellor and the king agreed this was a good idea. The monarch promised to have the materials prepared so the alchemist could use them and carry out the idea. The Lord said that if the plan succeeded, the result would be used to defeat the monsters. Thor said he understood. The Lord was thinking about something. Leaning over the boy, the demon lord, out of personal interest, asked about making a magical fabric that combined darkness and light. The Chancellor expressed concern that even Lord Thor could not go that far. However, His Majesty objected, saying that because he could make fabrics with 4 elements, nothing would stop him from making more. The Overlord studied Mabel's and the young man's cloaks and had an idea. The alchemist smiled. After asking his assistant for help, the master displayed fabrics illustrating the attributes of light and darkness. Tossing off her cloak, the maid revealed a dark, magical cloth to the surprised demon lord. Everyone watched in amazement as the girl handed the cloak to Kelv and explained that when mana is poured into it, it absorbs light and turns pitch black. Thor suggested using it as a curtain to block light. The fabric would be ideal for people who sleep during the day and are disturbed by light. However, the material absorbed light only at its surface, and the light passed by it and through the cracks. His Majesty pointed out that in that case the opposite fabric lets all the light through, which embarrassed the protagonist. When he activated the mana, the cloak unexpectedly became transparent, but he still called it a failure. The young man confirmed that light passed freely through the fabric, but could not say where it might be useful, since it does not make the wearer transparent. After thinking it over, the Overlord decided the properties of light and darkness had no practical use on their own, but could be valuable when combined with other elements. With a satisfied smile, Rukia said the alchemist was, as expected, bringing great things to her domain again. Praise left the master confused. The crowd chanted back to him. Admiring His Majesty, Thor bowed and thanked when the Lord praised his presentation, but he had something more to say. The man said he had one more item for the demon lord. Even the king was unsettled by the young man's diligence. The alchemist then asked the Chancellor for help. The master gave the Chancellor a bundle, and the Chancellor passed it to the Lord, making clear that it was nothing unusual. Thor smiled and said it was a magic sword. The crowd stared in awe, because even elves and dwarves could not restore the first demon lord's sword, and the current lord was surprised that Thor had forged it. After that, the protagonist decided to request a favor from His Majesty. He listened to the master, smiling. Clearing his throat, the boy asked to join the Lord on his expedition against the monsters. The crowd fell silent with surprise. The monarch was also amazed. The young man tried to justify being there. Many of the expedition's magical items would need tuning. Kelv agreed because only an alchemist could tune the items, and the master's presence would help if they planned to use a large amount of the new fabric, but the Chancellor remained hesitant. But His Majesty opposed it. He refused, explaining that the demonic beast they were about to face hadn't been studied, and they didn't even know why it had appeared, and the intelligence report they'd just received showed they would encounter at least 1,000 of the creatures. The Lord realized their numbers were growing every day. Those present were frightened, because this was twice the number they had in their combined forces. Gravely, the Demon Lord said they could not guarantee Thor's safety, so Thor would have to wait in the castle for the outcome. The refusal did not stop the protagonist's termination. Remembering Rukia's tears, he clenched his fist and relayed Mabel's words. The maid said the Empire would use the holy sword from the world of heroes, and His Majesty confirmed the Empire's letter said the same. The boy then reminded the Lord about his dream. Weary, she realized this was not a dream, but an ambition. Ruki said she remembered the boy had earlier said he wanted to surpass the hero world's items and forge a sword that could rival the sacred one. The crowd was surprised that such a thing was possible. When they heard it was the master's dream, everyone present wanted to see such a weapon. The sword in the Lord's hands is only a prototype, but Thor intends to surpass the sacred blade someday, and to do that he must see the true sacred sword in action with his own eyes, which is why the alchemist pleaded so earnestly with His Majesty. The Demon Lord reflected. Looking at the bowed boy, Rukia wondered whether he understood what Thor was asking of him, since it could cost him his life. She remembered that he had been sent to the demon realm ready to die. As a friend, she wouldn't want to go against the protagonist's sincere wishes, but now, as a demon lord, she doesn't know what to do. At the same time, she did not want a good man to take that risk. They could adjust the magical items themselves, but denying the boy a chance at inspiration felt wrong. The young man's determined look made the mistress hesitate. The ruler grew worried and could not tell if the alchemist really wanted to see the weapon that badly. Meanwhile, the crowd urged the demon lord to respond positively. Rukia observed the crowd chanting, urging the monarch on the throne to rule in Thor's favor. With everyone, even the overlord, on the protagonist's side, she can't refuse. Recalling her past promises, Rukia seems to have decided. The king assigned an alchemist to the logistics department. The chancellor was surprised. The overlord hitched up his cloak and announced that the boy would follow him in 3 days. The young man thanked his majesty sincerely. Mabel said she was happy that everything worked out. The master smiled, assuming the maid knew it would be like this. She said yes because she was his assistant. Thor said he clearly didn't deserve it. Mabel smiled contentedly. The assistant watched the protagonist's eyes light up with happiness. She realized this was the joy of meeting the legendary weapon soon. Mabel was relieved to see everyone supporting the alchemist, since she worried about him more than anyone. Thor was allowed to join the expedition against the monsters, with Mabel going as his bodyguard, and the main character planned to teach Rukia how to wield a magic sword there. To prepare for the upcoming events, he spent all his free time after the presentation making as much magic fabric as possible. At that moment, after Riguez rejected the count's offer, an advisor approached him. Furious and surprised, the duke realized they had not reached an agreement. The advisor apologized for what happened and said excitedly that this was a unique case. Raison said he did not need an apology. He feared that meant they were doomed. Drenched in sweat, the advisor said there was nothing he could do and that the demon lord's general would not negotiate, leaving the aristocrat deeply worried. Shaking with fear, Riguez believed the Minister of War had personally approved his plan. The Duke knew the Lord of Flame was a powerful warrior who could not fight. The man held his head in his hands in despair, frantically thinking about why he had expected the Lord of Flame to agree to a plan involving Thor, but his expectations had not been met. Riguez was furious because this was the man he had chosen as his future son-in-law. The aristocrat could not understand why his son had been treated that way. His son was only a victim. Even the messenger did not understand what had happened in the demon's domain. Riguez suspected the man had leaked information about the Empire or pleaded for mercy. Furious, the Duke cursed his son. A worried knight ran up and reported a problem. The aristocrat snapped that he already knew and was working on a solution, telling the knight not to interfere. The guard, however, said this was not the problem. The defense attorney announced excitedly that the case involved the Minister of Military Affairs. Zagran's arrival surprised Riguez and the envoy. His silhouette had just appeared in the night. The minister entered and announced he had heard their plan had failed and that he had come to confirm it in person. At his approach, the advisor and the Duke fell prostrate with fear. The Minister of Military Affairs is one of the 3 highest imperial officials, trusted by the Emperor and serving as third Princess Lyanna's mentor, his rank far above Duke Riguez's, and Zagran said he came only to speak with the aristocrat. Riguez started offering anxious excuses, but the minister cut him off, saying the plan was cancelled. The aristocrat was surprised. Ziguran said Regis had been far too rude and had insulted the general on his own ground, and the idea of killing his own son was unthinkable, and the Duke was puzzled about how the minister had learned of it. Zagran said he'd sent one of his men to Regis's detachment to report, and the aristocrat realized he could no longer hide it. Grim-faced, the Minister of Military Affairs said their task now was to keep the Empire from turning the Demon Lord into an enemy. He said sending his son as a hostage had achieved that, but later actions had strayed from the plan. Regis tried to insist it had been part of the plan. Zagran cut him off angrily, shouting that his plan said nothing about accusing Thor of any crime, and the Duke looked on in fear. The minister said with disdain that he should have backed down as soon as the general rejected the plan to swindle the silver. In that case, the conversation would have ended on a neutral note. Trembling with anxiety, the aristocrat realized his mistakes, while Zagran pointed out they were still part of the campaign against monsters, and that this was a good chance to show the Lord the Empire's strength. Riguez saw this as his salvation and asked to accompany the minister, but the request was refused and the Duke was assigned elsewhere. This information left the aristocrat bewildered. Then Zagran said he would send him to fight with the army, led by the Minister of Military Affairs, against a small country in the south of the Empire. Riguez became even more bewildered. When the minister began to walk away, he said he would report the details to the High Council, and the Duke tried to stop him for a chance to explain, but the guest replied coldly that the aristocrat could present his arguments at the meeting. Turning around, the man asked that Thor not be mentioned, and Zagran said there was no point in claiming credit when Riguez had sent such a man to the Demon Lord, adding that any mention would be disrespectful to His Highness. Startled, the Duke asked why, and the minister said his son had drawn too much attention. The man said that in less than 10 days, Thor had won the trust of one of the Demon Lord's strongest generals, and even mentioned possible marriage. Zagran reached the disappointing conclusion that the protagonist probably already knew his father's plan and therefore likely hated both the Duke and the Empire, so they are forced to abandon him. The news left the aristocrat in despair. The minister regretted that because of Regis's actions, they had lost the chance to use Thor, who had built such important connections. Zagran pointed out that the Duke could also benefit greatly. The aristocrat didn't even consider it, insulted his son, and sent him to his death. Those clear conclusions drove the Duke to madness. Haunted by his misdeeds, Regis sank into despair. Trying to prove Thor useless, the aristocrat floundered and claimed Thor had no fighting skills. In response, the minister asked how the main character had earned such trust. The Duke insisted it was natural for a nobleman to serve the Empire, and his son was not even a warrior. Weary-eyed, Zagran regarded Regus's faith in those noble ideas. The Minister of Military Affairs said bluntly that the Empire needed the Demon Lord to forget the matter. News that Regus's high position angered the Overlord and might force him to give up his title crushed the Duke. Zagran closed with a sneer, implying the aristocrat could not do what was demanded of his son. Regaz cried out in despair. The minister ignored him, suggested they continue the discussion at the High Council, and asked the Duke to accompany him. Exhausted, Regus rode in a carriage, believing this was how his legend would end. The aristocrat wondered if it was the end. Something in the window caught his eye. The hoofed animal lifted its fallen baby. Seeing this, the Duke realized it was not over yet. Despite the misunderstanding, the man thought Thor probably wanted salvation. Remembering how he had hit him in the stomach, he took it as nothing more than a quarrel and believed that sons, in his view, loved their fathers. Regaz thought the protagonist had flattered the general for his father's sake and regretted that they had not exchanged letters, because then none of this would have happened. The aristocrat said Thor might want to announce his return out loud. Zagran was surprised by the news. With a confident smile, the Duke made it clear his job was done because the Demon Lord had acknowledged him, and the man made the protagonist sound like a daily spy while offering to write to him to make his son seem like a loyal dog of the Empire. At first, the minister was surprised by the attempts to wriggle out of it, but they made him think. Convinced he could sow doubt in the Lord by sending Thor a letter, Zagran decided to do it. Right now in the capital of the Empire of Dulgaria, the king turned to his daughter, Princess Lyanna, the third princess, who knelt and listened to him. The emperor said again that a new kind of monster had appeared in the borderlands, a giant spider. His Majesty sat on the throne with complete seriousness. The man told his daughter that negotiations with the demons had failed, so they had to prove their strength in battle. The emperor wanted to remind the demons that they, as heirs of the heroes, were strong enough to defeat the demon lord, and Lyanna replied respectfully that she understood, while her father added she was strong in spirit, and therefore worthy of taking him as a servant appeared beside him holding a box. Inside the box the three carried was a sacred sword, once wielded by heroes from another world. The crowd was in awe, and the girls stared in surprise. His Majesty had ordered his daughter to wield it to show the people of the Demon Lord's lands the Empire's power. Lyanna accepted the weapon with respectful words and a smile, and her father approved. The Emperor reminded her their journey would be long and asked if she wanted to do anything before they left, and the princess requested to see her twin, Sophia. The king gave permission, and Lyanna thanked him before handing the sword back to the priest. Leaving, she said she'd join him in a minute. A contented smile crossed the girl's face. Lyanna ran happily to her sister. Breathless, she ran to the gazebo. Her sister waited there for her. Sophia, the princess of the sacred sword, curtsied and smiled as she addressed Lyanna. Feeling embarrassed, the girl asked her to stop. Worried, Sophia asked whether it was okay that Lyanna was here instead of at the ceremony. The sister said the ceremony was over, but she looked disappointed and could not give details. Lyanna's health mattered most to Sophia, so she smiled and offered to make tea for the princess. The emperor's daughter carefully began pouring hot tea into the mug. The princess hurried away, asking the maids to take care of it. Sophia smiled and said that with Lyanna here, she wanted to do everything she could, especially since Lyanna had already started, which confused her sister. Weary, the princess looked at her reflection in the cup of tea. Her sister said sadly that if Sophia had been strong enough, Sophia would have become the princess of the sacred sword instead of Lyanna. The girl listened to her sister with a soft smile. The girl said physical strength was one of the princess's strong points. Lena agreed and added that the magical power of Sophia's light would help the princess use the legendary weapon more successfully. The sister declined the blade, saying she did not have the strength to use it and it would be a waste of treasure. Sophia said she was content because, despite her weakness, she was still alive. the princess was upset. The girl said that if she had been born a commoner, they would have sent her to war, and being a low-ranking noble would not have helped, and she could have been sent to another country as a hostage. Liana was surprised by the last phrase. Sophia then explained she had heard Duke Rita's son was sent to the demons for that purpose. She took it as punishment for his poor repair of the magic sword, and the weapon lay in broken pieces. The princess remembered the incident and had been told that a tramp who was never found had restored half the sword. Sophia grinned and said that Liana could only come here before or after finishing an assignment. Liana couldn't help admiring how great a sister Sophia was, since she had already figured everything out. Sophia offered some advice to her sister, who listened attentively. A small ball of light appeared at Sophia's command. Balancing it on her fingertip, she whispered spells to him. To her sister's surprise, she then created a magic dome. The halo of light ensured no one missed what was said inside it. Tearful, the princess said Sophia should not use magic for such trifles with her weak body, but her sister assured the girl that everything was fine. Liana reached out and touched her sister's forehead, worried she had a fever, but Sophia asked her to listen. Sweating from the strain, the girl warned that the blade in the princess held great power, but the world was vast, and Liana could meet foes far stronger than her sister, so she asked if that meant the demon lord in the north, and Sophia said yes. The sister warned they did not know demons well, so Liana should stay on guard, but the princess could not see why. As a powerful figure, she could not show the empire's power to him. The sensible Sophia suggested they try to understand the demons instead of using force. Her sister was surprised. Ashamed, Liana lowered her head because she had not realized how worried her sister was, and she smiled as she promised to remember her sister's words. Sophia replied that honesty is one of a princess's virtues. She also had a childlike spontaneity and a sensuality that might one day save her sister. The spontaneity confused her. The sister warned Liana to be careful because someone might take advantage of her honesty. Lost in thought, Princess Liana noticed Sophia always spoke her mind, and Sophia said being honest was important, which Liana understood. A passport to study, the twin took it with concern. She heard footsteps approaching and ended the spell. She asked the maid if she had anything to report. The maid announced that the Minister of War had arrived to see Her Highness. A man then stepped suddenly in front of her, startling the maid. Zagran apologized to Liana and Sophia. He announced extra orders from the Emperor. The princess was ordered to gather her troops at the Ministry of War and head immediately to the Demon Lord's territory. The girl was excited by the sudden gathering, but the minister pointed out that it was a direct order from His Majesty. The twin asked Liana to be careful, and Zagran glared at the girl with disapproval. She turned to face the man to protect her sister. The minister said coldly that this had nothing to do with Sophia and told her to keep a clear head and remain here until it was time to carry out her duties. The princess complained about her twin's rude treatment, but a man cut her off, saying there was no time as a crowd of knights gathered behind them, and Zagran sternly reminded Liana of her desire to be the perfect princess. She came to her senses and obeyed. Sophia watched with growing alarm. The fighters stood ready. Her Highness stepped forward with determination. Meanwhile, in the Demon Lord's domain, the party set to defeat the Hexenbe's monster traveled the southern route toward the mountains, and Thor leaned from the carriage, watching the line of carts and people. Minotaur infantry and elven mages formed the squad. Behind them came the support group's wagons, carrying food, weapons, and armor. The main character wanted to move everything with a "compact storage unit," but Mr. Kelv refused. They did this to boost the soldiers' confidence, because putting a single incomprehensible box instead of bales of supplies would worry the demons. The man hoped everything would be fine, but then he saw the maid standing in front of him. Mabel, with a serious look, folded her hands as if in prayer, and the young man smiled to distract her, saying they would do their part of the work with her. The girl brightened and promised eagerly to protect the master even at the cost of her life. He tried to deny it, but the assistant asked him not to say so. The alchemist was surprised. The maid said earnestly that Thor mattered to her, to His Majesty the Lord, and to all our lands. He thanked Mabel and realized he felt the same. Then the girl, ready to fight, told the guy to leave everything to her. The boy laughed and explained that Rukia had to check the magic sword from the safest place, so he was sure everything would be fine. The assistant said she would do her best to find a good spot. At that moment, the master heard something and called Mabel over to look. The alchemists noticed the imperial troops were already there. A few days later, the Demon Lord's army reached the meeting point alongside the Empire's forces. Two muscular minotaurs guarded the overlord's tent. the overlord paused here to rest before meeting the Empire's representatives. The monarch turned to those present, Kelv and the commanders of the elves and minotaurs, Mabel and Thor, and thanked them for their work. Meanwhile, the general led his lizard troops to scout the hexen beast nest called Gargaros. From his telescope, the general watched the big monster, and if it suddenly moved toward the demons, they would be ready to fight. At that moment, the demon lord noticed something unexpected. The chancellor and the commanders supported his majesty. Everyone there had not expected how cool and pleasant it would be under the tent canopy. Thor watched with a smile, noting the wind attribute fabric was very comfortable and gave a pleasant breeze even in still air, that everyone wore clothes and underwear of the same material, which let sweat evaporate so they did not suffer from the heat, and then the eared figure appeared at the tent opening to apologize for the intrusion. Dropping to one knee, the cat girl announced that all supplies for the army had been delivered and asked for confirmation that everything was in order. The overlord nodded and motioned for Mabel and the protagonist to follow him. The guide grabbed a dark tent and showed it to them. She activated her mana, revealing the contents of the barrels and boxes to the demon lord. Everyone there was surprised. The cat girl said they had everything they needed and enough food to last for many days. His Majesty smiled and noted that even the fabric with the attribute of light, which the alchemist had dismissed as useless and transparent, had found an excellent use. The girl turned to Kelv, who asked gloomily what was going on. Worried, the conductor wanted to say something about the new tents, but the chancellor interrupted her, saying it was convenient. The cat girl struggled to find the words, agreeing with him but still trying to say something, and Kelv then asked loudly whether she doubted they were beautiful. Her silence confirmed he was right. Then the gentleman ordered her to show what was inside the bales. The conductor immediately hurried to carry out the order. Using her mana, she made the dark fabric transparent and revealed the food inside the bag. The cat girl showed that everything was full of food. Kelv said it was very convenient. She nodded. Then the chancellor asked if the lord knew about it. The lord thought it over. He turned to the master and asked if everything was all right. The young man wondered why the master was looking at him. Kelv sighed, knowing it would be hard to control the troops' confusion, and the overlord reminded them the chancellor had already taken it on. Then he ordered their guide to address the matter and left. The demon lord called a brief meeting. Something needed to be said before meeting the Imperials. The overlord explained their target in more detail, the demonic beast Gargaros. The king repeated that their rapid breeding has increased the number of monsters by several hundred, and more appear every day. The monarch says the demons can win without the Empire's help. Rukia thought acting alone would put the army's soldiers at unnecessary risk, so she chose to act with caution to avoid losing any of them. Firmly clenching her fist, the girl announced that the demons would march with the Empire in a full-scale offensive to exterminate the spiders. Everyone treated this decision seriously. Kelv pointed out this was the first time the countries had acted as one. A successful operation would strengthen neighborly ties and let the liberated minds provide the demons with active trade. Kelv then outlined the plan's details. The chancellor reported that scouts had found the hexen beast and the spiders settled on the mountainside, and that the smaller spiders had spread across the web, and the man said it was too dangerous to fight there, so they would try to lure the spiders to them. The general ordered his troops to burn the threads, and Thor kept the flames for the web in his storerooms. The demon lord believed this would be enough to handle the threads, and Kelv said they would start by striking the elven troops with a magical volley. Normally, magic's short range forces them to get close to the monsters, but this time they have laser pointers and infantry is in front of the mages. As the infantry attacks the enemy, the elves will stay safe because this invention lets them keep their distance and avoid enemy attacks. Minotaurs formed the infantry and war pendants that improved their health. With their help, they can surround themselves with water mana and transform it to gain a water power that matches the heat of the flames of the general's troops. The overlord told the chancellor they would make the task easier by inflicting as much damage as possible with fire, and after the bombardment, the lizard squads would sweep the area and finish off any escaped spiders. Then His Majesty concluded the meeting. Thor was bewildered when everyone looked at him. The Minotaur and Elf commanders felt they still lacked what they needed. Everyone there was afraid that things were going well, and the main character felt embarrassed by it. The Demon Lord warned them to be cautious, since anything could happen in battle. The ruler warned that even with stronger forces, carelessness could lead to failure. Once gathered, the commanders eagerly promised to remember the warning. His Majesty then spoke to the Chancellor about promoting cooperation with the Empire. Apologizing, he said with concern that there was still no news from the Allies' guard. The monarch was surprised because Kelv said they had exchanged greetings, but the Imperials, even after the demons shared their plans, had not announced their own, and the ruler could not understand what they were thinking. This showed they could not be trusted, so they sent scouts around the area before arriving. The boy was nearly certain the Imperial Guard would act on their own, judging the enemy weak and ignoring verbal agreements. At that moment, someone ran into the tent with an urgent message. Lizard confirmed the young man's assessment. The Empire soldiers had already started fighting the demonic creatures. The fighters said they had provoked Gargarosa and the small spiders and driven them onto a rocky outcrop at the base of the cliff, then asked the demon lord for further instructions. Earlier, the Minister of Military Affairs spoke to the Imperial Guard. Zegrin said defeating monsters in the demon lord's territory was a rare chance to show the Empire's strength and urged the soldiers to approach it responsibly. They loudly agreed. Then the man, to the guard's admiration, called Her Majesty forward to say a few words. She thanked them warmly for the journey, saying they were probably tired because the volcano was still far and it was quite hot here. The fighters loudly protested, saying they were still full of strength. The princess felt puzzled because she was sweating inside her armor. Liana was eager to get home to see her sister. The minister's intimidating gaze brought Her Majesty back to reality, and she continued. The princess announced that Gargarosa had already noticed them and was coming this way, then raised her sacred sword. Liana urged the garrison to defeat the monster and show the demon lord that demons and non-humans were no match for them. The girl said with enthusiasm that defeating evil creatures is the mission of the hero's successors. As the crowd cheered, Her Majesty and Zagrin compared their forces, noting they had about 300 elite guards, more than enough, while the demon lord had only about 100. The Minister of Military Affairs said that, since they outnumbered the monsters 3-1, they could certainly defeat them without having to participate just to show their power. Turning to the princess, the man asked whether she remembered the order of actions. She replied that the soldiers would need to hold back the small spiders while she attacked the Hexenbist with the legendary weapon. Zagrin said that once the giant was defeated, the soldiers could destroy the remaining spiders without hindrance, and the minister asked Liana to monitor the mana volume, to which she replied with displeasure that she knew. The man warned that activating the holy blade required a lot of mana, that Her Majesty could only use it for a short time, and asked her to judge her strength. Angrily, the princess said she did not need to repeat herself and would not make a fool of herself before the demon lord. Zagrin glared and reminded her to keep up appearances in front of the soldiers, and his stare agitated her. Sighing, Liana felt she had to be the perfect princess in front of everyone. Her Majesty must be fearless like a hero and cold-blooded like an emperor. The girl closed her tired eyes, then opened them, and the princess grinned. The soldiers here saw the enemies approaching. The minister said they had successfully lured them out as planned. Something surprised Zegrin. Far more monsters appeared than they expected. Spiders surged toward the fighters like an avalanche. Monstrous mouths open, the creatures surged forward in a chaotic stream. Zagrin the minister tried in vain to count the spiders, stunned at how fast their numbers had grown. They multiplied at a terrifying rate, like a demonic beast. Remembering the demon lord's warning letter, he cursed. The man raised his hand, deciding there were ways to resist them in this case. At the signal, the drums began to beat, and the soldiers formed a shield wall with spears leveled. The minister told himself it was only a mindless horde, and that the army had tactics and formations. The guardsmen readied their attack. Zagrin thought they just had to defeat them. The attacking monsters had already bared their teeth at the defenders. The shields barely pushed back the first wave, then the minister ordered the archers. A volley of arrows struck the spiders. The opponents were injured. The raised axe signaled it was time to act. Following his lead, the Imperials began driving spears into the demonic creatures. Zagrin then ordered the magicians to take their turn. When they cast the spell, they summoned fire. A concentrated fireball struck the battlefield, shrouding it in smoke. A large number of the enemy were burned, but others kept running forward. The Minister of War announced that the enemy's advance had slowed and ordered the cavalry forward to clear a path to the giant spider, and the cavalry shouted as they rode forward with swords at the ready. Blades cut down monster after monster. Fighting their way to Hexenbist, Zagrin told Her Majesty it was time to attack the main demonic beast. Liana, in the chariot with the sacred sword, agreed. Then she leaned on the blade and asked him to answer her. Dulgaria's sacred sword glowed in response. Watching the battle, the Minister of War admired the agile troops standing in perfect formation. The man's glasses reflected the carnage. Zagrin realized the only option was to use the legendary weapon and end this misunderstanding. The minister disliked the spider's six-eyed gaze and grew wary. A furious, deafening roar from the monster echoed across the area. Every warrior shook to the bone at that terrifying sound. Nothing stopped the knights as they pushed forward despite the obvious dangers. The monster refused to give up and stoked its thirst further, making its roar louder than before. Standing in the center of the terrified warriors, his mind swarmed with the thought that the enemy could halt the empire's momentum with a single roar. He cut off his thoughts, took a stance, ordered the cavalry to keep moving and force their way through, and the knights followed confidently. They had barely begun to enjoy the excitement when an indistinct shape hurtled toward them. The monster swung its giant limb and cut off the heads of anyone who came near. What he saw shocked him so much that he decided it could not continue, so he warned Her Highness not to leave the line because they had to retreat, but he did not have time to finish. Again the enemy struck with lightning speed, and more knights fell. Urging the chariot forward, the girl sped past the man, who didn't expect it and called out to her. Drawing her sword, she showed she was ready to resist. Instinct told her the right time had come. She looked ahead and amid the chaos, clearly saw the path that leads to the goal. Surrounded by dead soldiers and scattered limbs, the girl vowed to avenge them as a swarm of giant spiders approached. Her Highness dropped to one knee, bracing for the blow. Panicking, the man ordered everyone to protect Her Highness as the spiders closed in. On his command, the team formed a defensive line to block the path, the infantry holding the escape route while the magical troops prepared to destroy the main force. The monster moved in close to the girl, yet her face showed no sign of fear. With a powerful swing, the princess prepared to crush her enemy using the sacred sword of Dulgaria, the hero's legacy. Stunned, the knights watched in silence, their faces showing horror and alarm. Huge spider monsters moved forward in a crowd, the largest at the rear, and their numbers swelled at an incredible rate. At first it was hard to believe what she saw. The largest one had more spiders in its belly, but she pulled herself together at once, no matter what. Destroying it was the only option or everything would be lost. Lunging forward, she slid under the monster and lifted her sword to strike. The girl cast a spell, summoned the sacred sword's ray, and a bright light struck the monster from the side. When the spider was injured, it definitely roared. Her Highness watched him closely. His behavior struck her as strange. A sudden blow hit her. The chariot shattered into pieces. She managed to jump to the side. Fear seized her. Little spiders drew her attention. Her swing missed and did not kill the monster with a single blow. She gripped the sword tightly, but her hands still shook. She suddenly realized she had used up all her mana and lost her powers. The man stared at the wounded monster, realizing the holy sword's strike had not killed it, but only inflicted a grave wound. Holding his hand to the side, he signaled the magic squad to ignite the fire. An explosion occurred, the order was carried out, and the man peered intently into the clouds of fire. The monster stood unharmed as the attack faded, and the man could not believe that such a powerful attack had not even hurt it. The man thought only Her Highness's blow could seriously hurt the spider. At the same time, something at the side drew his attention. The defensive line began to crumble as more spiders pushed forward, but they had to save Her Highness first and then regroup. The Imperial Guard held back the first wave. Despite the enemy's large numbers, the Guards still held the advantage, and if they could break the enemy's front line again, they could force a battle of attrition. We had to destroy most of the spiders to cripple their invasion. Confident they had every chance of winning, the man was distracted by a strange sound. A rumble rolled through the area, and the man looked around nervously to locate its source. Climbing onto his cart, a knight reported that enemy reinforcements were arriving, and the commander grew more panicked. An enemy army appeared on the horizon, and at first glance its numbers matched the previous force and may have been larger, leaving the man amazed that the enemy had left so many troops in ambush. Realizing the monsters had tricked them, he cursed and felt rage boil inside him. The Knights of the Protective Guard told the minister they were completely surrounded, and at the same moment the troops were ordered to close in on their formation. Swarms of spiders closed around the warriors, and many of them grew nervous. No one knew what was happening. Some knights guessed there were about 300, maybe as many as 500. In any case, it was clear the spiders outnumbered the guards and were stronger. Soldiers trembled with fear. They all shared the same thoughts and feelings. All of them felt like nothing more than food for monsters. Her Highness worked to regain her strength because her mana was depleted. Despite having no mana, she found the strength to stand, relying on swordsmanship, but fighting a monster with only swords seemed impossible, and then a blow struck right in front of her, destroying everything around her. Surprise turned the girl's face to fear as the monster roared nearby. The monster was enormous and would be hard to handle without the hero's help. She could not believe her own strength and felt overwhelmed by emotion. Her legs started to tremble and she collapsed to the ground. Terrifying, the monster stuck out its long tongue and was different from an ordinary spider in every way except for its size. The girl noticed a strange red spot on his head. A fast beam of light hit the monster from the side. A blow struck one of the spider's eyes, and the monster growled in pain. A voice then drew the attention of Her Majesty and all the Empire's soldiers, and the speaker addressed everyone present. The minister and the knights looked up. A dark figure hovered above them and said it was the hand of Evergard, Lord of the Demon Lands. The bishop promised his troops would now support the guard. Her Highness considered his words about a magical shield from the Demon Lord's domain. She thought it impossible, too far for magic to reach, yet their blow struck the monster hard and the order rang out again. Again, a beam of light zipped past the girl and struck the target. Even more shocked, the girl watched as the spider fell to the ground after another blow. He continued to roar in agony, while Ruki condescendingly asked the monster whether the combined attack by 30 mages had hurt it. Beside the Demon Lord, a subordinate held a magical laser pointer that could widen a spell's radius and focus it on a single point, causing several casters' magical volleys to converge and deal greater damage. Earlier, Ruki tried it himself and was amazed by the explosion's force at the impact point. Excited, Mabel turned to Thor and asked if he had seen what had happened. He replied yes, saw it, and called the laser pointer shot amazing. Imagining the sword Her Highness fought with, he felt the weapon's divine grace and found himself almost falling in love. Thor looked thrilled, still dreaming of the sacred sword. Ricky and his companion looked at the gathered Imperial guards, surprised that the two of them were expected to defeat the demonic beast Gargarosa on their own. He thought they were either trying to boost the princess's prestige with the sacred sword or simply to show the demons the power of the hero's weapon. The subordinate asked Her Majesty whether she could have foreseen such a turn of events, but for her it was possible to some extent. Although the Empire had abandoned Thor, someone still wanted to use him for their own purposes, so trusting them would be dangerous, and she planned to clarify something after defeating the Hexen Beast. Her aim was to ensure that only nobles used Thor, and that the imperial family commanded respect. The queen wanted to speak with the princess after the battle to learn everything she knew. Instead, she was met with praise for her thinking. Rookie summed up the queen's words, saying that in any case the imperial troops had shown brilliant tactics, and he thought they were lucky to have seen them. The troops made the mistake of underestimating Gargaro's strength. The Lord warned the Empire because the monster appeared out of nowhere and had not been studied enough. Still, neither Ruki nor the Empire could predict how tenacious the monster would be. The spider rose and roared with all its might, and the minister rushed to help the princess. A man told the girl the encirclement had been lifted, and they had to hurry while they still could, but the battle was far from over. Gargarosa remained a formidable opponent for anyone, and even the Demon Lord could not defeat him alone. Long-range attacks could still weaken the Hexen Beast, so the army had to seize the chance to finish it and would need the Holy Sword again. Recalling the beam striking the spider, the princess felt uneasy and could only agree with the minister. He steadied Her Highness so she would not fall and helped her move. The girl was completely exhausted. Rookie and the Demon Queen watched them from their observation point. A demon warrior said the spiders were no longer besieging the Empire and were moving straight toward them. The Demon Lord saw the princess's weapon had little effect, raised his hand to alert the Imperial troops, and said that although the enemy was large, their strategy had not changed. Her Majesty ordered long-range magic to slow the spiders. Once the enemy advance stalled, the general's troops and the Minotaurs would attack. At the Minotaur commander's call, a horde of creatures advanced. He was ordered to activate the health enhancement pendants, then gather and be ready. Fire magic triggers the effect. Energy increases by 100. The general of the Elven army was next to give the order, and the Elven troops had to support the Minotaurs with magic so the Minotaurs could give their all. Promising Her Majesty he would show his family's full power, the commander slung a massive sword over his shoulder and burned to avenge the monsters for the deaths and desecration they had brought to his lands. Agnes turned to her father, knowing she would fight too, and she silently called on Lord Thor to look at her, and an extra 400 was added to her physical strength. Ordered to begin the attack, the elves moved to strike. To form a magical salvo, the magicians lined up and aimed their staffs at the approaching enemy. As the carriage drove along the road, a sound came from the forest and Knight hurried toward the travelers. He caught up with his target, and the man inside handed him a roll of paper. He pleaded that he was depending on the young man, who knew it was his duty to deliver the message. He hurried forward, determined to do whatever it took to get the letter to its recipient. Tension on the battlefield kept rising. Imperial troops could not withstand the enemy's onslaught. Everyone was doing their best to cope. The minister was frantically trying to command the knights. Many spiders fell. The Minotaur general fought with quiet confidence. The demon queen watched with a sullen expression. Thor and Mabel also watched the scene from the sidelines. They targeted the red spot of light on Gargarosa's body. The elven commander realized he was almost impossible to hit, since some mage soldiers did not even see the target and others might miss. However, the laser pointer makes sure no volley misses the target. The monster was severely wounded. The worst wound was to his eye. Another magical attack hit, and this time the spider lost 2 limbs. Ruki realized that Gargarosa losing both legs would inevitably slow him, so the right moment had come. He ordered Kelt to redirect the laser pointer. The target was a swarm of small spiders moving toward them. The subordinate aimed the sight in the indicated direction. Her Majesty cast a spell to summon the dark flame, and fire burst from the demon lord's palm. Seeing the princess show them the power of the holy sword, she decided to demonstrate the power of dark element mana. With a triumphant smile, Her Majesty launched her attack. Ruki aimed the void flame at the enemy. The flames surged into the center of the horde of spiders and consumed them completely. Flames consumed the monsters as their death cries rang out, and everything happened in an instant. Pleased with herself, Rukia noted that the magical flame of emptiness, despite its obvious power, could rarely be used because its reach was short, but the laser pointer made up for that. The Minotaur's commander was stunned by that power, and entire hordes of spiders were destroyed in a single blow, thanks to the Lord. Fear and wonder gripped the girl because anyone touched by the magical flame turned to ash within moments, a sight that was both terrifying and fascinating. The princess and the minister also noticed the massive explosion, and the girl was surprised. The demon lord was surprised the flame had lasted so long, but he was sure it would soon go out. They chose to continue to deliver an even stronger blow. Kelv's hand trembled as he realized the strongest close combat fighters were equally strong at long range. He was even more surprised at how quickly the magic reached a new level. The commander interrupted his thoughts and ordered him to point the pointer to the other flank. The subordinate began carrying out the order and adjusted the weapon's aim. A shot rang out again, and flames struck the center of the enemy formation. Both the Lord and Kelv stared ahead, stunned. The Minotaur watched them too, fascinated and unsure what was happening. Everhard couldn't understand why the void's demonic flame moved with the pointer, as if every flame clung to it or flowed from it, and Kelp couldn't either, guessing it was a property of the pointer itself. Seeing an advantage, the Overlord readied a second volley of demonic void flame to inflict more damage while the flames died out. The blow struck the enemy again, and this time the flames surged higher and stronger, spreading over more ground. Screams rose from the fire. The attackers did not know what was happening. Thick black smoke began to rise. The queen believed the flame had grown many times over, thinking it came from using a laser pointer to aim magic tinged with darkness. Thor said that once. The pointer works on the struggle between darkness and light. Dark mana squeezes light mana from all sides, forcing it into a thin, straight beam. The Lord concluded that if the pointer carried the flame, the dark mana beneath it was feeding that flame. It worked like throwing wood on a fire, causing the flames to greedily flare up. That's why the demonic flame did not go out, and instead followed the weapon. She fed it where she pointed, and the flame flared up, spreading along the beam to everything it struck. It kept burning until her mana ran out, continuously consuming enemies. The Lord himself darkened the magic stone the pointer used. Everything made it clear that the laser pointer and the demonic void flame were the same in nature. Both were produced by the assistant's mana. When he controlled his mana, they saw his connection to the weapons. Both obeyed him. Kelv explained to Her Majesty that once she used the pointer, she could move magic at her own discretion. Then they showed him how it worked by waving a laser pointer and burning enemies. Slightly shocked by what had happened, the man was inwardly certain that a few hundred spiders had been defeated again. Rookie Everhard admired Mr. Alchemist Thor's extraordinary creation. The spiders shifted course, and the elves saw they were now moving toward them. The monsters tried to flee in every direction, but the chief elf ordered that none be allowed to escape because he would not let the ruler down. Magic struck the monsters again, defeating many, and survivors fled in fear to save themselves. The princess and the minister were stunned and overwhelmed by the power and speed. The Minotaur general and his subordinates watched as the enemy was defeated. When the soldier asked if he should prepare for an attack, the man did not know how to answer. He wondered whether they were needed on the battlefield at all. Thor was pleased, told Mabel about it, and now everything was wonderful. The demon lord grew more convinced that insisting on taking part had not been in vain, since he had witnessed a very interesting spectacle. Thoughtfully, Mabel said that a stun or even more of the magical beasts burned in the blink of an eye, and it all reminded her of something. She recalled the magicians who raced to destroy monsters, contests described in the Legends of Heroes, and in the product catalog they read, called the Presentation. Suddenly, the elf realized something and voiced her thought aloud. Thor shared her excitement. It really was the presentation. The girl was right. They started shouting the word together to show support for what was happening on the battlefield. Before the spectators' eyes, a scene from Legends unfolded as a man in a tie narrated it, and the competitions of past heroes came to life. Lady Rukia left a lasting impression. The demon lord studied the battered spider monster in silence. Rukia decided to deliver the final blow to the enemy. The monster seemed to sense its opponent's intense desire to destroy it and let out a deafening roar that echoed across the area. Everyone changed direction and started gathering into a massive pile in one spot, and the queen could not understand why their behavior had changed so suddenly. The overlord noticed something else. After the main spider cried out, all the small spiders turned and formed a living shield around the Gargarosa, and Quinn added that it was completely impossible to see what was happening behind the living wall. A messenger came up behind them with a report, and the man immediately demanded an update on the situation. The messenger said the enemy was hastily retreating behind the makeshift wall. The lord frowned. In that case, he had another option. Gargarosa had no choice but to destroy the demonic beast. He would simply cut it down with his shield. Quinn grew visibly worried that His Majesty planned to use something controversial. His anxiety was justified. The ruler decided to trust Master Thor's improvisation, the magic sword made for him, and Master Thor answered confidently because that was exactly what he intended to do. The monster scrambled to hide, but since it still had both legs, hiding was much harder. Another attack hit him. A blow struck him from behind without warning. The spider felt confused and desperate. The lord held a long black sword gracefully before him. Work stopped as the elves looked up, and everyone saw that His Majesty had drawn his weapon. Master Thor forged this magic sword specifically for the demon lord. Rukia's Majesty did not call the sword to give her strength. Calling on the faithful flame, black tongues of fire rose up around her. Gripping the sword's handle released the mana sealed in its magic stone. That was the weapon's specialty. Thor promised Rukia that the weapon's mana would merge with hers and then burst out, after which they only had to channel all the released power precisely at the target. Too much mana in a magical attack would normally destabilize the wielder, but a sword like this prevents it. A black pillar rose into the sky. The Minotaurs watched with delight, and Rukia felt clear pleasure. She was confused because it was on a whole different level for her. Annoyed, she realized her holy sword attack was nothing compared to what she was seeing, since the flame attack's range depended on its user's mana, and even at full power reached only 10 meters, still far less than the demon lord sword's level of power. Everhard moved his hands and unleashed volleys of dark flame to destroy all the demonic beasts ravaging his lands. He aimed the demonic sword of emptiness at his enemies and crushed them one by one. The spider screamed loudly as he scrambled to hide, but the ruler wasn't going to let him get away. Once again, the dark beam struck the monster from a great distance, landing squarely on target. Gargaroso lay defeated. Only scraps of his body remained, and Rukia confidently sent him back to where he came from. Thor and his companion watched the spectacular fight in awe, while the princess and the minister were stunned by the power and speed of the demon lord's weapon, and the enemy was finally defeated. The lord turned away from the spot of the explosion. A dark flame fully engulfed the spider's body. The Imperial troops and the Minotaurs couldn't hide their joy, and they all gave a triumphant cheer together. Everyone watching the battlefield was stunned by how Her Majesty's sword destroyed the demonic beast, a spectacular sight that seemed so effortless some could not believe their eyes. The hero and the elf were the happiest of all, and a pleased blush rose on his cheeks. The princess was ready to die. In her mind, she turned to her sister and acknowledged that her sister had been right. The girl told Her Highness that the world was big enough and that one day she would face an opponent far stronger than she had ever imagined. Knowing it was possible, the princess still could not picture it. As the demonic warriors approached their lord, the Minotaur general lamented that it was over before they had time to feel it, and apologized for failing to prove his usefulness in battle. The ruler hurried to reassure his subordinates. He did not expect to do all the work himself, but he promised they would have many other important tasks. Those words pierced the warriors' hearts. They gladly supported the Lord, but he still had more to say. Raising his sword to the sky, he declared that the monster Gargarosa had been defeated and credited the people of the Empire for their part. And though he had much to say, he focused on praising the princess's bravery and the power she had shown with the holy sword. Hearing that statement about herself surprised the girl. Ruki figured the princess would find his sword terrifying. She probably believed the demon lord had a weapon as powerful as the holy sword. In his view, it was the same laser pointer, only shaped like a sword. Thor remembered his invention with enthusiasm. It let mana be poured into a built-in magic stone beforehand, making the attack more powerful when used. Mana instantly formed a magical blade, and there was no need to fear pouring all that power into it, since the laser pointer's guidance kept the mana from running wild and destroying the sword. The young man says the blade is not crucial to the attack and can be removed, so you can choose its shape. This blade is not sharpened for combat and can hardly be called a cold weapon, so it is not a true magic sword, but simply an object that stores and releases mana. Despite that drawback, such a blade would be enough to disarm the Empire. Rukia wore a mocking grimace. Clearing his throat with a light cough, the Lord turned to the Imperial troops to discuss their mission. He spoke directly to the princess and asked for some of her attention. She began to look noticeably nervous. Her Highness and the minister walked up to the tent on the hill. The minister was dissatisfied because he thought the whole battle had been a mistake. When the Imperial troops sent bandits to scout the demon territory, they reported seeing only 100 spiders. Not much time had passed since then, so it was impossible their numbers had multiplied so quickly. The Empire thought the Overlord's warning letter was a bluff to draw out their few forces. In the end, the Imperial forces arrived with a large army, but only because they feared an attack from the demons. Despite all those soldiers, he couldn't defeat the monster and saw it as a complete failure, unlikely to lose his position as punishment, but certain he would be held accountable. He also remembered the orders he gave as the situation started to spiral out of control. He wanted to avoid any more blunders in the negotiations. All this time he had pictured the princess and shaped her into the perfect pawn. Now she would have to be useful to him. The minister always tried to instruct Princess Lyanna, because even in the demon lord's presence, she had to stay on top and remember what it meant to be supreme. She learned what he taught her, to take from the weak, overwhelm them with force, and subjugate them. Lyanna, however, did not fully accept those views and doubted that it was possible. Talking about picking the weak was easy, but with the Empire on one side and the demon lord on the other, she could not tell which was weaker. The Empire, with 300 elite guards, managed only minor harm to the monster and nearly faced total annihilation, while the demon lord easily crushed the small spiders and halted Gargarosa with just 100 warriors, so from all this it was obvious who was who. The Empire was defeated, and the girl remembered her sister's plea. Lena suggested trying to understand the other side instead of resolving the issue from a position of strength. The minister was not satisfied with the proposal, and an unpleasant grin crossed his face. Apparently Princess Sophia had that influence over the girl. He chose to intimidate the princess, because if she did not pull herself together, her sister Sophia might be next. The girl shuddered at those words. Her Highness Sophia had far more power than her Highness Lyanna, but her fragile health meant she could use it only once and at great cost, so to prevent that she would have to act like her title required, avoid mistakes, and not put the Imperial troops at a disadvantage. The princess begged him not to force her sister into anything she didn't want, and the man decided to use more force. He asked the girl if she remembered what makes an ideal princess. Lena answered yes, remembering she had to follow the emperor's orders. When the answer proved correct, Zagrani sent her to accept the invitation to negotiate. The girl, a princess, moved toward the demonic army. One of the soldiers held a lock of dead hair, and she felt uneasy in enemy territory. The minister looked quite pleased and smiled broadly at her highness. Several soldiers formed a circle around the tent, accompanied by minotaurs. Princess Lyanna Dulgaria entered the tent and introduced herself to those present as the third princess of the Dulgaria Empire. The demon lord and his subordinates watched the guest as the girl continued her greeting, thanked them for rescuing her from the crisis, and saw the demon lord's full power with her own eyes. She was genuinely amazed that the lord's sword had those properties, since even her holy sword lacked that range and power, and everything seemed unreal when His Majesty destroyed rows of demonic beasts from afar like divine punishment. The princess trembled all over, and the minister began to tense with anticipation. Zagran knew that explaining everything to Leona would not help her overcome her fear. The feeling was familiar to him. Facing the demon lord's overwhelming power and his evil weapon, he struggled to shake the fear that had settled in him. At last, Rookie Everhard replied, greeting the princess with the utmost respect. He reassured her she shouldn't be ashamed of her actions, because given the circumstances, they made the best decision they could. Trembling with fear, she barely managed to whisper a thank you. During that skirmish, the Imperial troops were at their best. They showed real skill and courage, but only against the small spiders. Even the best formation could not hold if Gargarosa closed in. The Holy Sword would not save them then. In tight ranks, you cannot swing it without hitting your comrades. The best decision was to pull away from the guard's formation. If not for the spider's ambush, another shot from the Holy Sword would have allowed the Imperials to force the Hexenbees to retreat, and Rukia admired the princess for being a skilled warrior, willing to take risks for her comrades. Zagran asked the bishop to speak, because the bishop was the minister of war. Speaking for the king, Chancellor Calv said he was a servant, expressed surprise that the minister of war had come in person with an army, and introduced the Minotaur General Rosang. Knowing them already, the minister enthusiastically repeated the names of those who introduced themselves. He bowed slightly, thanked them for saving Her Highness Lyanna from defeat, and congratulated her on her victory over the demonic beast. The chancellor replied with something unintelligible, and the man went on about the empire and the lands of demons. Smiling broadly, Zagran said he was confident their great joint victory would one day be written about in history books. Those he spoke with did not share his satisfaction. Rukia asked with an unreadable expression, surprised that the empire and her side had won together, while the Minotaur general seethed with rage, his hand clenched into a fist. Kel had reminded them the campaign was to take place after the two armies had joined forces, but the Imperial Guard ignored him, entered the battle alone, and were attacked by the demonic beast. When the Lord interrupted the servant, the Chancellor refused to stay silent because the matter was too important to ignore, and the soldiers could not be convinced without understanding it. Roki then turned to the princess to get his answer. The Lord wanted to know why the Imperial Guard had started the battle on its own despite their agreement to act together. Not waiting for an answer, he continued, the Hexenbias did not come down from the mountains into the open, and the fact that he had come so far showed the guard had acted against him without coordinating with the demonic army, which provoked him. All signs showed the operation had been planned in advance, and the Imperial side had deliberately drawn every spider, including their leader, onto themselves. Sweating with intense anxiety, the girls stayed quiet while Ruki continued speaking, and because the Empire had not committed the allied army to the plan, the guard was operating on demon territory without permission. The Lord asked whether they had considered their people, because if hordes of spiders had come down from the mountains in anger and attacked the nearby cities, it would have been a catastrophe, which is why they agreed on a joint attack to prevent such damage. The girl didn't know what to say, so Rukia cut her off, not to blame Lyanna, but to focus on intentions and whether the Empire deserved their trust. Flustered, the princess stumbled over every word and had nothing to justify herself with. Instead, the minister intervened and said the army's hasty action was caused by soldiers who acted thoughtlessly in their eagerness for military glory. The girl gave Zagran a questioning look as his words about how an ideal princess should behave came to mind. The man went on, saying that in the Empire, guilty nobles and their people must answer for their actions, including by duels, and for their excessive pride that led them to attack first, they will be punished under the laws of the Empire. Furious, General Reisinga could not stand it any longer, and indignantly told the minister that those were uninvited remarks, since the Lord had not addressed him, but the minister had dared to interrupt the conversation. Seething with anger and urgent impatience, he could hardly hold back. The minister had to remain silent. Ruki himself backed the general. This matter involved only him, the demon lord Ruki Evergard, and Princess Lyanna Dulgaria, commander of the imperial troops in this campaign, so the minister should not intrude on the conversation. He quickly apologized for his careless actions. The ruler turned back to the princess and asked her to tell him how it had happened. With her hand on her heart, the girl said Gargarosa came down from the mountains because their soldiers acted without permission. They attacked the Hexenbist's lair, failed, and retreated, bringing the monster with them. After the soldiers reported it to the guard, leaders quickly adjusted the plan and prepared for the clash. The Empire kept this from the overlord to avoid tarnishing its own honor. Bowing, the princess offered a sincere apology on behalf of the entire imperial family for what happened. Ruki was unsure if the apology was sincere. Lena pointed to her companion and said the Minister of War would report all the details. The man acted first, as Her Highness had said. The spiders had come because some guards were greedy, but the merciful Princess Lyanna was determined to save them. He focused all his attention on her, praising her and urging everyone to see her brave face stained with the blood of the demonic beast she had fought. Kelv refused to believe any of it. Certain she had not taken part in the massacre involving the small spiders or shed blood, he saw that others were trying to make it look otherwise. He asked aloud where the guilty soldiers had gone. The minister said the soldiers were already in custody, but the chancellor would not relent because he wanted to talk to them. Zigren closed his eyes and explained that many were wounded and not fit to appear before his lordship. Kelth was sure he was right when he asked, but a sudden conversation with the guards proved otherwise, and he held his ground, saying people will invent any tale to save themselves. He clapped his hands when it turned out the minister had prepared a letter of thanks, not as a ransom, but as a sign of gratitude, and they could later receive official thanks from the emperor. Taking the package, the chancellor unfolded it and read aloud a letter of sincere gratitude that announced the handover of unused battle supplies to the demon, and said the empire planned to conclude a so-called non-aggression pact with the demon lord at an official ceremony. Until now, the war prevention treaty had only existed on paper, but there was a chance for an official ceremony with both parties present, the demon lord and the emperor of Delgaria, and the princess and the minister were eager and planned to propose it to the emperor. Ruki paused, and Zagren quickly added that His Majesty's power had exceeded all expectations, so it made sense for their countries to consider cooperating. The man also promised that when they returned they would meet with the emperor, pay tribute to his authority, and move toward a brighter future. A small smile crossed Ruki's face as Thor's sword had led the people of the empire to greatly overestimate its true power. The lord turned to his servants and asked each of them what they thought. Kelv spoke first and said they should accept the offer. It was clear the guard would never admit they had fought alone, so they needed to take advantage of that miscalculation. The general refused to stand aside, outraged that they had to settle for mere gratitude and handouts from the empire. The chancellor pointed out that the non-aggression pact was also at stake, since the imperial family attending the treaty signing would be taken as recognizing the demon lands as equals to the human kingdoms, and that would have far-reaching consequences. The empire cannot break a non-aggression pact like that. The lord realized that depending on how the negotiations went, trade between demons and humans could become possible, and if the imperial guards recognized them as equals, many benefits would follow. The servant was confident this was a good idea and expected it to bring substantial practical benefits. The general drew the attention of ruler Kelva, who asked whether they blamed the empire for violating the agreement on a joint attack. The boy answered yes, but they knew the imperial high command's methods. The supposed soldiers the minister of war mentioned probably did not exist, and scapegoats would take the blame. The lord agreed with him. Rukia decided that if they demanded those soldiers be handed over, they would remove anyone on their bad side, but the empire could then spread rumors about their cruelty as a deliberate tactic. Furious again, the general literally growled that it was disgusting. Kelv knew his feelings, and the lord was right that it was better not to play into the empire's hands. By then, good results had already been achieved. The Hexen beast Gargarosa had been defeated, and the demonic army had suffered no losses. Ruki agreed with the servant and decided to test whether the Imperial High Command could be trusted to defeat the monster. They could not. Her Majesty refused to admit it, yet it depressed her deeply, and that was the reality. His subordinates pulled him out of his thoughts. Some people in the Empire dealt with them. People from the demon lands and citizens along the Imperial border had already been trading secretly, and though they only exchanged a few hard-to-find goods, those trades still connected them. Rukia refused to let the Imperial army's greed break their bond. Defeating the demonic beast and rescuing the princess would help the entire demon race, and the Lord had to consider his people's interests. The nations agreed to accept a written statement of facts, a token of thanks and a non-aggression pact, after which they would consolidate their cooperation and publicize the victory. Confidently, the servants agreed with the ruler. In a conversation with Liana, the minister told her to be like the cold-blooded emperor and not give in to her opponents, even if they were stronger. Fed up, she decided to shut him up because he had been repeating the same thing to her since childhood. The man hadn't expected that reaction, and Her Highness assured him she understood because she was a princess. A mysterious look crossed the princess's face as she said she would not submit to anyone, not even the strongest man, and would take whatever she could. The girl explained that Zagren did not understand her meaning. That meant all supplies, weapons, or information would benefit the Empire. After lengthy talks, the demon lord and his entourage presented their answer to the Empire and the princess. Everyone gathered at the table, and Her Highness Lyanna accepted the reply on behalf of the Empire. The demons were formally given a letter of thanks for saving the princess. This official letter began a new phase of negotiations. It also showed the ruler's friendship with the Empire. Their handshake will now shape the future non-aggression pact. Lyanna had one more question for the people she was talking to. The Minister of War gave her a sidelong look, Kelv tensed, and Ruki wanted to listen to Her Highness. The girl asked about the demon territory's inhabitants using magic with a terrifying range and a black magic sword, but she was mainly interested in where they got such power. The ruler paused, then said he had only borrowed an alchemist's wisdom. The princess's eyes widened in surprise. She worried it might be the same wandering alchemist. Ruki was surprised by the wording, but it was true that he'd wandered into his territory. The idea that the alchemist could have come from the Empire inspired the princess. The lord found the reaction odd. The answer sounded evasive because even if she was right, nothing would change. Lyanna grew more excited and wanted to meet him, thinking he might have restored the magic sword since no one else likely had that skill. The lord acknowledged they might meet, but he worried about what would happen next. She only wanted to thank him and, if possible, ask him to go to the capital with her, because alchemists had low status as a non-combat class, but the imperial family valued those who made and improved items. She intended to put this wise craftsman in the Empire's service, and if he proved exceptional, Lyanna would offer herself as well. Rukia's face looked ugly as she repeated the other person's last words and then smirked. Her Highness, her head in the clouds, declared that even an alchemist who could not fight would be useful to her. She was sure it would be a great honor for him and that the Emperor would have to agree. The minister smiled as widely as the princess. Her Majesty's eyes widened, the whites darkening with displeasure. Soon after the news of victory over the demonic beasts arrived, the road was marked by a dark trail of battle. Thor, Mabel, and a squad led by Agnes swept the area around Gargarosa's nest to find and exterminate any surviving small spiders. She told the hero he could stay at the main camp and they'd do the work, but he refused. He was part of the campaign and wanted to help. Minotaurs whispered behind his back, recognizing him as the alchemist who created the ruler's sword. Whispers grew louder as the soldiers discussed the young man. They were surprised no one had seen him so close before and that he was an assistant to His Majesty. Thor felt embarrassed to be so well known to the masses. Meanwhile, Agnes made too much flame and clearly overdid it. Calmly, the hero produced the object and ordered it to absorb the flame, and the fire immediately sank into it. The Manators reacted wildly to the light, amazed by his skill. They believed he had absorbed fire into his body. The young man thought about that, since the pocket pantry was given to only a few and people did not know about it. Mabel encouraged their passion, urging them to pay closer attention to the miraculous deeds. The alchemist she served could do even more, and Thor asked her not to escalate the situation. The girl told the master he probably shouldn't have come in person because they might have run into the Empire's soldiers. She worried he would feel awkward meeting someone from his own country. The hero waved it off. She had no reason to worry because with him in the cloak they would hardly recognize him. He had come hoping they would find some alchemical materials there. His girlfriend understood his interest but remained worried, and he wanted to examine a spider's remains because knowing how strong their bodies are would help him forge a sword superior to the hero's weapons. He watched the princess wield the holy sword against the demonic beast Gargarosa. The sword fired a beam of light magic that should have stopped the Hexenfist, but a ring of spiders around the beast absorbed the attack, leaving its main body barely damaged. About 50 small figures stood in the holy beam's path, so knowing each one's strength and multiplying by their number would give the holy weapon's power. This information was crucial for the young man to achieve his dream of surpassing the holy sword. Agnes and Mabel give the hero a pitying look. They feared the holy weapon might be stronger than the sword he had already made, something they could hardly imagine. The young man couldn't understand why they were so shocked. The blade's magic beam made the spider hordes disappear and easily defeated the main body, but it was really just an upgraded laser pointer, nothing more. The ruler's power alone was remarkable. The boy sank into his dreams, amazed, and wanted to see Lady Rukia's presentation again, hoping that, when he forged a new sword, she would show herself more clearly. Mabel snapped him out of his reverie, believing His Majesty would agree that however the hero pursued his goals, his safety came first, and more than anything they wanted Master Thor safe and sound. Agnes agreed with the girl and did not want the guy to get hurt while he was there, and above all, did not want him to have an unpleasant encounter. The hero told his friends he would not be gone long and would return after a while. Once he found a suitable spider to examine, he thanked them for their concern. Not wanting to bother his friends any further, he had to look around quickly and leave. A knight came up behind and told Lady Agnes they had found an imperial soldier, and the young man's face tightened. People of the Empire were still there, so the girl told the guy to stand behind. A guard was approaching to meet them. In the Bulgaria Empire, a maid brought a snack to a man, mistakenly called him Gregor then Regus, and quickly addressed him as Lord, which clearly annoyed him. She said she had to call him that because the Minister of War ordered it, but he was clearly offended by the treatment and suddenly laughed as he took the maid's hand. Smiling, he laughed maliciously like he had gone mad, repeating the reason for his laughter and mocking what had been said to him. The maid screamed in horror, her frightened eyes fixed on the man. He released the girl and she ran off immediately. Shaking with overwhelming emotion, he laughed and insisted it was nothing and that he would soon regain his honor and position. Remembering he still had to return the title of Duke, he worried whether he could keep it, but he reassured himself, confident that clearing his name would bring greater success and a promotion. With a calm, unreadable expression, he said he could even be appointed the new Minister of War. Not understanding the rogues, the girl asked in surprise what he had said, while the Lord kept mumbling that he was sure victory was near because he had received a letter. Shouting, he said he only needed to make sure the letter reached that fool, and then he would win because the fool would return as soon as he read it. He pictured how it would look, a boy reading a letter from his beloved father in the Empire. That was the image he wanted. If the boy hated his father far more than his father did and ignored the letter, the result would be different. He decided he had to at least reveal the contents of their correspondence to everyone. If the demons found out about his correspondence with him, they would be suspected of spying for the Empire. Then his safety would be at risk, and he would have to listen to him. He will occasionally send him new letters to ensure he is eventually discovered, and people who see him hiding the letters will grow suspicious since they do not know the contents. If these suspicions turn the demons against him, he will have no choice but to rely on the man and flee to the Empire quickly. By staying patient and persistent, he'll be able to make this boy his puppet and everything will work out. He would have no choice but to obey. Imagining a trusting relationship with those demons, he quickly dismissed it as nonsense and impossible. If things go well, his punishment will be reduced, not wiped away, because he will have achieved something significant. If he controls his son and the Lord of Flames, it will not take long to subjugate the demon lord himself, and he will become a true legend. A dark laugh escaped him as he covered his mouth to hold himself back, telling himself he wanted to become a war minister or a hero, and that either way his rise to legend would be unstoppable, with success and honor following. Clasping his hands in front of his face, he exhaled and began to dance joyfully, spinning in place. Motioning to the maids, he asked why his friends had fallen silent. The girls watched everything with horrified grimaces, but the Lord did not notice and kept praising himself, even suggesting they listen to a hymn in his honor. Later, Regaz sipped his victory drink, then let out a labored sigh. Pacing around, he danced with joy, already tasting victory. The hour of success seemed near, and the feeling overwhelmed and inspired him because he truly believed the goddess of victory was on his side and felt it deep in his soul. He knew the hour of his triumph was near. A cautious stranger came up and asked for help, and in a place surrounded only by mountains and forests, meeting anyone seemed unlikely. His face blank with fear, the man asked for help and said they were being chased by small spiders and had gotten lost, while both girls stared at him in bewilderment and someone watched from the shadows behind the trees. A figure in the shadows wore a robe woven from dark magic. It swallowed light and turned completely black when charged with power. Put it on and flipped back the hood, and the wearer simply dissolved into the darkness. The young man remembered he had received a message from Lady Rukia earlier. Its contents made clear that several soldiers had attacked a pack of monsters, and although she said it was part of the Empire's strategy, it still worried him. Humbly, the knight raised his hands and said he was ready to disarm, and as a member of the guard, he hoped they would be shown mercy. The girl in armor with long curls said she had noticed how hard it had been for the soldiers. Placing a hand on her chest, she confessed she was Agnes, the Fire General's daughter, and assured the knights she would return them to the Empire. The man's face twisted into a sly smile. His face twisted in a way the girl could not miss, and he asked again whether she was really Agnes, saying he had certainly heard a lot about her. The general's daughter was clearly frightened. Hiding in the shadows, the young man quickly recognized who stood before him, and without leaving his hiding place, quietly whispered that the man before them was the captain of Duke Regis Guard. Knowing he had exposed the boy's crimes and incompetence when the boy was banished, he still did not know why he was there, the air growing tense and he felt uneasy. He couldn't understand why the Duke's Guard captain was here, so he watched him closely, and realizing it was safer to stay on guard with him, he pulled a black object out of the box. A huge, unusual pillow appeared from a very small box, radiating magical energy, so it was clearly a magical pillow trap. He asked his assistant to give the pillow to Angelus, but the girl had no idea why she should hand it to the captain of the Duke's guard. The young man said the guardsman looked tired, and nobody wanted anyone to complain that you had made a proud imperial soldier stand, or worse, sit on the ground. Mabel agreed with this. He paused and stopped her, then offered a better idea, put a pillow on the stone to make a comfortable chair, and she nodded and said she understood. Moments later, the armored man sat on a stone with a satisfied look, noting that the captain of the guard had indeed sat on his trap pillow. When Mabel asked whether Thor knew the Empire's soldiers, the man said the person in front of them was Duke Rigos's captain of the guard, a member of his family, and smiled thoughtfully. Assuming that she thought they could grow closer, her eyes lit up with interest, her mouth fell open in surprise, and she covered it with her hand to hide her reaction. Thor said this wasn't true, and that when the boy was expelled from the Empire, the man was annoyed by his lack of proper combat skills. Mabel's expression darkened as she asked to use offensive magic to punish him, but Thor stopped her. He said he was now more curious about what the general had in mind, since it was not normal for the Duke's guard captain to be alone in a place like that. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl agreed it was very strange. Thor pointed out the captain had talked about running from a small spider, but an imperial soldier wouldn't act so uncontrollably. The man in hiding argued the country was a military power and had to track its troop numbers. The imperial guard would not leave a wandering soldier unattended unless they had another purpose. Surprisingly, the man blushed and loudly said he had a small favor to ask Agnes. Everyone froze, and the girl asked in surprise if the knight was joking. Pleased, the captain handed over the scroll and said it was a message for his master Thor Regus, then smiled and asked him to pass it on. The man in the shadows was more stunned than the others. He didn't remember this man addressing him that way. Pleased with the outcome, the man said Vargalegas had offended Thor Regas because of the border count's misdeeds, and that the letter included an apology and a new proposal. Agnes froze. She tried to think about what she had heard, then became furious at it, a rage that even frightened the knight and made him cry out. Abruptly, he held out his hand and said he was Thor's confidant, asking her to stay calm. The expression on his face showed horror and fear of the girl's anger. Regis said Mabel should talk to this man. The captain waved his arms, trying to explain himself, when a girl stepped out of the shadows and apologized for interrupting the conversation, introducing herself as Mabel and saying she was Thor's confidant. Startled, the man cried out and asked why her, saying they could not both be trusted. The girl sternly reminded him he'd said he was one of Thor's most trusted subordinates, and the man, clearly nervous, admitted it was true. Then, smiling cheerfully, Mabel asked the captain if he could tell her what his master liked. The man didn't understand the question, but the girl wouldn't calm down and kept asking about their master's hobbies, favorite color, and food, and the knight awkwardly admitted he simply couldn't remember it all. Mabel bowed her head and said that if Thor trusted him so much, he must at least know that much about him. The knight hesitated, not knowing how to answer. The man in the shadows realized even he could see the other's excitement, since the other knew nothing and paid no attention to Count Regis' son. The knight found a way out and, with his fist clenched, shouted that he would not reveal his master's secrets without permission. Mabel smiled and asked if Thor's permission was really all she needed, while the captain froze in surprise. Thor finally stepped out of hiding and, walking proudly, announced that the captain of the ducal guard could safely tell everyone about him. Shocked, the man cried out because he hadn't expected Thorigas himself to be there. The man said he didn't realize how attached the captain was and wanted the captain's opinion, then looked confused and awkwardly said the gentleman had been misled because the Regas were no longer dukes but counts. The knight realized how much time had passed and how much Thor had changed. The man looked away, unsure what to say, and thought it strange that when Thor was reprimanded in the Empire nobody defended him, yet now he had comrades ready to stand up for him, which went entirely against the plan. Clutching the boy's cloak, he hissed and demanded to know why the Demon Lord's people trusted him so much, what he had done to those subhumans, and how Thor could flatter them, his threat surprising the young man. Thor came to his senses and said he had done everything he could in that situation. The man, horrified, said that could not be true and realized the boy, as expected, did not want to talk. Thor asked what the man had for him. The captain clenched his teeth in anger as the boy again asked why they had not given him the letter if it was meant for him, and the man carefully handed the package to Thor. He said he had asked to read the letter carefully, but only when the young man was alone. The boy exhaled, handed the letter to the girls, turned to Agnes and Mabel, and asked them to break the seal and read it. Looking down, he said everyone should know about this. The knight had not expected this at all, and his face twisted into a grimace of horror. He shouted that the boy, a nobleman's son, would be rude to publish his father's letter, and wondered how his father would react if he were here. Thor did not back down, and asked the girls to read so everyone could hear the letter. The boy realized a letter from his father was no reason to celebrate. It might be about a plan to destroy the demon territory, so they should read it here. That way he could prove he was not involved. The man was nervous. The young man said he understood his father's feelings and called the letter very nasty. The father clearly did not expect that. The letter asked for information about the demon lord's territory. On the new moon, he will send a second letter, and when he returns to the empire, he must go with him and Genus, and he will get his title back for his services. This is only the beginning. His handwriting is on it, but the words and context are someone else's. Maybe the imperial authorities had him write the letter. The knight observed the boy was very rude about this display of fatherly love, but there was silence in response. Thor realized his father was using him for his own gain and the empire's, sighed heavily, and saw it as an opportunity worth seizing. Thor spread his arms and announced loudly that he was speaking to everyone in the demon lord's lands, revealing that the letter from his father, Barca Regaz, was written with evil intent and that he was terrified. The girls listened to the young man's speech and cried, saying how terrible the letter was, and Thor said he did not consider its sender his father, since despite the flowery words the letter's aim was to gather information about their territory. Shouting, he said he would abandon the country and home that had caused pain and grief to his loved ones and friends, and from then on he would live under his late mother's name, because Justice and his family had abandoned him. Starting today, he adopted the surname Conan and vowed never to use Regaz again, declaring himself Thor Conan, a simple alchemist from the Empire who came to the demon lord's lands and asked to be called only by that name. Mabel couldn't hold back her feelings and, as a sign of respect, dropped to one knee, saying she understood the guy's feelings and that from now on she would call him Thor Conan, though she was sorry his secret name had become everyone's property. Smiling, Thor asked the girl to forgive him, and she lifted her head calmly and sincerely assured him that the young man could call her by any name he liked. She vowed to serve him better than ever as Thor Conan's subordinate. Agnes then intervened in their conversation, placing her hand on her chest. She said this applied to her too, because the girl did not care at all about the alchemist's surname. Feeling indebted, she would serve him forever. A slight blush rose on her face after she spoke. The demons declared they understood Thor's feelings too, and that no matter what letter he received from the Empire, their trust in him would never waver. They shouted with joy that he had published the letter before them, and if they did not prove worthy of his trust, it would be a disgrace. Frozen in shock, the Reguz guard stood as the crowd cheered in the background. Unprepared for this turn, he went pale with horror and surprise as everything fell apart. Even he was surprised by the other's reaction, unable to hold back tears of joy. Carefully wiping them away with his hand, he could not stop Mabel from noticing that display of genuine gratitude. The captain lowered his head and hissed through his teeth, sure Thor hadn't understood him, then lost his temper and shouted that refusing the family name was unthinkable and that Thor had forgotten the pride of an imperial nobleman. Thor rudely cut off the screaming man, saying he didn't want or need it because he was Thor Conan, then told him to give it all to his master when night returned to the Empire. The boy suddenly asked how the man had escaped the Imperial Guard and arrived here, asking politely because he was certain the Lord would be interested. Shaking with excitement, the man could only ask whether the person before him was really Thor Regaz from the capital. The young man just smiled and said this only showed that the captain of the guard, who called himself his confidant, actually did not know him at all. Another person stepped into the dark room and thanked everyone for their service. Thor bowed his head and said they were waiting for the Lord. The blonde girl said she was relieved there were no monsters. The captain of the Reguz guard also spotted the stranger, instantly recognizing the demon lord and knowing that if he did not flee at once, it would be the end for him. Realizing he would be eaten alive, he was already jumping to get away, but something went wrong and he fell into even greater despair. He discovered he couldn't walk at all. That wasn't surprising because he was sitting on a trap. The pillow is made of a magical weave and sclera bean shells. When it detects magic in someone's body, it immobilizes them. The girl closed her eyes in annoyance and said she had also asked others to search for any Imperial soldiers who might have wandered in, then asked who the writhing Imperial soldier before them was and who had done it. Thor said the figure before them was a lost soldier of the Imperial Guard. When asked why he was twitching so much, the young man said the soldier was stuck to a stone with a pillow. Then the fair-haired girl turned to the young man. She told him firmly they would have a long, serious talk later. Thor was surprised by the girl's displeasure and simply looked up. The stern man who had stood behind the ruler the whole time said the imperial guard would be under his protection, so he could be questioned later if anything happened. The demon lord loudly announced to everyone present that the monsters were defeated and thanked them for their hard work. She held out her hand and said they would go down to the plain and set up camp so everyone could enjoy a feast after the battle, and the people rejoiced in response to their lord. Lights glowed around the new dwellings on the plain, and everyone enjoyed the victory dinner. Glasses clanked and drinks spilled as Thor approached the demon lord and called her the hand, but she corrected him and said she was now the ruler. The man offered little resistance and agreed. Rukia said she wanted to be a ruler for Thor, someone he would not be ashamed of. The young man said he respected the demon lord because she was the best master he'd ever had. The girl said she was glad to hear that from Thor and would not ask the question again since he had said it. The girl turned to him and said she wanted to share what she'd learned from the Empire's third princess. The imperial family directs alchemists and wants him to dedicate himself to making items, which surprised Rukia. The third princess folded her hands with a bright smile and told the demon lord she would be honored to bring the wandering alchemist back to her empire, her eyes shining with admiration and a blush on her cheeks. She went on to say the alchemist would certainly welcome this, since he was from the empire and the imperial family would gladly accept him. Rukia froze in horror at those words. The princess swore they'd be glad to see him until his very last breath, looking slyly and directly at the ruler. Rukia clenched her teeth, determined not to let Thor give his life to serving the emperor, and seeing the lord's troubled expression, the princess asked if everything was all right. Leaping to her feet, the ruler shouted and demanded an explanation. If he was the alchemist under her command, she should have dealt with him while he was still in the empire. Anger filled her. The third princess looked at Ruki with fear, as he said the imperial princess should have at least talked to him before letting him go, because then they would have had a chance to see whether he was competent and he would have stayed, but they did not. Rukia angrily asked why she spoke as if she valued the alchemist, who had only been ridiculed while living in the empire. Awkwardly, the princess said she was not there then and offered no explanation of what was happening. Rukia wondered whether the princess was truly unaware of the hostages they had left behind, of how Thor felt when he came to them, and of how much he had thought and done for everyone. She doesn't know his powers could change the world, while he only thinks about making useful things. The demon lord knew that when she thought of him, she felt warmth and tenderness in her heart, but this princess knew nothing about him, and Rukia definitely could not give him to the empire, and then her thoughts were suddenly interrupted. The assistant told the girl to calm down, then turned to the furious general and asked him to temper his anger as well, since the third princess, Lyanna, was already frightened. Rukia noticed after her remark that the girl was cowering and shaking with fear, looking at the floor and not daring to look up at the people in front of her. She took a slow breath, asked the general to calm down, and said that although he had every right to be angry, their policy remained unchanged. Rukia told Lyanna she would stop mentioning the alchemist when speaking with the princess of the empire. According to her, her domain was home to beings from all walks of life, and some could easily have come from the empire. Once they cross the border, they become her subjects, and she cannot allow them to leak information to other countries. The princess hesitantly interrupted the ruler and asked him not to say that, but the girl asked him to listen. She said proudly that she and her people had chosen him when the Imperials said they did not want him, so the Imperials should take responsibility for that choice, because even if he was the alchemist they sought, she could not give the boy away. With her fists clenched, the ruler said this man brings happiness to her lands. Everyone froze and stared at Rukia, but she kept going, promising to heal his heart and live with him as he lived with her, so she'd always be by his side and would not let him take it away. Clenching her teeth, she said that although it might seem they and the Empire had won together this time, she could not share that. She said she wanted peace between their kingdoms in the future and nothing else from them, then asked the princess if everything was clear. The princess agreed awkwardly, seeming consumed by resentment and shame. Rukia said no more to Toru. Toru admitted thoughtfully that he had expected the negotiations to be difficult, but he had not expected them to be this hard. Maple repeated Her Majesty had said with feeling, causing Thor to blush and freeze shyly, while the author whose words were repeated shuddered awkwardly. Taken aback, the girl began to explain that her words were natural, since Thor and Mabel had helped everyone so much, and she thanked Her Majesty for the kind words about them. Embarrassment stayed with him after her words that he could make these lands happy. He felt uneasy, though he understood she only wanted to show gratitude for her help. Suddenly she turned to the hero again. With obvious seriousness, the masked girl asks Thor whether he restored the magic swords while serving in the Empire. He speaks honestly and hides nothing, which brings back memories of those old days when he handled items in government storage. To confirm her guess, the girl asks whether he is the wandering alchemist the princess is looking for, and he agrees, remembering that the Dukes of Regis hid his achievements and likely blamed everything on one alchemist. Her Majesty admits she does not want to lie to Thor, manipulate him, or use him for her own ends. As a friend, she openly told him the Princess of the Empire's desire without hiding anything. Sad, the girl with horns continues speaking, lowers her eyes, and remembers the princess's words that the alchemist himself might want to come to her, and she gathers her strength and is almost ready to ask Thor whether he wants to go to the Empire. The god doesn't hesitate for a moment. Smiling confidently, he asks the girl to tell the princess the next time he meets her that he will never come to her, and there is no point in her calling or waiting because he is not interested. The horned girl gasped with delight at the firm answer. Thor continued speaking in a lecturing tone. Thor wanted to advise the princess to keep a closer eye on her nobles before making any demands. Gratefully addressing Her Majesty, he explains that thanks to the lady he can make various items, and if he returns he will have to follow the Emperor's orders, which he does not want. Thor explains why he is grateful to the woman who gave him a place to work, where he found a mail-order catalog that helped him. The man points out that Her Majesty provided them with housing and food and let them do as they wished. He is grateful and pleased to have such a master. Thor looks directly at the girl and shows his feelings with a broad, sincere smile, ready to ignore the princess's demands and stay here under the mistress's guidance. After hearing his whole story and sensing his sincerity, the girl brightened, her eyes shining at his kind words, and she felt joyful though she kept her emotions hidden behind a mask. Looking into the distance, she gathered her thoughts and admitted she had feared she was keeping the man against his will, but she was relieved those fears proved unfounded. More enthusiastic, she even places a hand over her heart, and on match day she promises the man she will check all letters addressed to him and reject them if necessary. The masked girl praises Thor for a smart strategic move that made him known to many citizens. His speech made it clear that Thor was a local, and everyone who listened felt satisfied and understood his feelings. Thor is pleasantly surprised by the praise and thanks the lady warmly. Her Majesty announces the mission is over and that she and the army will return to the castle tomorrow. The masked girl explains that for now Thor and Mabel should remain in the general's domain, and since their house and workshop will be built here too, they should walk the land and take a good look around. Mabel is happy that the master's Torah will soon be in a new place, and the man is excited, thinking it is not an office but a full personal workshop. Even more enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with delight, he asks to put up his own sign and practice alchemy freely. Seeing that response from him, the masked girl realizes that opening a workshop with a sign was likely one of Thor's goals, so she says she looks forward to seeing his finished workshop. At last, the queen teases that if the boy goes too far she will call the guards to stop him, and Thor and Mabel eagerly accept. Far off, a beautiful mountain landscape stretched before the heroes as the sun slowly moved toward sunset. An armored warrior runs toward the commander, while the rest of the army stands behind. Kneeling, the warrior paid his respects to the man before him. The commander realized the letter still had not reached Thor. The monocled man reflects on everything that happened. His suspicion that the wandering alchemist they were seeking was Tor Regaz was confirmed by the alchemist's own confession. He never imagined this man would open the letter in front of everyone, prove his innocence, renounce his family, and take a new surname to declare himself a resident of those lands. Annoyed, the commander reluctantly admits that Thor can not only create things, but also think quickly and get out of tight spots, which made him angry and grit his teeth. Despite everything he has done, the commander sadly admits he is only a man who fits a mold and is different from the demon lord and Torakanen. In the darkness in a thicket, a figure runs like a horned hare. Their gaze is fixed on the mountain where the people are, eyes burning with a bright, fiery light. They seem to be watching the wars. The man approaches the princess and reminds her they will return to the Empire tomorrow morning. Leona flinches, then turns to him and looks unsure. Reluctantly, the princess apologizes, convinced she alone is responsible for the failure. Zagran interrupts and says this is not the right time or place to discuss it. A man lectures Leona. As Princess of Nessas, Leona must not show weakness, especially in front of her soldiers and people. That kind of behavior from a ruler can lead to unrest, so she must act more decisively. Leona knew what was happening but could not control her thoughts or feelings, and lost in uncertainty, she slumped her shoulders and weakly agreed with Zagran. He looks steadily at the princess, places all his trust in her, and asks her to be strong for the good of the empire. The girl pauses to choose her words, unsure how to respond, while Zagran notices someone watching from the bushes behind the princess. Suddenly, a horned demonic creature rushes out of the bush at full speed. The princess hasn't noticed the danger yet, but the man already sees the threat to her. Zagran shields the princess with his body. A horned rabbit pierces his hand. He is more worried about Liana's condition and if she is safe. Meanwhile, the girl screams, unprepared for the sudden attack. Zagran drew his sword, attacked, and quickly dispatched the small monster. Convinced they had come for revenge, the man hardened his gaze and stood ready for battle. In front of everyone, he shouted an order for the warriors to prepare for battle and sent them to scout for any monsters still lurking around the camp. Stunned, the princess cannot believe such monsters are roaming so close. The warriors are already on full alert, waiting for the battle to begin. Zagran gathers all his strength and vows to protect Princess Liana, even at the cost of his life. The monster's strength does not matter to him because keeping her safe is his duty. Warriors stood ready for battle, and the princess and Zagran raised their swords. Then they waited for the enemy's next move, but everything was silent, and it seemed there was no one else. Liana says there are no traces of demons. The warriors agree with her and suggest it may have been a wild animal, but the Minister of War does not accept this and falls silent for a moment, ignoring the others. Without warning, he broke into loud, steady laughter. The events made him feel like he was losing his mind. I thought the expedition had seriously frayed Foreign's nerves and possibly damaged his psyche. Alarmed by the Minister of War's injury and condition, Liana rips a strip from her outfit and presses it over his arm to cover the wound. Carefully but firmly, the princess wraps Zagran's hand while he awkwardly insists it's not necessary. Lena orders sternly to have one of the warriors bring a first aid team right away, and Zagran keeps telling the girl she doesn't need to worry so much about it. The princess is adamant, convinced the man needs medical help, and in the heat of their argument, Liana calls Zagran a grandfather then, more hesitantly but still clearly, assures she can even call him that. Zagran is surprised by Liana's naivety about this matter. Even though Princess Sophia warned her to beware of the man, Liana still calls him grandfather. The Minister of War sees that naivety as a useful trait in a pawn. Old memories flash through the man's mind. Back when the princess was small and he was younger, Zagran taught Liana. Those memories felt warm and nostalgic. After a brief pause, the man admitted he was tired without saying why. The princess giggled and said it suited him. With that pleasant note, they set off on their journey. They had to return to the Empire as soon as possible, since they clearly had a lot to do. After defeating Gargarosa, night passed and at dawn the heroes rose and prepared to continue their journey. The Demon Lord grants Thor official permission to practice alchemy and hands him certificates authorizing alchemy throughout her lands. The girl warns that if they plan to distribute alchemical items to many people, they must use the certificates beforehand. The man thanks Her Majesty sincerely. The horned man warns the hero. Thor can hand the items to a couple of citizens. He pauses briefly. After a brief pause, he resumes his lecture and tells Thor that handing out items to many people can be dangerous and bring serious consequences, so he should be more careful. Thor, grateful for the provided amenities and permissions, promises to follow all recommendations and not let us down. No longer agitated or nervous, Kelv tries to share his thoughts, asking the heroes to stay in touch with them in case of emergencies, but someone stopped him and told him to calm down. Mabel and Thor thank Her Majesty and the minister for everything, for the minister's example, and bow to them. Thor learned a great deal in the Demon Lord's lands, and now plans to use that knowledge to help the kingdom. Mabel notices Thor talks too much and tries to reason with him a bit, which surprises him. Her Majesty announces that after everything that happened, she will hold a feast to reward the great victory over the demonic beasts, and the masked girl urges Thor to enjoy the feast and the trip to the territory of the Fire General. Thor and Mabel say goodbye to the Overlord and the Prime Minister, and to the warriors who wave goodbye happily. The carts formed a line and moved farther away as Thor, Mabel, and the Fire General watched them for a while. The Fire General told Thor to go to his domain right away, and the boy quickly agreed. Staring into the distance, Thor thought about which magic item to make next, though he'd decided long ago. Before the hero stood a vast mansion, its many floors and windows stunning to behold, and the building was truly magnificent. Plates of high-quality dishes were set before Thor and Mabel for a snack, and Thor ate with obvious pleasure, while the mansion's owners were glad their guests enjoyed the food. Darkness fell, clouds covered the sky, and the mansion slowly sank into the night. A plate of hot food sat before the alchemist, but Thor was in no hurry to eat and instead crossed his arms and closed his eyes, as if thinking about something. Curious about his detached behavior, the Fire General asks him if everything is okay and wonders what he might be thinking, and when the general speaks, the dinner girls also notice Thor's odd behavior. The man suddenly realizes this guy is already planning to make a new magic item. The general's daughter disagrees with her father. To her, Thor seems tired after the battle, but he can't always just think about making different things. Food keeps getting cold and answers never appear, so the general wants to ask Mabel if she knows what's going on, but she stays silent and gathers her thoughts. Without warning, the girl screams, and her words confuse the general and his daughter even more. At last, the man rose from the table and said he had a question for the general. Eyes glowing with excitement, he asks whether anyone has a light attribute attack skill, clearly fired up about an idea and eager to try it. Both the fire general and his daughter are stunned, but Thor cannot tell what caused their reaction. Calmly, the man explains his full ideas and plans, saying he wants to start a study focused on the light attribute and is looking for people who can use that magic to help. When Thor speaks, the general looks surprised, never failing to be amazed by him. Sinking into thought, he tried to fit together everything the alchemist had said and wondered why the alchemist was interested in the attribute of light. Confidently, he replies that this research will enable a deeper study of the Empire's holy sword. Thor recalls the battle and tells the fire general that Princess Lyanna used the holy sword and the blade of light as images of that moment flash through his mind. The general declared it amazing. The holy sword unleashed a massive blade of light that struck down the demons one by one and wounded Gargarosa. Remembering the weapon's power, the man admitted he would not want to fight that sword, and saying this, the general looks serious. His sternness shifts to admiration when he remembers Her Highness's sword, which to him was far superior and more impressive. The general, with reverence and selflessness, outlines the sword's advantages over the saint. Her Majesty's sword has greater reach and can destroy whole crowds with one blow. Hesitantly, Thor interrupts and says the sword is only a prototype and can be improved later. The man can't believe a sword this good is still in development. Thrilled by his goal, Thor says he wants to forge a real magic sword and must study the holy sword to do it. Thor already imagines the perfect sword he will shape in the raging fire. Inspired to make an object that could block the holy sword, he wanted, of course, to test it in action after finishing it. The room fell silent in disbelief. They knew Thor was a skilled alchemist, but making something that could stop a beam of light seemed nearly impossible. The fire general recognizes the bold idea, exactly what he'd expect from Thor, and his daughter admits that in a normal situation, she could not have come up with anything to protect against the holy sword. The man shows respect, calling Thor a true explorer, and the boy, a little shy, replies that he likes alchemy. The alchemist says it would be easier if he could check a few things about the holy sword's effects. If the boy could examine the holy sword, he could estimate its power. The general asks Thor whether that explains his need for a light attribute attack, and the alchemist confirms it. The fire general praises the boy's tenacity and hard work, but says Her Majesty gave Thor time to rest, so he should relax for a while. Knowing all this, he needs rest but cannot wait. Thor seems overly excited about the idea of research. With sparkling eyes, he tries to tell the general that he wants to start working on it right away, while the image of the holy sword is still fresh in his mind. Pleasantly surprised, the man admires the alchemist's zeal for work, says he likes that trait, then asks his daughter if she agrees, and the girl smiles and eagerly agrees with her father's view. Thor asks the fire general's daughter whether she knows anyone who can use light magic. The girl pauses, puts a finger to her face, and seems to remember someone. Remembering that several rare races in the kingdom can use light magic, the girl tells the alchemist, who jumps up and asks her to see if they can help. The pendant at the girl's throat lit up, and she stared at it in confusion, not sure what was happening. Thor studies the pendant, relieved that the health pendant works properly. It is large and beautiful, with different animals on each side. Bowing gracefully, the general's daughter thanks the alchemist, saying she can now wear the beautiful clothes she loves without fearing the flames will flare up, and she is grateful for the chance to be herself. Although the flame no longer flares up without her knowing, those around the girl can't fully forget or stop fearing her. The general says some, seeing their daughter without armor, are still afraid of her. The general quickly explains they fully trust the health-boosting pendant Lord Thor gave them, but some people doubt its effectiveness and are puzzled when they see Agnes in ordinary clothes. A man remembers his daughter's childhood when she kept burning every piece of clothing she wore and couldn't control it. Everyone in the house still remembers those times and is afraid, and Thor asks Mabel to get souvenirs. When Mabel took the cloth, she held it with excitement and a glint in her eye. Thor then explained to the general and his daughter that it was an earth-woven magic cloth and assured her it was suitable for the occasion. Recalling what the Prime Minister had said, Thor asked him in advance for permission to give a gift to the fire general and his daughter. The The general suggests it is a demonic weave used for tents, but the boy refutes the man's guess and explains it is a different, fireproof fabric. Thor asks the general to order everyone in the house to confirm the fireproof fabric works. The alchemist is confident the problem of clothes going missing will now resolve on its own. The general's daughter folded her hands, unable to find words to fully thank him for his help. A grateful smile lights Agnes' face. Thor has done so much for them. She promises she will never forget it and will do everything to help the alchemist and support his research. The general echoes his daughter's thanks, but an embarrassed man interrupts, saying it's only a keepsake for them. Thor admits he must build his workshop on their land, so he owes the general and his daughter far more than they owe him, and to show his sincerity, the alchemist asks them to accept his small help. The general accepts the boy's help. In return, the man lets Thor use the territory as he pleases and do whatever he wants there. The alchemist thanks him for the opportunity. The group spent time talking, laughing, and enjoying themselves. Later, Thor and Mabel went to their rooms to rest. After the alchemist and his assistant left the dining hall, the general turned to his daughter and said he had to apologize. The general says he cannot support his daughter's love. Janice looks confused and worried because she doesn't understand what her father is saying. Calmly continuing his speech, the father says he cannot support her daughter's love and won't stand her one-sided feelings for the alchemist. The general says he has sworn allegiance to Her Majesty. Agnes asks again, still unsure how the lady feels about the conversation. The man says he cannot give any details because of that. Confused by the conversation and not fully understanding it, she assumes that Her Majesty has feelings for Master Thor. The general is not entirely sure about his guesses at the Lord's thoughts and feelings, but he admits to his daughter that he believes them, especially after her promise to make the man happy flashes through his mind. After blurting out his guesses, the fire general gathers himself and nervously tries to justify his words, saying he cannot reveal anything, while his daughter thinks he already hinted at it. Agnes reassures her father that her feelings are nothing to worry about, and she is ready to serve Master Thor with her soul and body. Still unsatisfied, the father says this is the same as Agnes idolizing the alchemist and recalls how intently his daughter watched him while they were eating, but the girl says she did not notice. Agnes, remembering the armor she once wore, admits sadly that she always saw the world through a narrow gap in her helmet, so she is not sure her feelings for someone are the same as an ordinary girl's. The girl sees nothing wrong with her feelings for the master and swore allegiance to Thor in the name of the primordial flame, while her father trusts the matchmakers and his daughter's intentions, but is not easily calmed. Insisting on her independence, Agnes believes Thor Kanan gave her too much, so she will not think about love or anything like that until she has given the master more than she received. After sorting out her thoughts and feelings, the girl said she wanted to help Thor while he stayed in their domain. Seeing his daughter's firm, confident expression, the general finally calmed down. Listening to his daughter, the fire general acknowledged she had grown a lot, felt proud she had thought everything through, and promised not to bring the subject up again. Abruptly, Agnes shifts the tone and keeps the conversation going, deciding the only thing she can do is learn what kind of women the alchemist likes. Agnes, burning with curiosity, approaches her father and asks whether Thor is drawn to the gentle darkness of night and a lordly calm or to fiery, passionate girls like her. Worried about his daughter's change in mood, the man tries to reason with her and explain himself, saying it is natural for a father to worry about his child. Agnes, burning with fury, moved closer to her father while he failed to calm her, and the first night after Thor's arrival passed as the general's house filled with the sounds of family fighting all day. Thor looks around and notices how big the room the general gave them is. The man looks cheerful and ready to start work right away. By the window is the small storeroom he brought from the overlord's castle. This seemingly small storage room holds everything Thor needs for alchemy, and until the workshop is ready, he will work here. Using a magic item, he makes a book appear in the haze. This rare book of heroes, called the Catalogue of Postal Items, was given to him by the Lord. Believing he can find an item in this book to protect himself from the light attribute, the guy is interrupted when a girl knocks on the door asking to enter, and Thor immediately gives permission, so the girl appears at the door holding a tray. Bringing a tray, the assistant set down tea with honey and sweet fruit for the master. The worried girl asked how tired the alchemist was and offered a massage. Thor found it tempting but declined because he was busy. The alchemist tells his assistant he will look for items that can protect against the light attribute, and Mabel kindly but firmly reminds the master that he has just arrived on the territory and should rest more. Mabel says she was told not to make the man work too hard, so the girl demands permission to take full care of her master. Thor says cheerfully he won't overwork himself. The assistant asks right away when he'll finish and be able to rest. The alchemist replies without hesitation that he'll finish when the product is ready. Those conditions clearly did not suit the girl, and she looked at the guy with a sharp, open displeasure that made him shudder under her unyielding stare. Thor immediately changed his mind and said he'd call it a day, but the search for objects had inspired him so much he can't stop thinking about it. Accepting the alchemist's explanation, Mabel watched him a little longer to judge whether his behavior was honest, while Thor grew more agitated. She cleared her throat and tried a different way to persuade. She reminds him that Her Majesty cares for the alchemist's health and told him not to forget to rest. If it's time to leave for the Overlord's castle and the boy is exhausted, she will be greatly upset. After finishing her argument about the need for rest, Mabel asks them not to forget her words. Thor listens carefully, agrees, and promises to keep her words in mind. The alchemist suspects the two may have conspired, and so decides to host a tea party. Their intentions are good. Perhaps everything was arranged so Thor could lead a calmer life. Thor relents and agrees with Mabel, promising that today he'll only look for what can be done and inviting her to browse the mail-order catalog with him. Mabel happily accepts the invitation. They sat down with the book and read it carefully to find the information they needed. The assistant began the conversation and paid attention to how she felt while eating. Mabel asks the craftsman whether he noticed some items in the mail-order catalog that contain light elements. Thor confirms the girl's guess, saying the book definitely contains an object that can protect against attacks of light, and the girl then asks the master why he is certain. A man tells of a hero who fought with the power of light, firing magic light bolts, and apparently wrote his techniques in this book in his own language. The hero from another world, named the Holy Sword Technique Photon Blade. The hero's use of so many light element techniques shows he has a strong aptitude for light magic. He continues his story while thinking about it. The alchemist concludes that people in the hero's world have frequently used light-based techniques. Mabel agrees with Thor's logical conclusion, and he adds that in the hero's world people compete every day to show the most powerful technique instead of just saying hello. In the man's fantasy, two men in suits appear and greet each other with flashes of light. The alchemist says that in this world there is even a competition called presentation where anything can happen, and for those who live here, a hero's power is immeasurable. The man is convinced the mail-order catalog is only a small part of the hero's power. Thor can hardly believe that ordering something by mail could bring him closer to the world of heroes. The alchemist's hand trembles as he reaches for the book. At first he thinks he's afraid, but quickly dismisses it. Actually, the guy is not afraid. He is excited and can barely contain his delight. Determined not to be afraid, he tells himself he must get as close as possible to the world of heroes. Inspired, he asks Mabel if any records remain about the light attribute in the Demon Lord's territory. She answers positively, since people still talk about it today, especially when they remember the first Demon Lord's barrier being destroyed. Mabel has a revelation and asks about the UV technique, imagining the huge explosion it could cause. Thor asks again and immediately agrees with the girl, enthusiastic since this is the most powerful light-based magic. The man recalls that the hero often left out the names of his techniques, so watch for abbreviations in his speech. In Thor's memories, the hero shouts, "Cancel payment, get it, bath." The alchemist writes the word ultraviolet in the hero's native language and gets the initials UF. Mabel is impressed by Thor's skills. Able to both read and write the language of heroes, he explains that in the Empire everyone must learn the original names of heroes' moves, so he learned to write that language. Grabbing the book, the alchemist prepares to search for the necessary items. Thor tells the girl he will read the catalog aloud and asks her to listen closely for any relevant words, and Mabel replies that she is ready and understands. Opening the book, he searches for the right words. Mabel worries they won't find it quickly, and Thor agrees, saying the book is truly remarkable. So far they've only found 2 light magic items. Strong light and prevention were the words he found. The initials U and F meant ultraviolet. That was all it said. Thor came across a passage in the catalog that surprised him and left him uncomfortably confused. Catalog pages claim their products have finally managed to defeat the sun. To a guy, that sounds unbelievable and impossible. A bespectacled man in the pages of a publication reminds us of the dangers of ultraviolet radiation and is ready to present fascinating objects that protect us from it. Each time the body is exposed to light, skin and body damage builds up, so he has a solution to fight harmful UV rays. Now the man is ready to reveal his secret weapon. A bespectacled man demonstrates a compact umbrella that reduces UV exposure risk by 90%. A discount for this umbrella is listed on the page. Next is another protective product, This lotion protects against UV. The page shows a bottle of liquid that protects from the sun's dangers. He assures that the formula is clean and hypoallergenic, safe for children, and provides protection equal to a special umbrella, so you can use the sun lotion to go outside without fear of UV. A man wearing dark glasses leans in conspiratorially and suggests they buy lotion right away so their skin can withstand the sun. After reading the catalog, Thor and Mabel pause for a few seconds to process the information, and the man concludes the sun is the source of light magic. Mabel accepts the master's conclusion. The sun is indeed the source of light magic, and when it first lit the world, it created day and night. Thor is stunned by the catalog's account that the sun is a symbol of magical light, and that the hero world people have conquered it, and he cannot believe that UV could stop the sun's ultimate brightness. The transcendental system's magic was so powerful it broke through the first overlord's barriers, and the man is shocked that people from the hero's world can absorb that power on their bare skin without flinching, showing how strong they are. Thor loses his balance and falls to the floor, his head spinning with scattered thoughts, and Mabel worries about him, but he quickly calms her and says he found the item he was looking for. The girl correctly points out that the alchemist doesn't have this item yet. Confident that what he has learned will finally let him resist the holy sword's power, Thor is inspired and ready to continue his research to create a magical item. The alchemist examines the items he found more closely. One is an umbrella-like UV shield that blocks light magic. The other is a lotion that works when applied to the skin. Thor realizes UV most likely stands for ultraviolet light. Mabel agrees with the man and says she can't think of any other short form for this magic. Thor rubbed his chin in thought. He now finds it hard to believe that an umbrella and lotion could somehow stop the high magic that broke through the demon lord's defenses, but he decides it is still worth trying to make them. The master must prepare the materials for the work, but Thor is unsure about continuing now. It is deep night outside, and he does not want to disturb the general and Agnes at this hour. Still, he decides to keep working in the morning, thanks Mabel for her help with the difficult matter, and she agrees to continue working tomorrow. Mabel asks the master if he wants to freshen up before bed, and Thor agrees. She offers to help with washing, but the nervous alchemist insists he can manage himself. Freshening up, the boy cannot stop thinking about his business and considers whether to make the umbrella or the lotion first. Thor decides he will later write down the advantages and disadvantages of each to compare them. First, the lotion is more convenient than an umbrella because applying it leaves both hands free, while using an umbrella ties up one hand and is a disadvantage. Thor proposes another way to compare two objects. The lotion works but leaves a fighter's back exposed to hits they can't reach, so it's useful in teamwork but a disadvantage when fighting alone. Continuing his analysis, the alchemist considers what will happen if he tests them in practice. Applying the lotion is stressful because it must be put on the skin. The magic item needs to be reliable, or it will be hard to use. In this case, the umbrella is more convenient. Thor says the umbrella acts like a shield, is not awkward to use, and is easy to understand, while the alchemist turns ideas over and weighs the pros and cons. After thinking it over, the boy finally makes a decision. Mabel comes in for hot water and interrupts him. Thor pulls himself out of his thoughts and tells her to go ahead. After the girl enters the room, Thor steps closer and confidently tells her that the first thing he will do is make a UV umbrella. Mabel blushes and freezes for a few seconds when she sees the master in an inappropriate state, unsure what to say. Excited by his decision, the man doesn't notice the girl's awkward posture or her embarrassment. He asks if she can help him, and she agrees despite everything. Mabel blushes, looks away, and asks the master why he is in such a state. Awkwardness and tension grow between them. Thor only now realizes how he must have looked to the girl. He becomes awkward, but Mabel reassures the alchemist, saying everything is fine and even offers to help wipe his back. Completely confused by the proposal, the master blushed as the girl's words threw him off balance for a while, and Mabel continues to urge Thor not to worry about anything. Mabel tells the man she expected this and prepared a special item. Excited by Mabel's mention of a special topic, the boy waits eagerly to hear what she has prepared, his eyes shining with interest and delight. The special item Mabel mentioned was clothing made from water magic fabric that stays fine when wet. The girl was already wearing the special suit. Though embarrassed after showing off the outfit, the girl stood her ground and told Thor she was glad to take care of the master, willing to go that far and ready to help the guy with everything. Still embarrassed by the situation, Thor tries to convince the girl not to push herself, assuring her he can handle it himself so Mabel can go and rest. Mabel is a serious assistant, very worried about the master's health and determined not to let him catch a cold, so she asks someone to at least wipe his sweat. Thor, unable to speak, accepts the girl's proposal. The man, unable to say more, freezes and waits nervously to see what happens. The girl dips a towel into hot water to help the master wipe her back. With his back to Mabel, the alchemist looks tense. The boy seems nervous and flinches awkwardly. Clearing her throat, the girl warns Thor that she will start wiping now. Mabel hesitantly presses a soft, hot towel to the man's back and runs it over the whole surface of his skin to wash away the sweat. Thor felt awkward as the girl moved even closer to the master, unsure where to put himself and whether to speak up or stay silent. Maple suddenly tells Thor she is glad to have the chance to help the master. They are even happier because she can relax and unwind with him. The alchemist can only answer the girl with a quiet, affirmative nod and a low, indistinct sound as the water procedures end and some time passes. After helping, Mabel bids Mr. Thor goodnight, smiling before she walks toward her room. Thor thanks the girl for her help and wishes her a good night in return. The boy smiles and waves goodbye to Mabel as she slips through the doors of his room and heads to her quarters. The alchemist repeatedly and proudly says that Mabel is an amazing person. Thor sees the girl's actions as invaluable help. Thanks to her and her special object, he was able to stop thinking about work and forget it entirely. He is sure Mabel did it on purpose. Thor finds Mabel's move very awkward for her, but notes that despite it, she still managed to help him. He thinks he shouldn't make the girl worry so much about him. Memories kept creeping in and wiped out any thoughts of special subjects, so he realized now was definitely not the time for research. Thor admires his assistant. She always helps him, knows his habits, and embodies the girl's spirit. He glanced at the mail order catalog one last time, decided to call it a night, and headed to bed. Night has fallen, and the moon's strange light gives only faint illumination. Before going to bed, Thor promises himself that from tomorrow on he will do his best to make things